party has said that it is a targeting of the Waqf board. The SBSP has welcomed the move, saying it is well planned. There's a reason why the government has decided to order a survey.
काम करा रही है तो कहीं न कहीं वो उनके फैसले सही हैं। सरकार जो काम कर रही है तो उस काम सर्वे हो रहा है, अगर गलत है तो कार्रवाई होगी, सही है तो कुछ कोई नहीं करेगा।
Bureau Chief Amir Haq joining us with more details on this. Amir, the political parties taking a stand on the survey that has now been ordered by the Yogi government. This amid the criticism over the Madrasa move as well. At a time when the political reactions coming in, we also saw a reaction from a cleric talking about the rent. Would the same now be applicable for the properties of the Waqf? Take us through the details.
The Muslim cleric here, Sufyan Nizami, will definitely add another dimension to this ongoing debate of the Waqf properties being surveyed by the UP government. But that definitely will not nullify the claim of the government that a large number of such properties are into the private hands. People are making money out of it, especially people who have been previously connected with the Waqf board or the management of such properties. They have either rented out such properties or sold huge tracts of land for town planning and for selling out these plots to gullible people. So all of that primarily needs to be taken into account while conducting this survey. Well, since this point has been raised, we are sure that the government will also factor in all such government offices who are actually functioning within these properties and perhaps paying only meager rent. That can definitely be looked into. As I said earlier, this is a huge scam which the government definitely understands, because the rates of properties over the last 25-30 years have grown multiple times, and therefore all such tracts of land which were lying unused as Waqf property are into hands wherein people are making a lot of money, and such benefits are not being passed on to the Muslim community, as per the norms under which these Waqf properties
That's
were.
right. So the board had been created for helping Muslims, but that does not seem to be happening. So the Yogi government ordering a survey. Amir, thank you for joining us with those details. On that note, we're slipping into a short break here. Before that, let's quickly take in a word from Mr. Dinesh Sharma, who's joining us. Mr. Sharma, how do you respond to it? We have AIMIM SP जिसने कहा है कि ये एक divisive move है, ऐसा कोई सर्वे करने की कोई जरूरत ही नहीं है।
नहीं, देखिए, सरकार की नीति और नियति में कभी कोई शक करने की गुंजाइश कहीं नहीं है। मुझको लगता है कि जो मौलाना साहब का आप उल्लेख कर रहे हैं, उनको जानकारी का अभाव होगा। जैसे मदरसे के बारे में लोगों ने अफवाह उड़ाई थी कि उनका सर्वे सरकार जो कर रही है वो एंटी मुस्लिम या एंटी अल्पसंख्यक मूवमेंट है, बाद में स्वयं उनके धर्म गुरुओं ने इसको स्वीकारा कि ये तो छात्रों के उद्धार के लिए है। वैसे ही वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी का तमाम ऐसे तत्व जो अल्पसंख्यकों की समृद्धि के लिए, उनकी सहायता के लिए जिसको सरकार ने वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी उनको दी है, उसका दुरुपयोग शुरू हुआ। कुछ जगहों पे ऐसी शिकायतें मिली, जहां शिकायतें आई, इस प्रकार की शिकायतें न रहें। जिस पर्पस से, जिस मकसद से दिया गया है, वो उद्देश्य पूरा हो और जनता की भलाई हो। खासतौर से जिस वर्ग के लिए वक्फ बनाया गया है उनको लाभ होना चाहिए था, लेकिन जो नहीं हुआ। रही सरकारी प्रॉपर्टीज का किराया ना देने की बात, पहली बात तो इसी पर्टिकुलर किसी जगह का उन्होंने उल्लेख नहीं किया है। फिर भी सरकार की जो ये वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है, एक तरीके से सरकार के आधिपत्य पे रहने वाली प्रॉपर्टी को ही हम वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी का भी नाम देते हैं, और सरकार उसको सुपुर्द करती है अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग के हित चिंतन के लिए। तो सरकार एक तरीके के कंट्रोलर है, और सरकार इस बारे में क्या नियम है, मैं अभी उसकी मुझे पूरी तरीके से जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन निश्चित रूप में किसी का दुरुपयोग ना हो संपत्ति का, ये सरकार का दायित्व है और सरकार उस दायित्व का निर्वहन कर रही है।
नहीं, लेकिन AIMIM ने ये कहा है कि अगर मदरसा पे जो सर्वे हो रहा है, अगर वो छोटा NRC है, तो ये वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी का सर्वे बड़ा NRC है।
अब उसको खुद ही इससे इनके मौलानाओं को, जो बड़े मौलाना थे, उन्होंने काटा है और कहा कि वक्फ का जो है स्तर में वृद्धि होनी चाहिए और छात्रों का भला होना चाहिए, बच्चों का, नौजवानों का, ये खुद उनके उलेमाओं ने कहा है। और वो भी सहारनपुर में जो बहुत बड़ी बैठक हुई थी, मदरसा के 200 संचालकों से ऊपर की बैठक हुई थी, उसमें इस प्रकार का वक्तव्य सबके बीच में मौलाना मदनी साहब ने दिया है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि मौलाना मदनी से बड़ा जो कद है वो इन नेताओं का नहीं है। तो इसलिए वो बात साफ हो चुकी है कि सरकार की नीयत में कोई खोट नहीं है और सरकार की नीयत उनका उद्धार करने की है और एक ऐसे समाज की संरचना का है जो मूल समाज के साथ में मिलकर देश की उन्नति कर सके। और हर चीज को अगर ये निगेटिव पर्पस से देखेंगे तो मैं समझता हूं कि इनको मुद्दा तलाश रहता है, मुद्दा की तलाशी, और ये मुद्दा विहीन हो चुके लोग हैं जिनका जनाधार उनकी कौम में खत्म हो चुका है। अपनी कौम में, अपने संप्रदाय में अपना वर्चस्व बढ़ाने के लिए इस प्रकार के अनर्गल प्रलाप करके वो अपने आप को भी छोटा कर रहे हैं और समाज का भी अहित कर रहे हैं।
Okay, all right. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Dinesh Sharma. The BJP is saying that there is no reason to worry. This is just fear-mongering by the AIMIM and the opposition because they don't have other issues to pick up. Minority Affairs activist Lubna is also joining us on the broadcast. How do you look at this move? Because the charge that is coming from the opposition is that this is just a way to divide the society, but the BJP government saying we're only looking at the illegal properties.
Yeah, first of all, I am not a minorities activist, right? I am a conscious citizen and a conscious activist, okay?
Okay.
Now, coming to the main point, all the Waqf properties in India are governed under the Waqf Act 1995, which was further amended in 2013 also, okay? So, now under every Waqf property of any state, the state has to elect its own board. So similarly, just as we have it in Telangana and many other states, so Uttar Pradesh also should have its duly constituted Waqf board, and as laid down in the Waqf Act, in the amended Act also. So we do not see anywhere in the whatever I got from the media, from the Times, we do not see the role or anything addressed to the chairman of the Uttar Pradesh Waqf board. That is the primary thing, because it is all this is under the Central Act. It is not a state act, but we have to go as per the Central Act. So first of all, we do not see the due process being followed. So the government should do the due process of addressing to the board. And second thing, all the properties as duly surveyed by the survey commissioner under the Act, under the Waqf Act, everything that is registered should have been digitalized and duly recorded as per the schedules gazettes in the Uttar Pradesh, and the Waqf board should be in full knowledge of it, number two. And also third thing is that the Waqf Act mandates the constitution of the Waqf Tribunal, and even the High Court does not entertain anything regarding the Waqf property, and it pushes it back to the tribunal because the tribunal has full powers as per the Act laid down and amended till date.
But questions are currently also being raised on the kind of powers that the Waqf board has as well. Ms. Lubna, thank you for joining us with your point of view. But the BJP is saying that the move is only to target the illegal madrasas in the survey of madrasas, and in this case the illegal properties under Waqf. We're slipping into a short break here on that note. Be right back. To stay with us. updates from across the nation. Students of Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar staged a protest on the college campus after a first-year student allegedly died by suicide. Times now access a suicide note where the student has named a professor. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who is on a 10-day visit to the United States, interacted with 3 presidents and 4 foreign ministers on the second day of the 77th session of the UNGA in New York. Padma Shri Acharya Shukla, the president of Shri Kashi Vidvat Parishad and a great scholar of Sanskrit, passed away at the age of 90. He was unwell for the past 1 week. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar expressed gratitude towards West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for abstaining from the Vice President polls and helping him in his victory. Time now for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with top news and updates and the top headlines on the other side.
This
چهارشنبهتون بخیر. سلام مسیح جون، اینجا اصفهانه. چهارشنبه کرمانشاه، اینجا رامسره. من اصابه. ما در تهران هستیم، مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here. I'm Pratibha. Times Now has reported on how Aam Aadmi Party MLA and Waqf Board Chairman Amanatullah Khan gave orders to raise schools in Delhi's Fatehpuri area to make way for a shopping plaza. The school came under the Waqf land and in an unbridled quest to make money, it was demolished to build 11 shops which were allegedly allotted to the aides of Khan for 35 to 40 lakh rupees each. And Times Now has dug deeper into the alleged irregularities that deprived the children of the school. Sources in the MCD have told Times Now that no permission was sought for the construction of the shopping plaza that came up where the school stood. The civic body says that a probe will be ordered as the construction took place without the MCD's nod. Now, let's also tell you what the rule book says. The Delhi Municipal Corporation laws very clearly state that any person wanting to erect a building or carrying out any construction as specified in the bylaws will have to seek sanction from the Commissioner. But that was never sought by Amanatullah Khan led Delhi Waqf Board as well. Aishwarya and Rishabh join us live on the broadcast with more details on this. Aishwarya, the charge against Amanatullah Khan is one, favoritism, raising down a school and then leasing it out to those who were close to him. And they've come on camera and said that yes, this is what happened. So this is the kind of proof that has been mounting against Amanatullah Khan.
Well, that's right. Trouble mounting for Amanatullah Khan as far as this Waqf land property is concerned, in which the Fatehpuri Primary School used to run, which was shut on the orders of Amanatullah Khan when he was the chairperson of Delhi Waqf Board, and later 11 shops were constructed. Now, when we investigated further, we found out from the MCD that no permission was taken from Delhi Waqf Board to construct these shops in the place of school. Remember, the Delhi Municipal Corporation Act 1957 and Section 332 clearly states that any building in the virtue of Delhi Municipal Corporation which comes directly under them, if any builder, any Waqf Board or any other organization wanted to amend it or rebuild it, they have to seek permission. But there was no letter that was sent out by the Delhi Waqf Board to the Delhi Municipal Corporation, and there was no permission which was granted. That clearly means that these shops were illegally built, and when we tried to ask them that whether action will be taken, they clearly stated that yes, the survey will be conducted and later if we found, then yes, action will be taken. So it has been very clear and from the end of MCD that there was no permission sought for these shops. Now remember, there were 11 shops which were constructed after shutting down the school, and the shops which were allocated to the people were certainly the close aides of Amanatullah Khan. The Delhi Waqf Board took 35 lakh rupees to 40 lakh rupees as security amount, and 15 to 20,000 rent per month goes to Delhi Waqf Board from these people.
Right. Ashwari, in fact, let's revisit the accounts of the shopkeepers that you're talking about. Those who expose the deep rot and claim that Amanatullah and his aides minted money while the children who were studying in the schools were left to fend for themselves. Listen in to their account.
फिर बोर्ड लगा दिया कि हम दिल्ली वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल का बोर्ड लगा दिया। मतलब ये उन्होंने जनता को बेवकूफ़ बनाने का लगाया दिल्ली वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल बोर्ड लगा दिया। 2 साल से बोर्ड लगा दिया।
अब की बात है
2 साल के अंदर सारी बातें दुकान कभी बनी,
दुकानें अभी बनी और ये वक्फ बोर्ड की ही दुकानें हैं अभी। नहीं तो ऐसा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया कि 3 वो क्या नाम है 35 लाख रुपया तक किराया है उनका।
नहीं 35 लाख रुपये से बोल रही है,
सिक्योरिटी है,
सिक्योरिटी का मालिक ही बन गया ये लोग।
और प्राइमरी स्कूल था पहले, उनको छोड़ करके दुकान
भाई वहाँ सका भाई यहाँ पड़ा है,
और इसका सीधा पैसा दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड को जाता है अमानतुल्लाह खान। और ये जो दुकानें इनको दी गई हैं, ये क्या इनके करीबी हैं या फिर
ये सब जो है
किस तरीके से दी गई है?
वहाँ करीबी समझो। अंदर आए कि पूरा खाली छोड़ दिया।
इसका किराया अंदर ही फतेहपुर से कितना वक्फ बोर्ड में जाता है?
ये वक्त बोर्ड की जगह है।
तो सरकार ने सील करी थी?
सील ये जो अभी मौजूदा चेयरमैन है
अमानतुल्लाह खान,
हाँ, इनके पीरियड में लगी थी।
अच्छा, उनकी पीरियड में भी लगी थी। फिर अमानतुल्लाह खान ने इसको दोबारा से खुलवाया है, दुकानों को नया बनना था।
पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल था ना यहाँ पे, वही तो
दिन ब दिन सामने आ रहा है, दिन ब दिन सामने आ रहा है। तो आपको देखना चाहिए ना कि ये वक्फ जो है वो प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी नहीं हो सकती, ना वो गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी होती है वो। तो आप ये क्यों कर रहे हैं? आर्टिकल 300 क्या बोलता है कि गारंटीज एवरीवन राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी, ये इसका भी वायलेशन यूपी सरकार कर रही है। और अगर कोई इलीगल तरीके से उसको गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी को वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी रजिस्टर कर लिया है तो आप कोर्ट में केस लड़ी ना, जाके आप ट्राइब्यूनल में जाइए, आप जो सेक्शन 83 है वक्फ एक्ट का उसके तहत ट्राइब्यूनल में जाइए। तो इस तरह से ये पूरी चीजें जो हो रही है, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक तो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को यूपी सरकार टारगेट कर रही है, और दूसरा ये कि आप वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनना चाह रहे, तीसरा यह है कि आपका सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड है, अगर वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई एनक्रोच करा है तो आप उनसे बुलाकर पूछिए, वो आपको दे देंगे। क्या वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर सरकार का कब्जा नहीं है तो आप खाली करिए उसको। मगर इस तरह का एक टारगेटेड सर्वे करना ये बिल्कुल सरासर गलत है और हम इसकी मुखालिफत करते हैं। तो ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का। नहीं, सुनिए, ये सिस्टमैटिक टारगेटिंग हो रहा है मुसलमानों का, और यूपी सरकार ये काम कर रही है। जो लोग बोल रहे थे कि ज्ञानवापी हो, बाबरी मस्जिद हो, ज्ञानवापी हो, जो बड़े बड़े ज्ञानी लोग बोल रहे थे, गिव एंड टेक कर लो। अब बताओ, क्लैरिफाई करो बाप, जो बोल रहे थे गिव एंड टेक कर लो, अब आप क्लैरिफाई करो, इस पर क्या बोलेंगे आप? सुनिए, नहीं, अरे बाबरी मस्जिद के वक्त भी ऐसे बहुत बड़े दानिश्वर लोग थे, आज भी हैं। ज्ञानवापी के वक्त भी अब बोल रहे हैं गिव एंड टेक कर लो। अबे क्या गिव एंड टेक करेंगे बताइए आप? एक प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ रजिस्टर हो चुकी है, और अगर नहीं भी है तो वक्फ बाय यूजर है। अगर मैं एक जगह पर नमाज पढ़ रहा हूं, ईदगाह है, खबरस्तान है, तो वक्फ बाय यूजर है, वो स्टैच्यू ऑफ लिमिटेशन अप्लाई होता। अब सरकार आकर बोलेगी नहीं ये वक्फ नहीं, हम छीन लेंगे। आप कैसे छीनेंगे? आप वक्फ एक्ट के तहत सेक्शन 83 है, वक्फ ट्राइब्यूनल को जाइए। आपका इंटेंशन ये है वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीन लेना, और अगर कोई वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई एंक्रोच करा है, कोई काबिज है, तो भाई सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, सरकार उनकी मदद क्यों नहीं कर रही है? और सर्वे आप करा रहे हैं तो हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड का भी सर्वे कराइए ना, मठों का कराइए। ये एक सिलेक्टिव टारगेटिंग है एक समुदाय की, कि इनको बस तंग करते रहो, इनको सुकून से रहने मत दो, और ऊपर से बड़ी बातें करते हैं आप। ये 89 का क्या मतलब है बताइए? 89 का डेट कैसा लेके आ रहा है आप?
सर, आप कह रहे हैं कि छीनने वक्फ बोर्ड की जमीनें या प्रॉपर्टी छीनने की बात हो रही है। अभी तो सर्वे हो रहा है सर, छीनने की बात नहीं हो रही, नंबर 1। दूसरा, अगर 89 के तहत 89 के कानून या जो भी है उसके तहत अगर दी गई है प्रॉपर्टी, तो उसका सर्वे में क्या दिक्कत है? सरकार अगर किसी मद के लिए फंड भी जारी करती है तो उसका एडिट कराती है कुछ दिनों बाद कि इसका सही इस्तेमाल हुआ, बेजा इस्तेमाल हुआ, सही इस्तेमाल हुआ, क्या हो। तो सर्वे में क्या दिक्कत है?
पहला सवाल क्या था आपका? बोलिए, भूल गया।
सर्वे क्यों होना चाहिए?
आप कह रहे हैं कि छीनने के लिए सर्वे हो।
हाँ,
अभी तो सर्वे
एक बात सुनिए, वो जो वक्फ बोर्ड का सीईओ है, वो जो वक्फ बोर्ड का सीईओ है वो कौन है? गवर्नमेंट का आदमी नहीं है वो। इसका मतलब यह है कि उसका रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। 30 साल पहले 1989 में अगर कोई प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ हो चुकी है, आपका मकसद यह है कि इस तरह का सर्वे करा के उन वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनने का। अगर उस वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई माफिया कब्जा भी करके बैठा है तो फिर आप वो वक्फ बोर्ड से पूछिए, चाहे शिया बोर्ड हो, सुन्नी बोर्ड हो, कि भाई तुमने क्या किया इसके ऊपर, उनको पुल अप करिए आप। नहीं, उसके लिए सर्वे नहीं हो रहा है। आपने जो बताया मुझे, जो उनका मीडिया का नोट आया, सर्वे आप सबका कराइए ना। मेरा बोलना है कि मदरसों का क्यों सर्वे, सबका सर्वे कराइए। सिर्फ वक्फ बोर्ड का क्यों, हिंदू एंडोमेंट मठ का सबके सर्वे कराइए। क्यों नहीं कराना चाह रहे आप? सुनिए, जो वक्फ बोर्ड में जो जुफैर फारूकी है, कौन सा गवर्नमेंट का आदमी नहीं है उन्हें?
यूपी के मिनिस्टर सिंह बोल रहे सर कि वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी है, नो वन हैज राइट टू ऑक्यूपाई। वो लोग खुद बोल रहे हैं। सर
आप सर्वे कराने का मकसद क्या है हमको बताइए ना, बोलिए, आप खुद बोलिए, चलिए क्या सर्वे है उसका?
सर जो मिसक्रिएंट्स है, जो ग्रैबर्स है, जिन्होंने प्रॉपर्टी वहां से जब्त कर लिया, फिर इलीगल,
फिर 19 सुनिए, 1989 क्यों बोल रहे हैं आप 19 जाइए ना, पीछे जाइए, 89 क्यों बोल रहे फिर आप?
नहीं, 89 के तहत दी गई
हाँ, आप सुनिए, सुनिए, जो दी गई है वो वक्फ हो चुकी है। सुनिए, एक मिनट, सुनो, जो दी गई वो तो वक्फ हो चुकी है, रजिस्टर्ड हो गया, गेजेट इशू हो गया उसका, नंबर 1, राइट। अब उसका अगर एंक्रोचमेंट अगर उस पर है तो फिर वो सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड और शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है? गवर्नमेंट को पावर से उनको बुलाकर पूछिए कि भाई ये आपके पास कितनी प्रॉपर्टीज पे एंक्रोचमेंट हुआ 89 के बाद, लिस्ट दीजिए, आप उनसे लीजिए ना। जब एक वक्फ बोर्ड इंडिपेंडेंट ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है, आप उसके राइट्स के ऊपर कैसे जाते हैं? आप कैसे राइट छीन सकते हैं उनका? और अगर सरकार अगर ये कह रही है कि नहीं वो वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट की है, तो आप सेक्शन 83 वक्फ एक्ट का है, आप जाइए हाई कोर्ट जाइए 226 में।
सर आपने सिस्टमेटिक टारगेटिंग की बात की है माइनॉरिटी मुस्लिम समाज की उत्तर प्रदेश में, पहले आपने अपोज किया मदरसा का सर्वे, अब उसके कुछ दिनों बाद मदरसा का सर्वे शुरू हो चुका है, अब ये हो रहा है, तो आपको क्यों लगता है सिस्टमेटिक टारगेटिंग हुई है? ऐसा आपको लगता है?
सर्वे तो जानकारी जुटाने के लिए होता है,
जानकारी इकट्ठा कर रही है
नहीं, चलिए आपकी बात को मान लेते हैं, सर्वे हो रहा है, सर्वे सबका कराइए ना, कौन रोक रहा है सर्वे कराने से? सर्वे आप क्रिश्चियन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस का कराइए, हिंदू एंडोमेंट का, हिंदू मठ के जमीनात का करवाइए, कौन रोक रहा है आपको? और हम आपसे करें कि 89 के बाद जो प्रॉपर्टीज वक्फ में रजिस्टर हो चुकी हैं, जो जहां पर वक्फ के वाकिफ के मंशे के मुताबिक उसका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, तो आपका इंटेंशन सरकार का है कि वह प्रॉपर्टी छीन ले वक्फ बोर्ड से।
आपको लगता है कि इससे और ज्यादा कंट्रोवर्सी शुरू होगी, विवाद होगा?
सुनिए,
मल्टीपल क्लेम्स आएंगे।
मेरा बोलना है कि क्या सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड नहीं है, क्या शिया वक्फ बोर्ड नहीं है? आपने उनसे पूछा कि कितने प्रॉपर्टीज पर एंक्रोचमेंट हुआ है?
सर यही
एक सुनो, आपने उनसे क्यों नहीं पूछा? उसमें सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड में तो उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार का आदमी बैठा हुआ है, उनसे पूछा आपने? आप ये सर्वे सबका कराइए, आप क्यों नहीं कराना चाह रहे सबका सर्वे? आखिर क्यों तकलीफ हो रही है आपको? उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार को सबका सर्वे कराइए ना, सब हर समुदाय का जो रिलीजियस प्रॉपर्टीज है सबका करवाइए, आप क्यों नहीं करवाते? आपको मालूम हो जाएगा।
सर जब वक्फ बोर्ड एलिगेशंस फेस कर रहा है तो वक्फ बोर्ड में कराएंगे ना सर, क्यों एंडोमेंट पे और क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज पे करा रहे हैं?
वक्फ बोर्ड एलिगेशंस कहां फेस कर रहा?
कहीं तमिलनाडु में
कहां? देखो सुनिए, आपके टीवी चैनल का वो एजेंडा हो सकता, वो यूपी का एजेंडा है, नहीं मालूम मेरे को, मगर मैं यहां पे आपको ये बोल रहा हूं कि ये छोटा एनआरसी दोबारा है। ये आप वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को एक एनिमी प्रॉपर्टी की तरह ट्रीट कर रहे हैं। आप 1995 एक्ट क्लियरली बोल रहा, वंस अ वक्फ ऑलवेज अ वक्फ। क्या आप सर्वे करा के उसका लीगल स्टेटस चेंज कर सकते हैं? आप बताइए। नहीं कर सकते ना, नहीं कर सकते। अरे तकलीफ क्या था? आप मेरे प्रॉपर्टी का नेचर चेंज नहीं कर सकते।
एनआरसी से क्यों कंपेयर?
अरे फिर आप ये डेटा जमा कर रहे हैं, आप सब चीजों का, आप मदरसा का डेटा जमा कर लिए, अब आप वक्फ का डेटा जमा कर रहे हैं, आप तो उसी राह पे जा रहे हैं।
एनआरसी बैकडोर एनआरसी,
छोटा एनआरसी है भी।
डेप्यूटी सीएम ने खुद कहा है कि मुस्लिम को ये प्रॉपर्टीज नहीं मिले हैं, मोस्टली जो माफिया है उनको ही मिले हैं प्रॉपर्टीज, उसके लिए। देखिए
माफिया हो ना हो, अगर एंक्रोचमेंट है तो सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है? सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है? सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड में जो ऑफिसर है, जो जिम्मेदार है सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड का, वो तो यूपी सरकार का आदमी बैठा हुआ है। चलिए अगर आपको उनको निकालना है ना, कैसे निकालेंगे आप उनको? चलिए मान भी लिया अगर एंक्रोचमेंट हो, कैसे निकालेंगे उनको? आप उनको सेमरी एविक्शन पावर दीजिए, चलिए वक्फ बोर्ड को आप।
एनआरसी से क्यों?
बिल्कुल है, डेटा है, बिल्कुल है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, बिल्कुल है। ये छोटा एनआरसी है, ये कंटिन्यूइंग है ये, क्योंकि आप वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को एनिमी प्रॉपर्टी ट्रीट कर रहे हैं। अगर किसी 89 के बाद जो प्रॉपर्टीज रजिस्टर हुए वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी उसमें इंक्रोचमेंट हुआ या माफिया हुआ है, तो आप वक्फ बोर्ड को सेमी एविक्शन पावर दीजिए ना। चलिए अच्छा, सुनिए, समरी एविक्शन पावर दे दीजिए। चलिए, कौन रोक रहा है आपको? दीजिए, चलिए।
इलेक्शन पावर्स बोल रहे हैं,
समरी एविक्शन पावर्स दीजिए। आप क्यों नहीं देते उनको? आप नहीं देना चाह रहे उनको?
एनआरसी इज अ कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट।
नहीं, आप डेटा जमा कर रहे हो। तो एनआरसी क्या है? एनआरसी क्या है? वही है, एनआरसी वही। आप डेटा जमा कर रहे हैं, आप डेटा जमा करके उसका इस्तेमाल करेंगे। क्या सर्वे कराने से कोई लीगल स्टेटस चेंज होता? वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज का नहीं होता है। और अगर कोई वहां पे इंक्रोचमेंट कराए तो भाई आप उसको निकालने के लिए सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड से, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड से क्यों नहीं पूछते? आप उनसे पूछिए, वो एक ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है। आपने क्या किया बताइए आप?
सर, समाजवादी पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में आप विपक्ष में है, वो ऑलमोस्ट लगता है कि इस सर्वे के फेवर में है। बोलते कि इंक्रोचमेंट हुआ तो सर्वे होना चाहिए और ऐसा एक्शन होना चाहिए इन प्रोजेक्ट। आप यहाँ हैदराबाद में हैं, आपकी पार्टी जाके वहाँ लड़ी, लेकिन मेन जो विपक्ष है वो तो फेवर कर रहा है।
अब अरे वो मुझसे पूछ लीजिए ना, वो क्या क्या फेवर करते हैं, क्या नहीं करते, उनको ही मालूम। उनका क्या चल रहा है मेरे को नहीं मालूम।
मायावती जी बोल रहे हैं कि विपक्ष जो समाजवादी पार्टी तो साइलेंट वहाँ पे।
एक बात सुनिए, बाबरी मस्जिद वक्फ थी, हम खो दिए उसको। एक बात याद रखिए कि ज्ञानवापी भी वक्फ है। मैं आपसे पहले भी कहा था कि 1942 में वक्फ हुआ था ये, 1880 में उसका खसरा पानी का रिकॉर्ड है, दीन मोहम्मद का केस है, और ज्ञानवापी में जो प्रधानमंत्री ने उसका मॉडर्नाइजेशन रिनोवेशन किया, उसमें चेंज ऑफ प्रॉपर्टीज हुई है। अगर किसी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी पर कोई माफिया इंक्रोच करके बैठा है तो सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है? क्या उसमें सरकार के आदमी नहीं है? आपने उनको निकालने के लिए क्या किया बताइए? आप बोले सर्वे करें, सर्वे आप एक ही समुदाय का क्यों कर रहे हैं? हर प्रॉपर्टीज का सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड में, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड में रिकॉर्ड है, वो ले लीजिए, जहां पर लीगल केसेस पेंडिंग है या नहीं है। आप एक्सपेडाइट कराइए उन लोगों को। आपका इंटेंशन वो नहीं है, आपका इंटेंशन ये है कि इन वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को ले लिया जाए, और सरकार वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को नहीं ले सकती है। उसका एक लीगल प्रोसेस है, वक्फ एक्ट के तहत सेक्शन 83 वक्फ ट्रिब्यूनल को जाना पड़ेगा, या आप हाई कोर्ट को जाइए अंडर 226। कैसा करेंगे? और वक्फ बाय यूजर वक्फ है, लीगल, उसका लीगल स्टेटस चेंज ही नहीं हो सकता।
आप सर वक्फ सर्वे का विरोध कर रहे हैं, हिजाब पे अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई चल रही है, हिजाब पे भी आपका रुख जो है काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, आप फेवर में है हिजाब के। विश्व के अलग अलग देशों में हिजाब को लेकर काफी प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं, खासतौर पर ईरान से। तो आप
तो मेरे को क्या, नहीं, मुझे क्या करना है ईरान से? नहीं, मुझे मैं आपके राष्ट्रवाद को क्वेश्चन कर रहा हूं। आपका राष्ट्रवाद इतना कमजोर क्यों हो गया कि भारत की बच्ची हिजाब पहनना चाह रही, आपको ईरान की बच्ची से मोहब्बत क्यों हो गई? मैं सिटीजन हूं या ईरान की भारत की सिटीजन है? अरे कैसी मोहब्बत है तुमको?
एक तरफ आप
अरे आपको, आप लोगों को मोहब्बत होनी चाहिए भारत के नागरिकों से, उनके फंडामेंटल राइट से, मगर आपको ईरान की फिक्र है, ईरान की फिक्र है। अम्मा यार, कर्नाटका की बच्ची भारत की नागरिक है।
So this was a press conference of OAC where he said that it is illegal. Any survey that's being taken up is completely illegal. Let's get a response from the BJP as well. Dinesh Sharma, former Deputy CM, joining us. If you heard the press conference, Dinesh Sharma ji, OAC ने ये कहा है कि ये illegal है. बाबरी मस्जिद था अंडर वक्फ, ज्ञानवापी है अंडर वक्फ. ये एक तरह से NRC है क्योंकि वो सर्वे करके सबकी डिटेल ले रहे हैं.
देखिए, मुझको लगता है कि ओवैसी जी को बीजेपी फोबिया हो गया है, मोदी जी और योगी जी का फोबिया है, और या उनको छपास लगा हुआ है, छपने का शौक लग गया है बगैर तथ्यों के। हमको तो लगता था कि वो पढ़े लिखे हैं और इंग्लैंड में पढ़े हैं, लेकिन मुझे अफसोस इस बात का होता है कि वो बगैर जाने तथ्यों के और अपने वक्तव्यों को देते हैं। खुद उनके धर्मगुरु ने अभी, जिसको छोटा एनआरसी बोलते हैं, सहारनपुर में भी 200 से ऊपर मदरसों के संचालकों के साथ में बैठक में मदनी साहब ने, मौलाना मदनी ने अभी स्पष्ट वक्तव्य में कहा है कि किसी प्रकार का इससे कोई हर्जा नहीं है और लोगों को स्वेच्छा से बढ़ के मदरसों का सर्वे कराना चाहिए जिससे उनकी स्थिति अच्छी हो। तो एक सकारात्मक सोच को भी इन्होंने उल्टा किया। उसी तरीके से वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी के बारे में भी है। आज लोग प्रॉपर्टी डीलिंग का काम करने लगे हैं। तमाम जगह ऐसी शिकायतें मिलती आई हैं और धर्मगुरुओं के द्वारा भी शिकायतें मिली हैं। तमाम जगह ये भी मिला है कि उसका जो अल्पसंख्यकों के लिए प्रॉपर्टी सरकार उनके हित चिंतन के लिए करती है, उसका ये दुरुपयोग कर रहे हैं। तो सरकार कोई सकारात्मक कदम उठाती है किसी चीज को एक नियमानुसार जिस उद्देश्य से उसको दिया गया है उसके लिए, तो ये कोई ना कोई आरोप लगा के सरकार को बदनाम करने का प्रयत्न करते हैं। चाहे मौलाना सुफियान जी हो, चाहे
ये कहा है, दिनेश शर्मा जी, आई जस्ट वांट टू गेट योर रिस्पांस टू दिस। ओएसी जी ने ये कहा है कि तो ये मंदिरों के सर्वे क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज और मदरसास की क्यों कर रहे हैं, टेम्पल्स के सर्वे क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं?
मंदिर वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी पे नहीं बने हैं और ज्यादातर मंदिरों के ट्रस्ट पहले से बना दिए गए हैं और जो मंदिर बने हैं वो किसी भी मंदिर में ऐसा नहीं है कि जो रूल्स और रेगुलेशन को फॉलो ना किया गया हो। यहां पर मंदिर और मस्जिद का प्रश्न नहीं है, यहां पर प्रश्न वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी का है और वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी किसी बहुसंख्यक समाज के लिए नहीं दी जाती है। वो अल्पसंख्यक समाज के लिए, खासतौर से मुस्लिम्स के लिए वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी का प्रोविजन है। उसी तरीके से ईसाई समुदाय की जो प्रॉपर्टीज हैं उनके लिए अलग एक्ट का प्रावधान है और उनके सरकार गुण दोष के आधार पर कार्रवाई करती है। सरकार कोई भी एक्ट के खिलाफ, नियम के खिलाफ कार्रवाई कभी नहीं करती और ना इस बार भी करेगी। सरकार की नीयत में किसी प्रकार का खोट नहीं है, इनकी सोच में खोट है ओवैसी जी की।
अच्छा, तो उनका ये कहना है कि टेम्पल्स पे भी करना चाहिए और वो ये कह रहे हैं कि ये वायलेशन है, ये स्पेसिफिक टारगेटिंग ऑफ मुस्लिम्स है। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि यूपी गवर्नमेंट का फोकस ना इलीगल मदरसा पे है ना वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पे है, वो सिर्फ टारगेट करना चाहते हैं मुस्लिम्स को। क्या आप कहेंगे दिस इज ओपन फियर मॉन्गरिंग? क्योंकि जनता को ये लगे ना लगे, ओवैसी ये कह रहे हैं कि द पीपल शुड बी स्कैर्ड।
मोहम्मद ओवैसी साहब से, वो तो इंग्लैंड में पढ़ के आए हैं, अपने बच्चों को भी विदेशों में पढ़ा रहे हैं। मदरसे में वो क्यों नहीं भेज देते? इसलिए नहीं भेज रहे हैं मदरसों में अपने बच्चों को कि मदरसों में वो शिक्षा का स्तर अभी नहीं ठीक हो पाया है। वहां पर केवल मजहबी शिक्षा के अलावा जो आम बोलचाल की शिक्षाएं हैं, हिंदी है, अंग्रेजी है, गणित है, विज्ञान है, उस शिक्षा से बच्चे वंचित हैं और जब तक वो वंचित रहेंगे तब तक उनकी डिग्री की वैल्यू नहीं रहेगी। बीजेपी की सरकार उन बच्चों को, जो खासतौर से अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग के बच्चे हैं जो मदरसा में भी पढ़ते हैं, उनके एक हाथ में अगर पवित्र कुरान है तो दूसरे हाथ में कंप्यूटर हो, इस पे उनको आपत्ति नहीं है।
ओके, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी ये चाहती है कि देयर इज मॉडर्नाइजेशन इन एजुकेशन एंड द सर्वे इज ओनली बीइंग टेकन अप फॉर इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज। मेनी थैंक्स फॉर जॉइनिंग अस मिस्टर दिनेश शर्मा। आई आल्सो वांट टू गो अक्रॉस टू मकसूद हसन Kashmir, who is joining us on the broadcast. OAC is saying that the survey of these madrasas being taken up, of the waqf properties being taken up, is illegal, saying why not survey temples?
Yes, it is up to, I am not on the behalf of, I am not to speak on the behalf of Mr. Owaisi, but I can only speak on behalf of my own as an Indian citizen, as a responsible Indian Islamic scholar, Muslim scholar. So the survey, there is nothing wrong in conducting survey of any property, but
okay, all right, thank you for joining us, saying there's nothing wrong with the survey being conducted. Political reactions continue to come in, but OAC is shocking by saying that there should be a survey of temple. Why target the madrasas? We'll continue getting you these details. For now, slipping into a very short break. Be right back.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now with me, Priya Behel. The story that is making headlines through the day is the survey of Waqf property that has been ordered by UP government in the state, and now AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi is decrying the same. He says that this is nothing but an attempt by the Uttar Pradesh government to target the Waqf properties. What he's questioning is that if you have to do a survey, why don't you do a survey of Hindu endowment lands as well? Why only scan the Waqf property? He also said the government should go to the Waqf, the High Court and the Supreme Court. What is their intention behind conducting a survey on only and solely Waqf? Remember, this comes in the middle of multiple reports of Waqf boards occupying land illegally. One of the instances Times Now just got you day before yesterday from Uttar Pradesh in Prayagraj, where a land that belonged to Chandrasekhar Azad Park, which was a public property, was scattered with a lot of mazars that had come up, and a court had come out and said that they must be removed as they are illegal structures. And now Owaisi is saying that the real intention of the government ordering this survey is to grab Waqf properties.
सिर्फ वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को क्यों मालूम कर रहे हैं आप? हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड के प्रॉपर्टी से उसका भी तो इंक्वायरी करिए ना, सर्वे करिए कि उसमें क्या हाल हो रहा है। आखिर रुकेगा कहां बात? ये मैं शुरू से कह रहा था आपको कि देखिए, ये मदरसा जो सर्वे कर रहे हैं, इसके पीछे इन लोगों की एक हरकत है, इनका एक साजिश है, एक मंसूबा है, दिन ब दिन सामने आ रहा है। वक्फ जो है वो प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी नहीं हो सकती ना, वो गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी होती है वो। तो आप ये क्यों कर रहे हैं? एक तो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को यूपी सरकार टारगेट कर रही है, और दूसरा ये कि आप वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीनना चाह रहे। तीसरा यह है कि आपका सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड है, अगर वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई एनक्रोच करा है तो आप उनसे बुलाकर पूछिए। जो बोल रहे थे गिव एंड टेक कर लो, अब आप क्लैरिफाई करो इस पर क्या बोलेंगे आप? सुनिए, नहीं, अरे बाबरी मस्जिद के वक्त भी ऐसे बहुत बड़े दानिश्वर लोग थे, आज भी हैं। ज्ञान वापी के वक्त भी अब बोल रहे हैं गिव एंड टेक कर लो। अबे क्या गिव एंड टेक करेंगे बताइए आप? प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई एनक्रोच करा है, कोई काबिज है, तो भाई सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, सरकार उनकी मदद क्यों नहीं कर रही है?
Amir Haq joins us for more details on this story. Amir, I'm confused. It looks like Owaisi is saying the same thing that the government is saying, that if a land has been encroached, it needs to be freed. What is the dichotomy over here?
Well, Priya, no surprises there that Asaduddin Owaisi and his party AIMIM have consistently opposed the government move, first to do a survey of madrasas, and now conducting this survey of properties under the Muslim Waqf. Well, that is a stated stand of the MIM as a party, and they clearly want to appease the Muslim community and give an impression that they are being targeted, and that's precisely the sentiment that Asaduddin Owaisi seems to be espousing, and he's
Amir, I'll have to ask you to stay on with me because I'm joined on the broadcast by Rakesh Tripathi of the BJP. Tripathi जी, Owaisi कह रहे हैं कि आप अगर सर्वे कर ही रहे हैं इलीगल लैंड का, तो सिर्फ वक्फ का क्यों कर रहे हैं? जो हिंदू एंडाउमेंट बोर्ड है उनके अंतर्गत जो इलीगल लैंड आता है उसका भी सर्वे कीजिए।
नहीं, देखिए, वक्फ को लेकर के पिछले 33 वर्ष पहले उत्तर प्रदेश में जिस तरह से कांग्रेस की सरकार ने तुष्टीकरण करते हुए तमाम ऐसी जमीनें जो सार्वजनिक उपयोग की जमीनें थी, जिनको वक्फ में दर्ज करने का काम किया था, ये राजस्व संहिता का पूरी तरह से उल्लंघन था, और राजस्व संहिता के उल्लंघन को हमने ठीक करने का काम किया, दुरुस्त करने का काम किया है। और उसको लेकर के शासन ने ये निर्देश दिए हैं सभी जिलाधिकारियों को, सभी मंडल आयुक्तों को, कि वो अपने यहाँ सर्वे करके इस बारे में रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत करें कि कौन कौन सी ऐसी जमीनें हैं जो 33 वर्ष पहले उस एक ऑर्डर के द्वारा वक्फ में दर्ज कर दी गई थी, जो सार्वजनिक जमीनें हैं, जो जमीनें नियम विरुद्ध दर्ज की गई हैं। तो इससे पूरा मामला नियमों के सापेक्ष चल रहा है, कानून के सापेक्ष चल रहा है। हमारी नीति बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि विकास सभी का, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण किसी का भी नहीं। ये कांग्रेस और सपा बसपा की सरकारें नहीं है जिन्होंने तुष्टीकरण करने का काम किया है।
जी, त्रिपाठी जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए बिकॉज वीएचपी प्रेसिडेंट आलोक कुमार भी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। कुमार सर, योगी गवर्नमेंट का ये कहना है कि 1989 में 1989 when the law was made where any property that came under waqf, whether it was public property or government, was given to them, that has to be quashed. The amendments have to be made. If there is a government land or public property that has come under them, it has to be given back. Why do you think that Asaduddin Owaisi still thinks that the survey is illegal?
I cannot answer the question as to why Owaisi says the things that he says. But I know that Jamiyat Ulema-e-Hind and the organization that runs the madrasas in Uttar Pradesh held a meeting in Delhi, followed by a press conference by Mahmood Madni, the General Secretary of Jamiyat Ulema-e-Hind. In his press conference, he said that he supports the government move, and he has requested all the madrasas to provide all due information to the government when they come, to ensure hygiene, to ensure the proper land records, and to withdraw from the land which belong to the government.
Right. Sir, I'll have to hold you on there because we are getting more breaking developments coming in. Unfortunately, also related to the Waqf board, its functioning as well as alleged irregularities in handling of its funds and properties. Amanatullah Khan was arrested in this particular case, and now there has been another major arrest. This is of Imam Kausar Siddiqui. Now remember, Imam Kausar Siddiqui is the man who had been on the run. His property had also been raided. There was cash and illegal weapons that were recovered from properties of Hamid Ali and Imam Kausar Siddiqui. On Friday, when the raids were being conducted by the ACB, now he has been arrested from Telangana, is the report that we are getting. Aam Aadmi Party had initially denied that they have got anything to do with either Hamid or Imam Kausar Siddiqui, but later Times Now had dug out a document which showed how he had been appointed as an office bearer. He was president of one of the wards in Delhi. There are several pictures that Times Now has put out that you can also see on your screens right now of Amanatullah Khan with Imam Kausar Siddiqui. This man has now been arrested. There were several diaries with details of entries which detailed how transactions were taking place, which these aides, at least Hamid in custody, has said was at the behest of Amanatullah Khan. Bhavtosh now joins us for more details. Bhavtosh, tell us, what can you add?
Yes, Priya, in fact, we are breaking a big news. Imam Kausar Siddiqui, one of the main suspects in this case, a person who was on run since Friday, he has been detained by the by law enforcing agencies in Telangana. In fact, he was on run since last Friday. From his residence, illegal weapon and cartridges were seized. Along with that, large amount of cash, approximately 12 lakh rupees, was also seized. Remember, 2 diaries were also recovered by ACB. These diaries had lot of cash entries, and these cash entries were directly linking him with Amanatullah Khan. Now, these cash entries were running into crores of rupees. One diary was a red color diary which had words, codified words like Gujarat, and also cash entries as well as diary entries which had seized crores of rupees. Now, because no one was able to decipher them, ACB wanted further custody of Amanatullah Khan. Amanatullah Khan, in fact, complained of chest pain. Yesterday, he was first taken to Bara Hindu Rao Hospital. From there, he was shifted to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Top sources are telling us that Imam has now been detained in Telangana. He will be formally arrested. But big breakthrough as far as this case is concerned, which virtually imploded last Friday when Amanatullah Khan was brought in ACB and then subsequently arrested. It's no longer a case of irregularities in Waqf board. It has gone much beyond that. It's about hawala payments, about financial irregularities in Waqf board, and there are several aspects of this case which ACB will be very soon sharing with federal probe agencies. Even as we speak, Amanatullah Khan has been brought to Rouse Avenue Court, with some parts of this case for the first time will be shared with court and with the special judge. Remember, it all started with the complaint that was given to ACB in 2019, and then as ECB started probing this case, there were several facets of this case which remain unknown, which later turned into an FIR. One of them was about irregular appointments and then how Waqf board was misused. Later on, when raids and searches were carried out last Friday, large amount of cash was seized and also illegal weapons were recovered. But what no one expected was a recovery of 2 diaries which showed cash entries and also about some payments that were directly or indirectly made to Amanatullah Khan. And later, when as soon as he was questioned, he complained of chest pain. He was admitted to hospital. Then midnight, he was then taken back into custody of ACB, and that would be one of the grounds on which his custody will be sought. Now, AAP on its part have completely denied that Imam has anything to do with AAP, but with pictures as well as documents that Times Now has recovered clearly shows that Imam Siddiqui was ward president of 100S ward of AAP. That establishes some kind of link between AAP and Imam Siddiqui, who is said to be a very close aide of Amanatullah Khan. Back to you.
It will be also very interesting to see what does ACB say when today the custody is going to end. Remember, on Friday he had been arrested, then he was sent to 4-day ACB custody, which is going to end today. We are getting you latest visuals of Amanatullah Khan being produced in court. What will be the arguments that will be given by the ACB in the court seeking for further extension of his custody will be very interesting. But Bhavtosh, the last we heard from the ACB was that the links are not only limited to Delhi. Today we know that one of the people have been arrested in Telangana, but the ACB was also looking at mismanagement of properties in Gujarat, in Uttarakhand as well.
Yes, as we have been telling our viewers that what started just as a complaint or 3-page complaint that was given by a resident of Azad Market in Wall City has now exposed several parts of this case. It's no longer limited to Waqf Board, but how Hawala payments were given to several individuals in Delhi. It's not only Amanatullah Khan, but payments have been made to businessmen who in fact had made, whose names have been there in the 2 diaries. Now, Times Now has accessed those diaries, but even ACB has said that in absence of Imam Siddiqui, it would have been very tough for them to first confirm the names of these individuals and then understand who were these payments being made. Now, these payments have been made between 2020 and 2022. That's just 2 years period, but these entries run into lakhs of rupees and some places it runs into crores of rupees. Now, there are dates and then there are names. Now, who are these individuals who received these payments and why these payments were made? Now, there are names and then there are dates and also place. Now, these are the kinds of entries and dates and places we are talking about here. Now, if we just show those names and dates, first these dates names have to first be tested and then stand in the court of law. That's very important because these entries have to be first stand the scrutiny of law, and that's what even ACB is saying, that they are not saying much about these entries because they also want the custody of Imam Siddiqui. So the first breakthrough in this case has happened nearly 5 days after the searches have happened. Imam Siddiqui, the main accused in this case, has now been detained. It's no longer about Amanatullah Khan and the irregularities that have been made in Waqf Board. Is gone beyond that. It's about Hawala payments, and one can expect that other agencies like Enforcement Directorate will very soon step into this case.
But Bhavtosh, would you say that Waqf and its powers could have been used as a shield in the guise of which these activities involving Hawala were happening? Because the last ACB had also sent 5 fresh notices. There were 2 more Waqf Board members also amongst those 5 notices who had been summoned by the police, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, Priya, in fact, notices are being served to several individuals because, look, there are properties of Waqf Board which have been illegally rented out. 21 properties for only notices where advertisements were given for 8 of them. Then 13 notices were arbitrarily rented out. We had also played news reports of them. One of such properties was Fatehpuri Masjid property, in which a school was demolished and then 35 lakh rupees rent were were being taken. So there have been mismanaged at various places. Waqf board was even asked to buy fogging machine, which it was not required to do so for a constituency of Amanatullah Khan, and then apart from that it was asked to buy a tent for 25 lakh rupees. So mismanagement of Waqf board is there, but there is another aspect of this case which is about Hawala operations of Imam Siddiqui. So there are several aspects of this case which ACB will now probe in days to come. First, extension of custody of Amanatullah Khan. B, about the confrontation between Imam Siddiqui whenever he is arrested and brought to Delhi.
Right, but this also is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on the Aam Aadmi Party, because one leader after the other is now coming under the scanner of law enforcement agencies, whether it is the excise scam, now you have this Waqf board scam, now you are saying that even the scale of this one has grown further. It's gone beyond just misappropriation of funds at Waqf into Hawala transactions by somebody who has been staunchly and repeatedly defended by the Aam Aadmi Party chief Kejriwal himself, Amanatullah Khan.
Yes, sir. Remember, Priya, there are times when Arvind Kejriwal has defended everyone, whether it's Satyendra Jain, Manish Sisodia, Amanatullah Khan, and he's right, he has every right to do so.
I'm going to have to interrupt you over there, because I'm now joined by Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP on the broadcast. What do you have to say about this latest arrest, Shehzad?
You know, after the Shiksha Ghotala, Hawala Ghotala, Bus Ghotala, Classroom Ghotala, and all the other Ghotalas, this is the Waqf Ghotala, and we all know, Times Now had put it out that this person who's been detained now is actually not just an aide of Amanatullah Khan, but he is a office bearer of the Aam Aadmi Party, from whose house money and illegal weapons were recovered. So the fact is that Mr. Kejriwal has been giving these people Kattar Imandar certificate. But why isn't Mr. Kejriwal able to answer some questions? Forget the BJP's questions. The people like you, media people, are showing how the primary school was grabbed in the name of this Waqf board by Amanatullah Khan and given off for shops. You have shown how 33 illegal appointments were made. You have shown with documents and documentary proof how this entire scandal was done with the Waqf lands of the Muslim community. And yet Mr. Kejriwal is defending such a person who has now been remanded to jail by the court. So this shows that Mr. Kejriwal defends all the corrupt people, right from Satyendra Jain to Amanatullah Khan. He calls them Kattar Imandar, but actually they deserve a Bharat Ratna for Bhrashtachar, if at all there was one given.
Right, but the Aam Aadmi Party has been making a point about the timing of this concerted crackdown. They say that it's only because there are MCD elections coming up in Delhi, there are Gujarat elections, there are elections in Himachal Pradesh, where BJP is feeling threatened by their increasing might, and which is why they have unleashed their agencies against them.
That were true, Priya. Why is it that the courts are not granting relief to Satyendra Jain? Why is the court not granting relief to Amanatullah Khan? Why is it that the court is not calling all of these cases or these other proceedings against them as fake and quashing them? So, you know, this kind of argument can be made for political rhetoric, but the fact is that the courts are not giving them relief.
Right.
And should there be no investigation on corruption just because an election may or may not happen after some time?
Right. And investigation is taking place. ACB is investigating, CBI and ED are also investigating, and truth shall soon be established. Thank you, Bhavtosh and Shehzad, for joining us. We take a very quick break. stories that made headlines. A minor girl was gang raped in Moradabad. She was stripped and forced to walk back home nude after the gang rape. Police have filed a case and nabbed one accused. A major fire broke out in paper plates manufacturing unit at Rangachari Street in Chittoor. 3 people who were residing in the building were burned to death. Vasudevan, a 33-year-old man who was trying to move his bike, fell into a storm water drain left open at Chennai's Adambakam area. He was also pierced in the thigh by an iron rod. India has reported 4,500 fresh COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours. With the induction of latest cases, active case load now stands at 46,216. That's all we had for you in this broadcast. Stay tuned for all the latest updates on the other side.
چهارشنبهتون بخیر. سلام مسیحتون، اینجا اصفهانه. چهارشنبه کرمانشاه، اینجا رامسره. من از ساغر. ما در تهران هستیم، مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
You're watching Times Now. My name is Pranesh, the channel that exposed the land loot, the land grab of Amanatullah Khan is now getting you more details of it. As we speak, there has been a massive crackdown by the police in Telangana. An Aam Aadmi Party office bearer, a close aide of Amanatullah Khan, has been arrested. This is the school grab case, and as we speak, the hearing is underway. The Anti-Corruption Bureau has sought Amanatullah Khan's custody for 4 days. The ACB officials have said he was being treated for 2 days. We could not question him. Remember, Amanatullah Khan had cited illness. Now, the prosecution citing this to demand 4 more days of his custody. It's a massive escalation as far as a probe in this case is concerned, something that was exposed by Times Now. The focus is firmly on the red diary. Bhavtosh Singh, our senior news editor, joining us. Bhavtosh, massive arrest from Telangana now in this case.
Yes, Pranesh, in fact, the case has imploded right from day one when the raids and searches were carried out in Okhla. No one expected that the case which started as irregularities in Delhi Waqf Board will remain that. It's gone much beyond that. It's now an Hawala network, pan-India Hawala network, which has leads up to Dubai and Saudi Arabia with diary entries. Remember, these are just diary entries. No one understands these diary entries. And even ACB officials are saying that mere diary entries or notings in itself does not prove anything, because we have seen what has led to diary entries. Examples are like Hawala Jan diary entries. This diary entries in itself does not mean much, but the manner in which this entire case has imploded, the political aspect of that case needs to be understood. But what ACB officials are saying, that there are 2 parts of this case. One is the irregularities that have been pointed out in the complaint that was given to them way back in 2019, and the second aspect is a relationship between Imam Qureshi Siddiqui and Amanatullah Khan. They have said that they have now found out that the cash as well as the weapon that have been recovered from the residence of Hamid Ali and Imam Qureshi has a direct bearing, and that's what they're trying to prove in the court. And the fact that ACB will very soon write to Enforcement Directorate and other probe agencies, be it Income Tax Department, because they have said that neither they have technology nor they have resources to investigate this aspect of the case. They have also said that they are going through the financial statement. More importantly, they have also said that properties that they have found out through a shell companies, the company goes by the name of Cosmos, that clearly establishes that Amanatullah Khan over a period of time allegedly have purchased lot of properties. They have said that earlier the cases that were being investigated by Delhi police were basically about lawlessness, but this is much bigger than that, and that's what the ACB has said, that very soon they will write to other agencies and will ask them to step in and investigate that aspect of this huge case which is unraveling right in front of us.
Now, as we speak, more details now emerging, because this is being heard in the court. The ACB is saying some amount had also gone to Dubai. So this is now money laundering probe. More details tumbling out. Bhavtosh, you were talking about it, the details of the diary. ACB officials now, in fact, the legal team representing the ACB going on to say in court that there is a Dubai connection to this, Delhi to Dubai.
Yes, Pranesh. In fact, what sources had told us this Sunday is that there are diary entries which have mention of Dubai. It has mention of Saudi Arabia. It has diary entries which directly link Amanatullah Khan to Imam Siddiqui. But remember, last Friday when raids and searches were carried out at his residence, he went missing, and there was no one could investigate him. No one could speak to him. Now, sources have told us that there are two diaries in this. One is a binded diary which runs, which is around 200 pages, and there is a small diary entry, a red diary entry, which is a small diary which has a mention of Gujarat and some other noting. Now, the bigger diary has name of Amanatullah Khan and certain numbers to it. These numbers are basically 4 crores, 6 crores, 50 lakh, and this link Amanatullah Khan to certain figures, and there are names of individuals with Dubai and with Saudi Arabia. What ACB and sources are saying is that these are Imam Siddiqui, the office bearer of AAP, is a bagman. Bagman, according to investigator and law investigating agency, is someone who deals in cash, who is a person who basically is a courier who transfers money from one side to another side. He, in this case, plays a very important and pivotal role as far as ACB, or for that matter, any agency is concerned. And his custody, whenever he is brought here to Delhi, will in fact lead to a lot of clarity as far as this case is concerned. He is wanted in one FIR that has been filed by the Southeast District Police. This pertains to the Arms Act case. Maybe ACB will seek further custody once the Southeast District custody gets over.
Now let's revisit the accounts of shopkeepers who exposed the deep rot. This is candid camera sequence that tells you what the problem was, how the school was grabbed and how the school was shut down for a shopping plaza. Listen to this.
और ये जो उन्होंने जनता को बेवकूफ़ बनाने का लगाया था, वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल बोर्ड लगा, साल से बोर्ड लगा दिया।
अब की बात है
2 साल के अंदर सारी बातें, दुकान कभी बनी,
दुकानें अभी बनी, और ये वक्त बोर्ड की ही दुकानें हैं अभी। नहीं, तो ऐसा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया है कि 3 वो क्या नाम है 35 लाख रुपया तक किराया है उनका।
नहीं, से बोल रही है
सिक्योरिटी है,
सिक्योरिटी का मालिक ही बन गया ये लोग।
और प्राइमरी स्कूल था पहले, उनको तोड़कर फिर दुकान
भाई वहाँ सगा भाई यहाँ पर है,
और इसका सीधा पैसा दिल्ली वक्त बोर्ड को जाता है, अमानतुल्लाह खान। और ये जो दुकानें इनको दी गई हैं, ये क्या इनके करीबी हैं या फिर
ये सब जो है
किस तरीके से दी गई है?
वहाँ करीबी समझो। अंदर आए कि पूरा खाली चल रहा है,
इसका किराया अंदर ही फतेहपुर से किलो वक्त बोर्ड में जाता है।
ये वक्त बोर्ड की जगह है,
तो सरकार ने सील करी थी।
सील ये जो अभी मौजूदा चेयरमैन है
अमानतुल्लाह खान,
हाँ, इनके पीरियड में लगी थी।
अच्छा, उनकी पीरियड में भी लगी थी, फिर अमानतुल्लाह खान ने इसको दोबारा से खुलवाया है, दुकानों को नया बनना था। पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल था ना यहाँ पे, वही तो बताते हैं।
बच्चे भी कुछ कम हो गए थे, ठीक है, तो आज आप लोग कहीं वो सब करके बच्चे, ठीक है, वो यार ऐसे याद कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद में मेरे ख्याल में 1.5 साल 2 साल हो गए।
तो वो जो प्राइमरी स्कूल के बच्चे थे वो कहाँ चले गए? तो ये वक्फ बोर्ड का स्कूल है ना, दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड का, दिल्ली सरकार का स्कूल है ना, जैसे
गवर्नमेंट एडेड स्कूल है,
गवर्नमेंट एडेड स्कूल है, लेकिन वक्फ बोर्ड का
The rent goes to the Waqf board. People are saying it on camera. The amount is mentioned, it's 35 to 40 lakhs as the lease amount, and then the monthly rent. Bhavtosh? All right, we'll go to Bhavtosh in just a bit, but as we speak, the hearing in the Amanatullah case is underway in a Delhi court. Startling details tumbling out. The ACB also showing the judge a complaint received from a school. A school was being run and it was converted into shop. So Times Now, news break now being cited in the courtroom. The ACB is seeking 2 more days of custody from court. Amanatullah Khan so far has been defiant about this, but today there has been an escalation as far as investigation and crackdown in this case is concerned, because another AAP Neta, AAP office bearer to be specific, and close aide of Amanatullah Khan was arrested from Telangana. The ACB officials have also told the court that there is a Dubai angle to this. So you have an office bearer whose diary is under scanner because the agency suspects that cash entries will lead to the bigger players in this loot and land grab saga. Bhavtosh.
Yes, Pranesh, in fact, the newsbreak of Times Now has now officially been confirmed by Delhi Police. DCP Southeast of Delhi Police has confirmed that Imam Siddiqui Qureshi has been detained, has been apprehended. Delhi Police will be seeking his transit remand and he will be brought here. The reason why he's so important in this case is, first, when raids and searches were carried out in Batla House, in 054 Batla House, he went missing. Around 12 lakh rupees was seized, and also an illegal weapon. Both of them are illegal to keep. But more importantly, when ACB carried out raids and searches in his room, in his house, they had seized 2 diary entries. We in fact have visuals of even the raids when they were carried out. These 2 diary entries had a lot of entries. Now they talk about money that was transferred to Amanatullah Khan and to other individuals. These are not functionaries, but to random individuals. Whether they are connected with AAP or not is something that investigating agencies will find, but they suspect that this AAP office bearer, whose identity card is there with ACB, is someone who holds a key as far as this case is concerned, and that's why his custodial remand is important, not only for Delhi Police, which has registered a case against him last Friday.
Now, Bhavtosh, just hold your thoughts. Let's underline for our viewers why this is important, because you have a candid camera sequence proving all of this, and this is official now. The ACB official citing the Times Now expose, citing the school grab news break in court to say that, look, this is the rot within the Waqf when Amanatullah was presiding over it, and we need his custody. Dramatic turn of events here in this case. First, an AAP office bearer, close aide of Amanatullah Khan, arrested from Telangana, and now Times Now super investigation being cited by the ACB. Bhavtosh.
Yes, Pranesh, in fact, our investigation clearly shows one thing, that the complainant had in fact lodged a complaint way back in 2019 with ACB and said that the manner in which Waqf had illegally sold off, first demolished the property and then sold off it to shopkeepers and to shops, and then subsequently collected rent, was something which was completely illegal. Now ACB is trying to seek custody of Amanatullah Khan on those grounds. Remember, the ACB was given 4 days remand, but Amanatullah Khan was in hospital till post midnight, and that's one of the reasons why his custody is being sought. 10 days of his custody is being sought by ACB. They want his custody for 10 days. As we have been telling our viewers that the case now has 2 parts of it. One is the irregularities as far as Waqf board is concerned. The second is about the relationship between Imam Siddiqui Laddan, who also goes by the name of Laddan, and Amanatullah Khan. So that's what the ACB is trying to inform the court, and the hearing is still going on. 10 days more custody is being sought by ACB, and the hearing is still going on in a court here at Rawalpindi.
Right, the ACB seeking custody of Amanatullah for 10 more days. Amanatullah's counsel telling the court that, look, Saket court has granted bail to Hamid Ali, another accused in this case. Aishwarya Jain also joining us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, congratulations. The news break is now echoing in the court. The ACB is citing the Times Now school grab news break.
Well, that's right, and there was massive irregularities as far as Delhi Waqf Board is concerned when Amanatullah Khan was the chairperson. On his instructions, on his orders, this primary Fatehpuri school was demolished and 11 shops were built. And when we reached out to these shopkeepers, they on candid camera clearly stated that it was allocated to the close aides of Amanatullah Khan, and that's why the reason perhaps now ACB is citing Times Now's investigation and seeking further custody to investigate into this matter as well. Remember, in the further investigation, we reached out to the MCD as well that whether Delhi Waqf Board took a permission to convert this primary school into shops. The MCD clearly said no permission was taken from Delhi Waqf Board to convert this primary school into shopping complex, and therefore the reason this clearly proves that the shops were illegally built, and therefore the reason perhaps now ACB is quoting Times Now investigation in the court and seeking further 10 days more custody so that more investigation can be pulled out in the illegally built shops and the irregularities that Delhi Waqf Board has done as far as this Waqf Board land is concerned in the Chandni Chowk area.
Now, why don't you quickly sum up the conversation you had with the shopkeepers there, some of the people who've been a witness to this land grab and the loot?
This primary Fatehpuri school used to run over there since decades, and just 5 to 6 years back this primary school was shut by the MCD, but the rent was given to Delhi Waqf Board. Just 2 to 3 months before this primary school was demolished and it was converted into a shopping complex. 11 shops, remember, was constructed, to which 35 to 40 lakh rupees was given to Delhi Waqf Board as far as the security amount is concerned, and we have been told by the shopkeepers that 15 to 20,000 rent goes as a rent per month to Delhi Waqf Board. Now there has been also allegations that certainly these shops were allotted to the close associates of Amanatullah Khan and one person was involved into it who helped these shop owners who was allotted the shops to these people, and certainly when we also
only
had
the aides of Amanatullah Khan benefited. It is the people in that area who've gone on to admit on candid camera. They are saying it. Let's just play out. This is sting number 1. Listen to the shopkeepers, the people who've been there, who stay in that area. This is what they have said.
फिर बोर्ड लगा दिया काम दिल्ली वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल का बोर्ड लगा दिया। मतलब ये उन्होंने जनता को बेवकूफ़ बनाने का लगाया था। दिल्ली वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल बोर्ड लगा दिया, 2 साल से बोर्ड लगा दिया।
अब की बात है
2 साल के सारी बातें, दुकान कभी बनी,
दुकानें अभी बनी और ये वक्फ बोर्ड की ही दुकानें हैं अभी। नहीं तो ऐसा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया कि 3 वो क्या नाम है 35 लाख रुपया तक किराया है उनका।
नहीं से बोल रही है
सिक्योरिटी है,
सिक्योरिटी का मालिक ही बन गया ये लोग।
और प्राइमरी स्कूल था पहले, उनको तोड़कर फिर दुकान
भाई वहाँ सका भाई यहाँ पड़ा है,
और इसका सीधा पैसा दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड को जाता है अमानतुल्लाह खान। और ये जो दुकानें इनको दी गई हैं ये क्या इनके करीबी हैं या फिर
ये सब जो है
किस तरीके से दी गई है?
करीबी समझो।
This was sting number 1, viewers. What are the highlights of sting number 1? The people are saying that Amanatullah's aides benefited from this. The shop was closed, the school was closed, and a shopping plaza was made. 35 to 40 lakh is the one-time deposit that was given to the Waqf, and the monthly rent of 15 to 20,000 goes to the Waqf. The children who were in this school were clearly betrayed and cheated by our MLA, Aishwarya.
Well, that's certainly right, and even the primary school was completely shut down. The rent which was given by the MCD to the Delhi Waqf Board, in an official reply by the MCD, when we investigated further, they clearly stated that for almost 5 to 7 years they gave rent, but ultimately when the Delhi Waqf Board decided that this particular school should completely be demolished and that should be converted into a shopping complex where 11 shops will be constructed, this raises many questions that where was this Aam Aadmi Party's education policy, where they clearly publicizes for, and they on the other side demolish the school and build the shopping complex. Certainly now what inside the court, the ACB has clearly stated that there have been complaints which have been there as far as this demolishing of school is concerned, and they have to investigate into this matter. Apart from it, one close associate and office bearer of the Aam Aadmi Party also now apprehended from Hyderabad, from Telangana, and he will be also taken over here, could be confronted with Amanatullah Khan, and further details can emerge and more clarity can come as to how money and how money was transferred, whether there was some money laundering angle, as Baftosh was rightly mentioning that ACB can also write to Enforcement Directorate and also the income tax to further
and now hold your thoughts, viewers. Here's sting number 2. Sting number 2 nails the lies of Amanatullah Khan, because people are now clearly naming him in this sting. Listen to this account.
अच्छा किराया अंदर ही फतेहपुर की कितनी अच्छा वक्फ बोर्ड में जाता है, ये वक्फ बोर्ड की जगह है, तो सरकार ने सील करी थी। सील ये जो अभी मौजूदा चेयरमैन है अमानतुल्लाह खान, हाँ, इनके पीरियड में लगी थी। अच्छा उनकी पीरियड में भी लगी थी, फिर अमानतुल्लाह खान ने इसको दोबारा से खुलवाया है, दुकानों को नया बनवाया। पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल था ना यहाँ पे, वही तो बताते हैं।
This happened under Amanatullah's tenure. The rent goes to Waqf. Aishwarya, people are on record and all this is being cited by the ACB to seek 10 days of custody from court.
Well, in this sting number 2, one thing is to be noticed over here, that this particular individual is the shop owner of one of the shops that were allotted to him by Delhi Waqf Board, and he, in the candid conversation, clearly stating that Amanatullah Khan was the chairperson, and during his tenure the rebuilding of the shopping complex happened when this primary school was demolished. It was sealed, but later it on the orders and instructions of Amanatullah Khan, these shops were constructed. Now also when we had a word with the senior secondary Fatehpuri Muslim School, which runs on the 2nd and 3rd floor, and the warden of this school clearly admitted on the camera that it was Amanatullah Khan's decision to convert this school into a shopping complex, and there were several students who were studying, and when the school was shut, there was no option that was given to him. Of course, the MCD on the other side states that there was just 2 staff that was there in the primary school, and the students were given an offer to shift into nearby schools, but that particular school was shut, where since decades the school was running, and this clearly now is under the radar of the ACB as well, that whether the documentation happened or not, because Delhi Waqf Board did not took any permission from the MCD to convert this school, whether the lease documents were given, or whether the 35 to 40 lakhs security amount was transferred, in which way. So all of these angles will be also further investigated by the ACB.
That's at the root of all of this. Money trail, Baftosh, the Delhi-Dubai link that is now under the scanner.
Yes, Pranesh, in fact, that's the lead, or that's the line that will be probed by the ACB, and ACB is trying to establish the link between Imam Siddiqui and Amanatullah Khan. That's a line on which ACB is working, and they were trying to seek his custody. However, counsel of Amanatullah Khan has said that ACB is trying to establish that line, and on what grounds they are trying to seek his custody. But ACB over a period of time and their investigation has said that the very fact that Imam Siddiqui is an office bearer and is president of 100S ward somehow establishes that link. And they have also said that there are several photographs of Imam Siddiqui with Amanatullah Khan. So there is somehow there is a relationship between two. But even AAP has denied any kind of association with Imam Siddiqui. BJP on its part have completely denied any link with Imam Siddiqui. But the pictures speak of themselves, and that's what the BJP is trying to say. Imam Siddiqui, remember, has been on run for past 4 days. He was on run, it's on record, and he has now been detained and apprehended there. The police is trying to bring him on a transit remand and then seek his custody. So the case is now becoming much bigger than one expected it to be. On Friday, when he was called in for questioning at ACB, then it was just a case of Waqf board irregularities, then it became a case of seizures of weapon and cash, and then diary entries. But having said that, diary entries in itself does not mean much unless it leads to any kind of seizure. Seizure have happened, cash has been seized.
And Bhatosh, here's the latest argument from the court. A quick update before I come back to you. Khan's counsel now is arguing, he's saying, how are they linking Benami Properties Dubai transaction with Amanatullah Khan? What is the link between Laddan and Khan? How is it related to the Waqf board? Bhatosh.
Yes, Pranesh, that's what we were telling our viewers, that what is the link between Imam Siddiqui, Benami Properties and the Dubai link with Amanatullah Khan. That's the ground that his counsel has taken, and that's the very ground on which ACB is now trying to seek his custody. They're saying that there are photographs of Amanatullah Khan with Imam Siddiqui, and there are entries in Imam Siddiqui's diary running into 50-55 lakhs and even in crores. So that's the ground on which they want to seek his custody. They think that there is some kind of cash transaction or even money transaction between Imam Siddiqui and Amanatullah Khan. Having said that, we again want to tell our viewers that cash diary entries in itself does not mean much, because Supreme Court have always thrown these cases and have always told investigating agencies that these cases does not mean much unless it leads to any kind of corroborative evidence. So the hearing in this case is still going on. One of the accused in this case, Hamid Ali, has managed to get bail, and it has been told already to the court that Hamid Ali, one of the accused in this case, from whose residence 12 lakh rupees and weapon has been seized, is out on bail. But he was arrested by the Delhi Police's Southeast unit and not by the ACB. So several developments are taking place. Imam Siddiqui was arrested. He will be brought in here on transit remand, but he is wanted both by the Southeast District Police as well as by the ACB.
Aam Aadmi Party office bearer, closet of Amanatullah Khan, arrested from Telangana. There is a Dubai angle that the ACB has spoken about in court. The ACB is seeking 10 days of custody. We are tracking this story. The channel that broke the school rap story is leading the coverage on it. Bhatosh, Aishwarya, thanks for your inputs. A short break, viewers. We return to this.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
welcome. You're watching Times Now and I'm Meghna Rekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. First up, let's get you the top developments which are coming in the massive row over Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah. In fact, first development is that the ACB has cited the Times Now probe that we have done regarding the Delhi Waqf land grab. The ACB has cited that the school has been grabbed and it was demolished to make way for commercial shops. In addition to that, another development which is coming in is how Times Now's expose is now echoing in the court as well, where it is being cited by the ACB. They have said that the school was bulldozed and shops have been built. Remember, here on Times Now, we got you ground reports of how there used to be a school, but now that has been raised to make way for commercial shops. Those on your screens, you can see the visuals of Times Now's extensive reportage. The ACB is seeking 10-day custody of the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan. However, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party continues to try and shield him. Amanatullah Khan, on his part, has said Benami assets are not linked to him at all. The allegations which have been made, however, are very, very serious in nature. Let me go across to Aishwarya, who's joining us. Aishwarya, you yourself have looked at this area where there used to be a school. Now it's been raised to make commercial properties. As we all know, Waqf land is not, as per the Act, not allowed to be made profit out of or be lent out and put on rent for commercial uses. This Times Now's expose is now resonating in the courts as well. Tell us, what's the truth on ground?
Well, Delhi Municipal Corporation Act 1957 and Section 223 clearly states that no one without the permission of MCD can rebuild or reconstruct any property which is there on the land of the MCD, or whether it be it the Delhi Waqf Board. Now, this particular land comes under the Delhi Waqf Board, where primary Fatehpuri school used to run, and in this particular place, just 5 to 6 months back, this school was bulldozed and it was reconstructed into a shopping complex where 11 shops were constructed, and to which for each shop 35 to 40 lakh rupees of security amount was given to the Delhi Waqf Board, and 15 to 20,000 rupees as rent is recovered from it, which directly goes to Delhi Waqf Board. Now, the allegation also are that it was allotted to the close aides of Amanatullah Khan, and therefore the reason perhaps ACB in the court today clearly stated that they want 10-day further custody, because there have been complaints on the shops being constructed on the school land at Fatehpuri Masjid, where we reported first, and they wanted to investigate further into the matter. On the other side, what the ACB has clearly stated in the court is that there have been a money trail which amounts to crores, and there have been apprehension of one of the Aam Aadmi Party office bearer from Hyderabad, and they need to confront him in front of Amanatullah Khan, so that direct link can emerge and more clarity can come out from the entire case, because there have been several transactions which were made from Delhi to Dubai, and this particular individual had also remember many photographs with Amanatullah Khan as well, and therefore it directly links that how Amanatullah Khan knows Ludden, who is the Aam Aadmi Party official bearer, who was on run since last 4 days. Now, what the Amanatullah Khan's counsel has stated in the court as he comments the arguments that how there have been a link between linking of Benami properties and Dubai transactions with Amanatullah Khan. He also when Khan's counsel shows judge a video of Ludden saying that he is not connected to Khan, it has been alleged that Amanatullah Khan met Ludden on iftar, and political leaders meet a lot of people on iftar, and that doesn't make them their fund managers. But certainly there have been photographs, there have been videos which have been viral of Ludden and Amanatullah Khan on social media, that there was link, and therefore the reason perhaps this needs to be investigated. So certainly Times Now investigation is echoing in the court where Amanatullah Khan is present. The ACB wants further custody to just not investigate into the funding and money trail in in the irregularities where when he was there as the chairman of Waqf Board, but also the land grab of the primary school which converted into a shopping complex. So many angles into it. Also the arms which were recovered from the closets of Amanatullah Khan, that also needs to be investigated. We've been also told from our sources is that the ACB could also write to the Enforcement Directorate or the Income Tax to further seek investigation into the entire matter, because this just not amounts to the irregularities, but also the money trail angle is also involved.
Well, thank you so much, Aishwarya, as well as the entire Times Now team who have uncovered the irregularities, who have uncovered this gross allegation where we have seen land grab, where there once used to be a school, has now been bulldozed and razed to make way for commercial properties in direct violation of the Waqf Act. However, this entire issue is now in the court. Times Now's expose has been cited to demand 10-day custody by the ACB of Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan. He's also, remember, a member of the Delhi Waqf Board. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for bringing that big story to life. This is going to be one of our top focus stories here on Times Now. But more breaking news which is coming in regarding Congress's leadership. Remember, the presidential polls are around the corner and Ashok Gehlot is currently meeting Sonia Gandhi at the Congress headquarters. Well, remember, there are many within the Congress insiders who've come out and said for anyone to stand in the elections to contest for the presidential polls of the Congress party, they will have to take the blessings and even the approval of Sonia Gandhi. Shashi Tharoor has already arrived at the AICC headquarters. He's spoken already to Sonia Gandhi. It is being told by our sources in the Congress that he has met with the approval of Sonia Gandhi. He's been allowed to contest polls, and now you have Ashok Gehlot meeting Sonia Gandhi. So is it going to be Ashok Gehlot versus Shashi Tharoor for the Congress presidentship? But remember, sources within the Congress are also telling up that there is perhaps a compromise formula which is being worked up, where Sonia Gandhi retains the chief whip within the Congress party. However, there are going to be several working presidents who will be working under her for the betterment of the party. Will one of the contestants be Ashok Gehlot? Remember, sources suggest that Ashok Gehlot has thrown his hat in the ring and his succession war has also begun. Meanwhile, in Rajasthan, remember, he's also the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. In case he decides to take up the presidentship after the elections, we'll have to wait and see what happens to the state of Rajasthan. Meanwhile, let's get you some of the reactions which are coming in of Karyakartas who have been speaking regarding the way forward for the Congress leadership.
मुख्यमंत्री जी खुद सीनियर लीडर हैं, वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष का फॉर्म भरेंगे नहीं भरेंगे, क्या होगा, ये सब बात अशोक गहलोत जी, सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, कांग्रेस आलाकमान आपस में बैठकर तय करेगा.
It is his decision, but the sentiments of the Congress leaders has been conveyed to the AICC. The final call will be taken by the leadership. 24th is when the nominations of the Congress presidents start, up till 30th. We'll have to wait and see who files for those nominations and what the electors decide. It is the only party, Congress, which has elections like this. We'll have to wait for 2 or 3 days to see how things develop. Like Mr. Jairam Ramesh has said, anybody who is keen to fight elections can file nomination. It's a very open and transparent process. So let's wait for a few days to see who all actually filed the nominations. We talked about many things, but I think this Bharat Jodo Yatra is historic. It has a tremendous response in not just Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but the entire country. People are anxiously waiting for this Yatra.
So let me go across to Samia, who's joining us with more details on this. Samia, it's very interesting to see how it's supposed to be a democratic election to select Congress's chief whip, to select Congress's president. However, none of it, as per sources, would happen without the approval, a pre-approval by Sonia Gandhi. Is that what Ashok Gehlot's meeting her about?
Well, I'm right now outside 10 Janpath, where Ashok Gehlot, the Rajasthan Chief Minister, is in a meeting with the Congress President Sonia Gandhi, and along with them is the General Secretary Organization, K.C. Venugopal. But it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out of this particular meeting, because Sachin Pilot was there in Kerala meeting Rahul Gandhi, while Ashok Gehlot decided to descend here in Delhi for a meeting with Sonia Gandhi. Now, he has made his intentions very clear, that if Rahul Gandhi does not agree, the process of trying to convince him through the route of resolutions is still underway. But in the event that Rahul Gandhi does not agree to file nominations for the post of the Congress president, then Ashok Gehlot will throw in his hat. And he maintains that there is no such rule whereby which elected representatives cannot hold two simultaneous posts. Over here, he is indicating that he wants to hold on to the position of the Rajasthan Chief Minister because he is an elected Chief Minister, and the other position will be that of the Congress President because that itself is an electoral process open to anybody. The one post, one person, declaration that was made in the Chintan Shivir in Udaipur was only meant for the nominated position, and that does not apply over here. So Ashok Gehlot is going to be given a free hand if he decides to file nomination and thereby even win. But what is interesting is that during the day we also saw Shashi Tharoor coming to the Congress headquarters and meeting the CEA, which is the Ministry Central Election Authority, and he went through the list of the delegates because he too has made his intention clear to none less than Sonia Gandhi directly that he intends to contest elections. So it's going to be a non-Gandhian contest, a contest that the Congress party is going to witness after 2 decades between Shashi Tharoor and Ashok Gehlot. These are the two names that they can go ahead with so far, but the official nominations are going to start from 24th September, and there is no stopping a third candidate who could also come forward. So we have to wait and see how this entire thing pans out. But interestingly, the Gandhis have decided that the concerted effort on the part of the Gandhi to stay away from this entire procedure.
So we will just come back to you, Samia, and discuss more about the role of the Gandhis in the so-called democratic elections. However, listen into what Madhusudan Mistry has to say. He is, of course, the General Secretary of the AICC.
नड्डा जी का चुनाव किस तरह हुआ वो तो बताएं वो लोग हमारे पे कमेंट करने से पहले किसने सिलेक्ट किया कौन से उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव थे कौन सी पब्लिकली उन्होंने और ट्रांसपेरेंसी और फेयरनेस उनके इलेक्शन में थी ये कहे ना बीजेपी इस देश के लोगों को कि किस तरह बीजेपी के अंदर अपॉइंटमेंट होती है प्रेसिडेंट की और उनकी और कौन किसके साये में काम कर रहा है जहां तक हमारा सवाल है यस इलेक्शन पूरी प्रोसेस है वो जिस तरह जनरल इलेक्शन होते हैं उसी प्रोसेस के अंदर होगा स्टेट के अंदर होगा है तो हर एक स्टेट में जो आइडेंटिटी कार्ड दिए गए हों वो लोग उसके अंदर वोटिंग करेंगे उसमें सब कुछ होगा और पब्लिकली होगा.
So let me go back across to Samia. Samia, already the BJP is saying what kind of elections, what kind of democracy is it if you need the pre-approval of the parivars? On the face of it, Rahul Gandhi doesn't want to contest, Sonia Gandhi doesn't want to continue leading the party, but they still will hold no post but yield all the power. Well, Meghna, it's a case of damned if they do, damned if they don't. But the Gandhis have decided to stay away, to steer clear of this entire procedure because Rahul Gandhi is there at the Bharat Jodo Yatra and Sonia Gandhi has time and again made her intention very clear that she has got no such intentions to go ahead and file nominations for the post of the Congress president so far. And Priyanka Gandhi has decided to stay away as well. And therefore, it's been down to Ashok Gehlot and Shashi Tharoor so far. We have to wait and see if Rahul Gandhi at all gets convinced because the window to file nominations is between 24th September to 30th September, and we are expecting Ashok Gehlot to file his nomination sometime around 26th of this month. He is going to go ahead and meet Rahul Gandhi also in Kochi tomorrow, and interestingly, Sachin Pilot will also be present over there in Kerala when Ashok Gehlot is going to go and meet Rahul Gandhi. So more than who is going to be the Congress president, it's going to be very interesting to see who is going to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan if at all Ashok Gehlot decides to cede that position to any other leader, because he has decided that he wants to hold on to both such positions if he decides to get into the fray for the electoral process. Will these polls bring in a reform in the party as well as the Parivar? We'll have to wait and see. Thank you so much for joining us with all the details, Samia. With that, a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're returning in 2 minutes.
من از سابق ما در تهران هستیم مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
There is some big breaking news which is coming in from Lucknow. Gangster turned politician of the BSP, Mukhtar Ansari, has been sentenced to 7 years in prison as well as fined 37,000 rupees. This is a case which dates back to 2003. Now it has come back to haunt him. He had then allegedly threatened a jailer with a revolver, for which he now not only gets a conviction, he also has been sentenced to a 7-year jail term. This case was lodged after the jailer of Lucknow jail, S.K. Awasthi, had filed a complaint at the Alambagh police station alleging Mukhtar Ansari had threatened him with a revolver when he tried to check people visiting him in jail. Now, the trial court had given a clean chit to Mukhtar Ansari, but after the Yogi government had appealed against the trial court's order, the High Court single judge bench now has finally convicted Mukhtar Ansari and has also fined him and given him a 7-year jail term. Now remember, Mukhtar Ansari has been one of the biggest players of Uttar Pradesh polls. He's a 5-time MLA as well, contesting on BSP tickets. Let me go across to Amir Haq, who's joining us. Amir, very interesting, because it is upon the appeal of the Yogi government that finally today the gangster turned politician has been convicted in this case.
Well, that's right. There are dozens of cases that have gone on against Mukhtar Ansari. But over the last several decades, the kind of clout that he wields within various governments, that perhaps helped him get off the hook of the law. And in this case as well, the trial court, MP-MLA court, had given him a clean chit in the year 2020. And it was only because of the kind of prosecution that was mounted by the Yogi government and the appeal it did in the High Court that finally Mukhtar Ansari stands convicted. He's been awarded 7-year jail term and also rupees 37,000 as a fine for committing the offence.
Right. Keep tracking the developments on that front. We'll keep coming back to you, Amir. Of course, we expect a massive political slugfest as well over it. With that, however, a short break. Don't go anywhere.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
round. I'm Advas Gopalakrishnan. First up, a quick look at the top 50 stories. Yogi Sarkar takes note of Times Now expose and orders survey on Waqf properties. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi slammed the UP government and questioned why only Waqf board properties were being surveyed. He further accused the Chief Minister of selective targeting. MIM slams BJP over Waqf survey, calls it a big NRC, alleges targeted attack on Muslims. MCD takes cognizance of Times Now investigation into illegal demolition of schools, orders probe into construction of shopping plaza on Waqf school land. AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan produced before the court. ACB cites Times Now investigation during the hearing. ACB seeks 10-day custody of AAP MLA. ACB says in court that Khan would be confronted with Ladan. AAP office bearer Imran Kausar Siddiqui, alias Ladan, detained in Telangana. Ladan allegedly ran a racket of buying and selling properties from Bihar to Delhi, Telangana, Uttarakhand and Gujarat. BJP slammed AAP for turning forest land into Kabristan after AAP Neta Somnath Bharti allegedly turned a DDA green belt into a graveyard. Police probe is currently underway. Unlawful assembly case slapped on Hindu devotees in Tamil Nadu's Chennai for holding a meeting inside Kapaleshwar temple. BJP calls it an attack on Hindus. Even as 11 states pass a resolution calling on Rahul to take over Congress presidency, Rajasthan Congress Mantri confirms Sonia Gandhi's nod is needed to contest polls. Astonishing scenes as hundreds of brave women joined the fight against hijab in Iran as fresh videos show protests after the death of Mahsa Amini. Reacting to the anti-hijab revolt in Iran, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi says Indian girls must be prioritized and their fundamental right to wear the hijab must be given to them. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi along with party leaders resumed the Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kochi as the march entered its 14th day. Gandhi started his day by paying tributes to spiritual leader Sri Narayana Guru. Veer Savarkar's pictures spotted on a Congress campaign board along with pictures of freedom fighters. BJP says it's good realization for Rahul Gandhi. BJP's national spokesperson Tom Varakan trained his guns at the Bharat Jodo Yatra and said the march by Congress should be renamed Corruption Jodo Yatra. Pay CM posters featuring Chief Minister of Karnataka Basavaraj Bommai were pasted on the walls across Bengaluru by Congress. The QR code will take people to 40% Commission government website recently launched by Congress to file complaints against the Chief Minister. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sharma met his Mizoram counterpart Zoramthanga at Assam House in Delhi today to resolve the long-standing border issues. Special PMLA court to start hearing a bail plea of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut from September 27. The court is likely to complete hearing on the co-accused Praveen Raut's bail plea by September 23rd. In one of the biggest drug seizures, a container with 350 kilograms of heroin was seized from the Nhava Sheva port in Mumbai. The value of the heroin is seized and is estimated to be over 1,700 crore rupees. Comedy king Raju Srivastava breathes his last after prolonged hospitalization following a cardiac arrest. Funeral is to be held tomorrow. Several prominent personalities took to Twitter and paid tribute to comedian Raju Srivastava, who breathed his last today. Congress leader KK Mishra has been accused of making objectionable remarks against Brahmin society. In fact, the BJP has demanded immediate removal of KK Mishra from the Congress. Barricades have been placed on the Sumanahalli flyover in Bengaluru after a patch of elevated road caved in for the second time since 2019. Students of Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar have staged a protest on the college campus after a first-year student allegedly died by suicide. Times to access the suicide note, which is named a professor. Punjab police takes cognizance of the suicide case in the Lovely Professional University case. Suicide note has been recovered and the probe is currently underway. A minor was gang raped in Moradabad. She was stripped and forced to walk back home naked after the crime. Later, the police filed a case and nabbed one of the accused. People from the Kurmi society continue to their Rail Roko protest in Purulia over their demand for ST status. The stir has affected train services in several parts of Jharkhand, Odisha and West Bengal. Several people performed a havan outside the district collectorate office in Jodhpur. Protesters submitted a memorandum to register their protest against the lumpy skin disease that has affected cattle in the state of Rajasthan. Mumbai's BMC has imposed a fine of 3.66 lakhs on Lal Bagh Sarvajanik Ganeshotsav Mandal for creating 183 potholes during the course of Ganeshotsav this year. Per the pothole, the BMC has charged a fine of 2,000 rupees. The LOP in the West Bengal Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari, along with other party MLAs, has protested outside the State Assembly against the state government after a 5-year-old boy was found dead in Birbhum. Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police is interrogating Jacqueline's designer Lipakshi in connection with an investigation related to an extortion case linked to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Padma Shri Acharya Ramayana Shukla, a great scholar of Sanskrit, passed away at the age of 90. He was unwell for the past 1 week. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has expressed gratitude towards West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for abstaining from the vice presidential polls and helping him to win. Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot in lighter vein questioned Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar about the magic spell he cast on Mamata Banerjee that made her abstain from voting in the vice presidential polls. 3 persons, including a father-son duo, suffocated in a fire accident in Andhra Pradesh's Chittoor district. The fire broke out in a 2-story house in Rangachari Street in Chittoor. Civic apathy almost killed a man. 33-year-old Vasudevan fell into an open pit while trying to move his bike in Chennai's Adambakkam. The pit was dug up for a new storm water drain but was left uncovered. EDC extends the 50% curtail summer flight schedule and enhanced surveillance of SpiceJet till the 29th of October. It has noted, however, a reduction in safety incidents. A 15-member squad for the Women's Asia Cup T20 tournament has been announced. Harmanpreet Kaur will lead the side with Smriti Mandhana as the deputy. India's highest-ranked table tennis player, Satyan Gyanashekaran, feels that India is enjoying a golden era in table tennis and believes that things will only get better from here. The Manali-Leh highway was closed for normal traffic after fresh snow at the Barlacha Pass in Lahore and Spiti. India has reported more than 4,000 fresh COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours. The new cases have pushed the active caseload to 46,216. Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Harikumar has asserted that the Indian Navy will be completely self-reliant by 2047. He's also added that there was much to learn from the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which witnessed the use of new technologies. After communal riots in Leicester, Hindus have been attacked in Birmingham. An Islamist mob circled a Hindu temple amidst chants of Allahu Akbar. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who's on a 10-day visit to the United States, has interacted with 3 presidents and 4 foreign ministers on the second day of the 77th session of the UNGA in New York. Naval Chief Admiral R. Harikumar said that China is still a formidable challenge at the border and evolving terrorism is a major security threat for the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hailed the UNGA for his stand on the Russia-Ukraine war. The Prime Minister has told Russian President Putin that today's era isn't one of war. As the war between Ukraine and Russia reaches the 7th month, Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a partial mobilization in the country, with Moscow losing ground on the battlefield. At least 8 people were injured after an explosion ripped through a presidential building in Chicago. A policeman was killed and 4 others injured when their pickup truck was struck by a roadside bomb in Thailand's southern province of Patani. Nepal President Bidya Devi Bhandari denied authenticating the citizenship bill despite the constitutionally bound provision to ratify it within 15 days deadline after being approved by both houses of parliament. About 230 whales were hauled up on the beach of Tasmania's west coast. Rescue operations are currently underway. And it's a mega Times Now impact after your channel exposed how Waqf boards across India are illegally encroaching upon land from Tamil Nadu to Delhi. The Yogi Sarkar has swung into action. The Chief Minister has ordered a thorough survey of all Waqf properties to detect any illegal encroachments. However, the opposition has slammed what it calls a targeted attack and persecution of Muslims. The opposition also has slammed this particular attack, saying that it is nothing but persecution. Listen in to the reactions coming in.
बाबरी मस्जिद हो, ज्ञानवापी हो, जो बड़े बड़े ज्ञानी लोग बोल रहे थे गिव एंड टेक कर लो। अब आप क्लैरिफाई करो, इस पर क्या बोलेंगे आप? सुनिए, नहीं, अरे बाबरी मस्जिद के वक्त भी ऐसे बहुत बड़े दानिश्वर लोग थे, आज भी हैं। ज्ञानवापी के वक्त भी अब बोल रहे हैं गिव एंड टेक कर लो। अबे क्या गिव एंड टेक करेंगे बताइए आप? एक प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ रजिस्टर हो चुकी है, और अगर नहीं भी है तो वक्फ बाय यूजर है। टेंशन ये है वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीन लेना, और अगर कोई वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज पर कोई एंक्रोच करा है, कोई काबिज है, तो भाई सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, शिया वक्फ बोर्ड क्या कर रहा है, सरकार उनकी मदद क्यों नहीं कर रही है?
जो पहले चेयरमैन था वसीम रिजवी शिया वक्फ बोर्ड का, जिसकी सीबीआई जांच हुई, जिसके खिलाफ करप्शन के बड़े बड़े आरोप, उसको तो आपने करप्शन में जेल नहीं भेजा। और दूसरी बात कि अभी तक तो आप ये कहा जा रहा था छोटी एनआरसी, लेकिन अब आप तैयारी में है बड़ी एनआरसी की। सच्चाई यह है कि आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ मुसलमानों को परेशान कर रहे हैं, एक तरफा कार्रवाई। मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से पूछ रहा हूं कि बहुत बड़े बड़े धर्मशालाओं के ट्रस्ट हैं, मंदिरों के ट्रस्ट हैं, इनकी जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही है?
हम सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए, और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
And the BJP is hit back at the doubter lobby and asked what they are scared of.
जितने भी मदरसे के संचालक हैं और जो बड़े बड़े धर्मगुरु हैं, सबने इसको सराहना की है कि इसको होने से हम लोग रेगुलराइज होंगे और बच्चों को पढ़ाई करने के और अवसर मिलेंगे, सुविधाएं बढ़ेंगी, और सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी सरकार शुचिता के साथ सभी विभागों को रेगुलराइज कर रही है। यदि कहीं कोई किसी को दिक्कत है वो कहे, हम बिल्कुल निष्पक्ष न्याय कराएंगे, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
जो ओवैसी साहब हैं वो मजे हुए नेता हैं, मत सांप्रदायिक नेता हैं, और वो जानते हैं कि इससे जो तालीम मिलेगी और वक्त का जो अधिकार है वो कम होएगा, तो उसको वो रखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी राजनीति वहीं से होती है। और जो फायदा है मदरसा का सर्वे से और जो वक्त से जो राजस्व विभाग को जो फायदा है, उन दोनों को वो नुकसान देना चाहते हैं।
Let's go across to Amir. Amir, this is a massive war of words that has broken out as far as political reactions are concerned, but clearly this is an impact of what Times Now has exposed of misuse of certain provisions that are there in the Waqf Act.
Well, Madhav, what is interesting this time around is that there are lesser number of people from the Muslim community, whether it concerns their community leaders or people drawn from Muslim community belonging to different political parties, who might have objected to this move of the Yogi government. But it is quite clearly, politicians like Asduddin Owaisi who are, raking up this as a controversy and saying that this is an attempt of the Yogi government to take away all such land and property that has been allotted to the Waqf by way of the Waqf Act. While it is quite clear that the Yogi government's order is to do a survey of all such properties which have been registered under Waqf and are a part of the revenue record, and find out if actually they have been misappropriated or they are into some private hands or being misused by all such people. And this is common knowledge. Over the last several several decades there have been numerous instances when politicians and people belonging to the Waqf itself have been found to be misusing all such land or having actually sold them away to private individuals or to builders. So this is to streamline the entire working of the Waqf board and to bring all such properties that have been listed with the Waqf also on record, also in the revenue records of the state government. It is quite clear that over the last 15-20 years there has been a phenomenal increase in the cost or valuation of all such land that has been a part of Waqf. So it is quite clear that it is because of this reason that many such people who are unscrupulously trying to make use of all such land need to be brought to book.
There are multiple reactions coming in on this story. I'm requesting you to stay on with us. Let's quickly listen into those responses.
किसी पक्ष को देख के, किसी धर्म को देख के और किसी जात को देख के कार्रवाई ना हो। सभी चीजों का सर्वे होना चाहिए। कहीं गलत विद्यालय चल रहे हैं तो उसका भी सर्वे हो, कहीं गलत और जमीनों पे कब्जा हुआ है तो उसका भी सर्वे हो और सबके खिलाफ समान रूप से कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार बेरोजगारी पे नहीं बोल रही, महंगाई पे नहीं बोल रही विधानसभा में। अब कभी मदरसा, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड। मेरा सिर्फ इतना कहना है, भ्रष्टाचार कहीं भी हो, आतंक कहीं भी हो, किसी संस्था में हो, किसी विद्यालय में हो, किसी कॉलेज में हो, किसी मदरसे में हो, उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई भारत के कानून के हिसाब से हो। पर यह नहीं होना चाहिए कि अगर वहां पर सिर्फ मदरसे इसलिए किए जाएं कि वो मदरसे हैं, वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी इसलिए की जाए कि सिर्फ वो वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी है, बल्कि जहां भ्रष्टाचार हो वहां होना चाहिए।
क्या लगता है कि इस तरह के जब सर्वे पे सवाल होते हैं तो उन लोगों के दिमाग और उन लोगों की मानसिकता भी सवाल की घेरे में आ जाती है। अरे भाई, हर वक्फ बोर्ड सर्वे कमीशन होता है, सर्वे कमिश्नर होता है और वो सर्वे कमिश्नर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज तो सर्वे कमिश्नर की जिम्मेदारी होती है, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो होता नहीं था। अगर उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार या देश की कहीं भी किसी भी कोई राज्य सरकार ये काम करती है तो ये उसकी न केवल सामाजिक ड्यूटी है बल्कि संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी भी है। और इस तरह की जो बातें कर रहे हैं, डराने की बात, लोगों को गुमराह करने की बात, वो वक्फ माफियाओं के संरक्षण के लिए कर रहे हैं, आम लोगों के लिए नहीं।
देखिए, वक्फ की संपत्तियों के सर्वे के सिलसिले में जो ऑर्डर्स और जो बातें वाज़ेह तौर पर मंजर आम पर आ रही हैं, इससे हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। जाहिर है कि जब मदरसे का सर्वे हो सकता है तो वक्फ की संपत्तियों का भी सर्वे होना चाहिए। हमने ये देखा है कि वक्फ की संपत्तियों पर बड़ी तादाद में सरकारी इमारतें बनी हैं, सरकारी दफातर कायम हैं, तो सरकार अगर इस तरफ तवज्जो करे और वक्फ की संपत्तियों पर जो सरकारी इमारतें हैं, सरकारी दफ्तर हैं, कम से कम मार्केट रेट का जो भी सर्कल रेट और मार्केट रेट में जो भी उसका किराया आता है, अगर वो वक्फ बोर्ड को जमा कर दिया जाए तो यकीनी तौर पर इससे मुसलमानों का बहुत बड़ा फायदा होने वाला है।
वक्फ डिलीट किए जा रहे हैं, औकाफ की जमीनों को पर्सनल लोगों को दिया जा रहा है, जाती लोगों को, और लोग पूरी तरीके से इसके अंदर जो है हस्तक्षेप करके और वक्फ की ज़मीनों को अपने पर्सनल नाम से लेके उसके ऊपर जबरन कब्जा कर रहे हैं, उसको बेच रहे हैं और उसकी प्लाटिंग कर रहे हैं। इसी संबंध में बहुत से कब्रिस्तान हैं जो अब कब्रिस्तान की जगह के ऊपर बड़ी बड़ी इमारतें बनी हुई हैं, जो पहले कभी वक्फ में दर्ज कब्रिस्तान हुआ करते थे, अब वो लोगों की जाती प्रॉपर्टी रह गई है। लिहाजा बेशक इसके ऊपर सर्वे होना चाहिए, हम इसमें सरकार की पूरी मदद करेंगे और चाहे कोई जितना भी बड़ा पावरफुल क्यों ना हो, अगर से उसने औकाफ को नुकसान पहुंचाया है तो उसके बाद सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
Just looking into a quick break for now. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
The Waqf takeover sends ripples. Unlimited powers exposed by Times Now.
In my hand is a UPA era secret note which gifted away Delhi on a platter to the Waqf.
Hindu villagers pleaded for help in Tamil Nadu.
ஆமா, ரொம்ப மனசு கஷ்டமாயிருச்சு. ஏன்னா நாங்க டாக்குமெண்ட் எல்லாமே இருக்குதுங்க சார், எங்ககிட்ட நிறைய இருக்கு.
School students cheated and betrayed in Delhi.
primary school in Fatehpuri that came under the Waqf was demolished on Waqf board orders to make way for 11 shops.
Even a martyr's bark not spared by Waqf.
Illegal mosques and mazars were built inside the premises of the park that had been dedicated to the freedom fighter.
Relentless reportage and investigation. Open appeasement mock Samvidhan. Yogi government take note. Orders survey.
Uttar Pradesh Sarkar took note of the expose. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has issued an order directing the district administrations to survey the Waqf properties as well.
End Waqf special status. Join the Times Now campaign.
back. It's now time for Times Now's exclusive campaign against the nationwide land grab allegations against the Waqf Board. Today's story is about acres of public and government properties takeover in Jammu without the government being aware about it. Times Now's Pradeep Datta reports on how alleged fraud was enacted, which is said to be worth under 500 crore rupees.
A prime land in Poonch was literally gifted away to the Waqf on a platter in the mid-1980s. Under the watch of former J&K Chief Minister G.M. Shah, over 29 acres of government land worth at least 468 crore rupees was transferred in the name of Waqf Islamia.
जहाँ तक मैं पूंछ गया हूँ, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द लैंड इज अ वकफ एंड द प्रॉपर जो परेड के आगे पीछे आप देखते हैं और ग्रेवयार्ड डुंगस के नीचे आगे पीछे देखते हैं, एयरफील्ड के आगे पीछे देखते हैं, वो सब वकफ लैंड है। अब कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ 85 में, वो तो आपको पीछे जाना पड़ेगा, लेकिन एज ऑन डेट दिस प्रॉपर्टी ऑल बिलोंग्स टू वकफ।
The government land that Waqf is laying claim to includes 22 acres at the airfield ground in Poonch, priced at 360 crore rupees. The massive parade ground worth at least 47 crore rupees. The grounds of the government degree college, the site where the girls' middle school is built, even the compound that houses the Deputy Commissioner's office and residence. These are among the 11 sites in Poonch where land was transferred to benefit one religious group.
तो 1985 का जब नोटिफिकेशन हमने देखा तो उसमें तो शहर की जितनी प्राइम लैंड थी, जैसे एयरफील्ड की लगभग 200 कनाल रकबा है, वो भी औकाफ इस्लामिया के नाम। उसके अलावा आप ये कॉलेज ग्राउंड, ये औकाफ इस्लामिया के नाम। उसके अलावा आप डीसी ऑफिस के साथ एडजॉइनिंग लैंड औकाफ इस्लामिया के साथ, टीटी स्कूल औकाफ इस्लामिया के साथ। जब इस विषय के बारे में हमें पता चला तो हमने डीसी के नोटिस में लाया कि जनाब आपका ऑफिस भी चला गया है।
The list of properties that Waqf is claiming are marked across Poonch. It includes the government media complex, the premises of the old police station, which have been converted into government quarters, are claimed by the Waqf. So is this area adjoining the Eidgah on the PWD road.
People of Poonch contacted with me. We filed a case in J&K High Court. I am their advocate. We started investigating the case and we found out that in August 1985, in a very secret manner, clandestinely, a government order had been issued through which nearly half of the Poonch city had been handed over to the Waqf department.
In 2012, the fraud was first called out by the Deputy Commissioner of Poonch. He flagged off his concerns in writing to the Jammu Divisional Commissioner. The higher authorities had been sounded, but the lands transferred to Waqf in 1985 had been wrongly notified.
चाहे वो तहसीलदार साहब हों, चाहे वो पटवारी साहब हों, उन सब के ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। चाहे वहाँ के यहाँ को सियासी हो नुमाइंदा किए न हो, यहाँ के वक्त बोर्ड को जो फायदा पहुँचाने उसने काम किए, उसके खिलाफ ही जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
The real shocker came in 2017 when the Waqf Islamia went on to make claims on lands it had never possessed. Citing the J&K Waqf Act, the Waqf sent eviction notices for property under government control, or alternately, it sought rent.
इसमें देखा गया है कि जो डीसी ने एक चिट्ठी लिखी थी 2012 की लेटर में इट इज कैटेगोरिकली स्टेट दैट दिस इज बेसिकली अ स्टेट लैंड। तो आपको लगता नहीं है कि वहां उस समय पे कहीं टैंपरिंग हुई है कि लैंड ऑलमोस्ट हैज बीन ग्रैब्ड और ये एलओसी है, वेरी सेंसिटिव एरिया है, तो इस पे ऐसा होना?
2000% you are right, it is all tampering, but this all land belongs to Waqf.
Here again, what the Waqf has to say.
2000% you are right, it is all tampering, but this all land belongs to Waqf. 2000% you are right, it is all tampering, but this all land belongs to Waqf.
It's strange, despite knowing that records were tampered, the Waqf is making hollow claims. A desperate bid to legitimize a land grab sanctioned by Chief Minister Ghulam Mohammad Shah in 1985. With Pradeep Datta in Jammu, Times Now.
An exclusive ground report coming in from Pradeep Datta in Jammu. Stand by for more news and updates. We're slipping into a quick break for now. More news and updates coming up with Siddharth Talya.
چهارشنبه بخیر. سلام مسیح، اینجا اصفهانه. چهارشنبه کرمانشاه، اینجا رامسره. من از ساوه. ما در تهران هستیم، مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
I'm Siddharth Talia. Now, the Anti-Corruption Bureau in Delhi is seeking further custody of AAP MLA and Delhi Waqf Board Chairman Amanatullah Khan in the case of alleged irregularities in the recruitment to the board, among other transactions under scrutiny. The ACB has sought 10 days of Amanatullah Khan's custody, saying that he needs to be confronted with AAP office bearer Imam Siddiqui, who's been detained from the state of Telangana following raids conducted there. Remember, it is from Siddiqui's home that the ACB managed to seize rupees 12 lakhs in cash, illegal weapon and 2 diaries carrying cash entries in the name of various individuals, including that of Amanatullah Khan. The ACB has told the court that the suspected Hawala transactions from Dubai are also being probed by the agency. The probe team has also cited the Times Now expose in court, saying that the complaint has been received that a school under the Waqf was turned into a shopping plaza without the requisite approvals on the part of the MCD. Let me in fact go across to Aishwarya as well, who's been monitoring the developments at the Rouse Avenue court very closely, and the arguments being made from both sides. A 10-day custody that's being sought by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Aishwarya, because they've not really had enough time to interrogate Amanatullah Khan, who was also admitted to hospital for a period of 2 days, and they also want him to be confronted with other witnesses who've been raided in this matter as well.
Well, that's right. In fact, just in few minutes now the order will be out, as ACB has sought custody of 10 days of Amanatullah Khan, who was under the 4-day police custody. Now, there have been many developments that have taken place as far as the court hearing of Amanatullah Khan is concerned. and also the arrest of AAP office bearer Imam Siddiqui alias Laddan, who was apprehended from Telangana. Now, what the ACB has been saying that in the raids conducted by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, they have found cash and also pistols. There have been cases which have been registered against the AAP officer, the AAP office bearer, and this needs to be investigated, and they both need to be confronted. Remember, in the last 4 days of police custody of Amanatullah Khan, he was admitted to AIMS for 2 days, and therefore on those grounds as well the ACB has said that enough interrogation was not done in the past 4 days, and therefore more custody have to be sought. Remember, Times Now's investigation clearly had also exposed that how a Delhi Waqf Board land in which a primary school used to run at Fatehpuri Masjid was converted into a shopping complex with 11 shops into it, where Amanatullah Khan was the chairman, and ACB in the court also echoed the Times Now investigation that clearly has stated that this needs to be also investigated, because there was no permission that was sought from the MCD or the EDA for converting this primary school into a shopping complex when Amanatullah Khan was the Waqf Board chairman. Remember, in our investigation it was clearly found out, we clearly found out that the shops which were allotted were to the close aides of Amanatullah Khan, and 35 to 40 lakh rupees were given as a security amount. Now all of this is also under the investigation as far as Amanatullah Khan is concerned, and therefore the reason perhaps ACB has sought 10 days of custody. I would tell my camera person to also just quickly pan and show that how Amanatullah Khan's the supporters have gathered outside the Delhi's Rouse Avenue court, as they have been also waiting for this order as far as the hearing is concerned, and within few minutes now we've been told that the order will come out from the Rouse Avenue court. Remember, the Amanatullah Khan's counsel also have showed certain videos of Laddan with Amanatullah Khan, to which they have stated that it was in iftar party and any politician can meet, but there are several other photographs and videos that have gone viral on social media, in which it has been clearly established that there have been links. The money trail in the 2 diaries of Amanatullah Khan's close aide, which was recovered in the raids, clearly stated transactions amounting to crores, and also money trail which leads to just not in the country, but also there have been transactions which were made in Dubai. Now all of these have to be investigated thoroughly, and therefore the reason perhaps now ACB has sought more 10 days of police custody of Amanatullah Khan, so that further investigation can take place in different matters pertaining to the investigation.
And Aishwarya, what's also interesting is the arguments that have been put forward by the counsel for Amanatullah Khan, who has actually dismissed the transactions and any links relating Amanatullah Khan with the funding allegedly received from Dubai, and also claiming that since the Saket court has also decided to provide bail to one of his alleged associates who was apprehended, Hamid Ali, the same should now apply to Amanatullah Khan. The same principle should be invoked by the Rouse Avenue court as well.
Well, that's right. Amanatullah Khan's counsel who commenced the argument first clearly stated in the court that how they are linking Benami properties to Amanatullah Khan, Dubai transactions with Amanatullah Khan, and also what is the link between Laddan and Khan, to which, remember, the video was shown to a judge of Amanatullah Khan and Laddan, who was on run for the last 4 days, and today he has been apprehended from the state of Telangana, and therefore the reason perhaps ACB counsel clearly stated that they both need to be confronted, because the diaries which have been gathered from
of course, we'll keep tracking the developments very closely. That order on the part of the court expected to be announced any time now. We'll stay on the line with us, because we'll also have to, of course, revisit the accounts of the shopkeepers who had exposed the deep rot. They claimed that Amanatullah Khan and his aides minted money, while the children who were studying in the Fatehpuri school were left to fend absolutely completely for themselves.
दिल्ली वक्फ पब्लिक स्कूल का बोर्ड लगा दिया।
मतलब ये जो उन्होंने जनता को बेवकूफ बनाने का लगाया पब्लिक स्कूल बोर्ड लाइन को बोर्ड लगा दिया।
कब की बात है?
2 साल के अंदर सारी बातें दुकान कभी बनी,
दुकानें अभी बनी और ये वक्फ बोर्ड की ही दुकानें हैं अभी। नहीं तो ऐसा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया कि 3 वो क्या नाम है 35 लाख रुपया तक किराया है उनका।
नहीं से बोली है
सिक्योरिटी है,
सिक्योरिटी का मालिक ही बन गया ये लोग।
और प्राइमरी स्कूल था पहले उनको तोड़कर फिर दुकान
भाई
गई
वहाँ सगा भाई यहाँ पड़ा है
और इसका सीधा पैसा दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड को जाता है अमानतुल्लाह खान। और ये जो दुकानें इनको दी गई हैं ये क्या इनके करीबी हैं या फिर
ये सब जो है
किस तरीके से दी गई है?
करीबी समझो। अंदर आए कि पूरा खाल चल रहा
इसका किराया अंदर ही फतेहपुर की किलो देती है। अच्छा वक्फ बोर्ड में जाता है,
ये वक्त बोर्ड की जगह है।
तो सरकार ने सील करी थी?
सील ये जो अभी मौजूदा चेयरमैन है
अमानतुल्लाह खान,
हाँ इनके पीरियड में लगी थी।
अच्छा उनकी पीरियड में भी लगी थी। फिर अमानतुल्लाह खान ने इसको दोबारा से खुलवाया है, दुकानों को नया बनवाया। पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल था ना यहाँ पे, वही तो बताते हैं।
बच्चे भी कुछ कम हो सकते हैं, ठीक है, तो आप ठीक है वो आया उसके बाद में मेरे घर में 1.5 साल 2 साल हो गए।
तो वो जो प्राइमरी स्कूल के बच्चे थे वो कहाँ चले गए? तो ये वक्फ बोर्ड का स्कूल है ना, दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड का, दिल्ली सरकार का स्कूल है ना,
गवर्नमेंट एडेड स्कूल है,
गवर्नमेंट एफिलिएटेड स्कूल है, लेकिन वक्फ बोर्ड का
My colleague Ziad also joins us on the broadcast from the Noida newsroom. Ziad, if you could just take our viewers through the different facets of the investigation being conducted by the ACB and the different transactions under scrutiny of the ACB while it applies for a prolonged custody of Amanatullah Khan.
Yes, Siddharth, as we know that Amanatullah Khan, AAP MLA and Delhi Waqf chairman is in the ACB net. I'll quickly walk you through the alleged illegalities that are being probed by the ACB, and we know that he was arrested for the irregularities in the Waqf board recruitment. That's what he's under scanner for. And then there was a diary that was recovered from Imam Siddiqui's residence in last week's raids, and in that diary Amanatullah Khan's name was mentioned, entries in his name was found. That is something that ACB is probing. Suspected Hawala transactions from Dubai are also under scanner. Number 4 times now exposed a school in Fatehpuri, in Delhi's Fatehpuri, that was raised to make way for shops, and that shops were built without any permission from the MCD. So that is something that the ACB has cited in the court while seeking 10 days of custody of Amanatullah Khan. And as we said, there was no MCD permission that was sought. So these are the things in a nutshell that are being looked into by ACB and was cited in the court today.
Right, many thanks for that, Ziad, and also Aishwarya for giving us updates on the proceedings in the court and the different facets to the investigation surrounding the alleged illegal transactions of Amanatullah Khan. That order from the court is expected any time now. But briefly turning our attention to another matter, and this involves the Congress party and Robert Vadra, the son-in-law of Sonia Gandhi, who's been on bail in a laundering case. He offered an unconditional apology to a Delhi court today after the court objected to his Dubai trip, which the probe agency had objected to and called completely unscheduled. The court had pulled up Mr. Vadra for his explanation that he stayed in Dubai for a medical emergency in August this year while travelling to the UK via the United Arab Emirates. The court had criticized Vadra for a violation of the terms and conditions of the permission that had been granted to him and asked why the security money that he had provided should not be forfeited. Times Now was the first channel to break the news that a local Delhi court had frowned at the alleged attempt by Mr. Vadra to mislead it. Vadra had submitted that he had to stay in Dubai for a period of 4 days due to an emergency medical condition. The court pointed out that Vadra's ticket booking showed that the Dubai stay had been planned well in advance and therefore could not be seen as a decision born out of emergency. The Enforcement Directorate Counsel argued that Vadra was directed to submit the address of his stay to the court, before leaving India, which was also not done. Let me once again go back to Aishwarya for more on this. Aishwarya, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who was the counsel for Robert Vadra in court, had to actually apologize and say that they'd mistakenly said via traveling from the UAE as opposed to traveling to the UAE, and claimed that Vadra was suffering from a medical condition which was deep vein thrombosis, which did not allow him to travel on extended flights for a prolonged period of time.
Well, that's right. On Monday, Robert Vadra was given a show cause notice from the court on his travel to the UAE, and the court clearly stated that Robert Vadra should explain that while earlier he clearly stated that he would be flying via Dubai to Europe and other three countries. Why he stayed there? Remember, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra also came out and said that it was on the medical ground that he stayed. But today in the court, Abhishek Manu Singhvi was representing Robert Vadra, clearly has stated that and given an unconditional apology to the court for the error, and it has and said that it was unintentional and inadvertent error. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, counsel of Robert Vadra, also stated that he should have mentioned about his plans to go to Dubai and not via Dubai, and he is being punished for a technical default. ED showed court their earlier submission as well during the hearing in the Rouse Avenue court, which mentioned that he would temper with the evidence if he goes to UAE, to which the judge has clearly stated that what was the purpose of seeking the permission and not abiding by it. And tomorrow, after the arguments, the order will be released by the Rouse Avenue court on the explanation on pit stop to Dubai, capped on.
Right, and the important thing is that the order on the forfeiture of his deposit has been kept for tomorrow, so we'll of course keenly await what the court has to say in that matter. Thanks for joining us. We'll slip into a short break. More updates lined up for you on the other side.
Co-powered by OLX Autos. Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Driven by 2022 Hyundai Kona Electric. Go Electric, go Hyundai. In association with Reva University, leading multidisciplinary university in Bengaluru.
In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
In association with Housing.com, per se perfect.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Welcome back. An important development pertaining to the investigations into Teesta Setalwad and the attempt to frame Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the 2002 Gujarat riots matter. Teesta Setalwad was given bail on the 2nd of September by the Supreme Court, but the special investigation team constituted by the Gujarat police has now filed a charge sheet against her, RB Srikumar, as well as Sanjeev Bhatt, the two other IPS officials who were allegedly also, according to the Gujarat police, a part of this conspiracy. The charge sheet claims that there was a conspiracy for the then Chief Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, now the Prime Minister, to in fact be framed on the part of these three individuals, eventually leading to what they hoped would be a death sentence against him. Former IPS Srikumar as well as Sanjeev Bhatt were part of the government, according to the charge sheet, and used to make official entries by preparing fake documents for Teesta. Let me in fact go across to Amit Rajput for more on this. Amit, क्या कह रही है ये चार्ज शीट और स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम इस चार्ज शीट में तीस्ता सेतलवाद, आरबी श्रीकुमार और संजीव भट्ट के खिलाफ?
देखिए, ये आज स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम जो बनाई गई थी, उस स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम की तरफ से आज 100 पन्ने की चार्जशीट जो है वो अहमदाबाद की सेशंस कोर्ट में पेश की गई है। और इस चार्जशीट की हम बात करें तो इस चार्जशीट में साफ साफ लिखा गया है कि तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री जो नरेंद्र मोदी थे उनको मौत की सजा हो, इस तरह की गहरी साजिश जो है वो इन तीनों की तरफ से रची गई थी। साथ ही साथ एक दूसरा जो इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट इसके अंदर बताया ये गया है कि संजीव भट्ट और आरबी श्रीकुमार वो दोनों उस समय अधिकारी थे, गवर्नमेंट ऑन ड्यूटी हुआ करते थे, लेकिन तीस्ता को मदद हो इसके लिए उनकी तरफ से ऑफिशियल एंट्रीज जो थी वो की जाती थी। प्रधानमंत्री गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री थे तो उनका राजनीतिक कैरियर जो है वो खत्म करना इन लोगों का साफ साफ इरादा था, वो उनकी मंशा थी, ये भी चार्जशीट में कहा गया है। और उसके साथ साथ जो फर्जी दस्तावेज बनाए गए हैं उन फर्जी दस्तावेजों को बकायदा तैयार करने के लिए एक पूरी टीम काम किया करती थी। साथ ही साथ दूसरी जो इंपॉर्टेंट बात इसके अंदर सामने आई है कि जो गवाह तीस्ता का साथ देने के लिए तैयार नहीं होता था उस गवाह को धमकाया जाता था। संजीव भट्ट के तरफ से भी इस तरह की कार्यवाही की गई थी। उन्होंने जबरन एफिडेविट करा के एक गवाह का अपहरण भी करवाया था। और दूसरी बात ये थी उसके अंदर की अहमदाबाद का शाहपुर इलाका जहां पर इस एक दफ्तर में साजिश रची गई। और दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात जो ये है कि साफ साफ ये कहा गया कि अगर तुम तीस्ता से तुमने सुलह कर ली तो मुसलमान तेरे विरोधी बनेंगे, नहीं तो आतंकवादियों का तू टारगेट बनेगा। यानी आप समझ सकते हैं कि जो पुलिस ने, एसआईटी ने जो चार्जशीट में बातें पेश की हैं वो कितने गंभीर आरोप जो हैं तीस्ता सेतलवाड़, आरबी श्रीकुमार और संजीव भट्ट पर लगाए हैं। जी
शुक्रिया उस अपडेट के लिए। वी हैव अ मैसिव अपडेट कमिंग इन फ्रॉम द राउज एवेन्यू कोर्ट इन द नेशनल कैपिटल वेयर अमानतुल्लाह खान, MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party, has now been sent to 5-day custody at the hands of the ACB. The ACB had actually pleaded for a 10-day custody. They've been given 5 days custody of Amanatullah Khan. So no relief for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA who faces a slew of allegations pertaining to alleged irregularities during his tenure as the chief and the chairman of the Delhi Waqf Board. Amanatullah Khan had pleaded that the custody not be granted. Let me in fact go across to Bhavtosh for more on this. Bhavtosh, what can you tell us about the ruling of the Rouse Avenue Court, which has decided to reject his plea and has awarded 5 days of custody to the ACB?
Well, in fact, the hearing took place here at Rouse Avenue Court, from where we are reporting. In Rouse Avenue Court, from where we are reporting, the ACB had asked for 10-day custody, and 5-day custody has been given to anti-corruption branch. As you remember, anti-corruption branch comes under Delhi government, and they had in fact asked that maximum 10 days custody should be granted, because 2 days have been wasted, because Amanatullah Khan was admitted at All India Institute of Medical Sciences yesterday and was discharged only post midnight. The court went through various arguments that were given by the special public prosecutor, in which special public prosecutor tried connecting Imam Kausar Siddiqui with Amanatullah Khan, whereas defense said that how would you connect Dubai transactions, properties purchased, Benami property purchased allegedly by Amanatullah Khan with this case, because two things are different. the defense counsel also said that Hamid Ali has been given bail. So it was a long argument. Both the sides in fact tried blaming each other, but the court felt that since the investigation is at a nascent stage, the custody should be given to ACB. Remember, ACB is now trying to say that they will soon rope in other agencies. They are in process of writing to the Enforcement Directorate, and they have in fact said that their case has in fact gone much beyond than the Waqf Board, and they have said that irregularities of Waqf Board is being investigated by them. At the same time, another AAP functionary, though just an office bearer, has also been arrested. AAP has completely denied his association with the party, but various photographs as well as his membership card clearly shows that Imam Kausar Siddiqui has association with our party.
And Bhavtosh, the important thing here is that prima facie the court has seen enough basis to extend the custody of Amanatullah Khan because the investigation is multifaceted. There are several transactions under the scrutiny of the ACB which have now been put forward before the court.
Yes, Siddharth, in fact, this case is that of Prevention of Corruption Act under Section 17A, in which due sanction has been given by the Lieutenant Governor. It's not a case only of criminal conspiracy or that of cheating. So it's a much serious offence, a schedule offence which is being investigated by the anti-corruption branch, and sanction has been given. In fact, his supporters, you can see, numbering just few, have come here. They are waiting and they are within the right to see their representative who has been in the custody, and the police on its part have said that they have in fact taken him into custody. 2 days they have questioned him. They have said that he has been questioned both in the case, the complaint of which was in fact given in 2019, and also in the case of Hawala operation. So there are several parts of this case.
In fact, let me go across to Rishabh as well, who's joining us from Fatehpuri for more on this. And this is where a school was razed to the ground to make way for a shopping complex, and that has been at the center of the attention of the ACB as well, something that was also invoked in the Rouse Avenue court today. So Rishabh, an important development coming from the court which has seen enough basis now to extend the custody of Amanatullah Khan by a further 5 days.
Well, Siddharth, yes, since the court has already extended the custody by 5 days, we are here in Fatehpuri Masjid area of Chandni Chowk, and these are the shops in question. If you see, these are the shops which are being alleged that there was a school, and now the Waqf board allowed under the chairmanship of Amanatullah Khan to be raised, and these new shops were built. You can still see there is this board here which says Fatehpuri Muslim Senior Secondary School, but all these shiny new shops, the new shutters and the new shops are here. Few of them have already started functioning. We spoke to a few.
Thanks a lot for that, Rishabh, as well as Bhavtosh, for joining us on the broadcast.
Good evening. Today on the Blueprint Exclusive, we are going to be bringing you an exclusive story, the truth of what happened in Birmingham. Eyewitness expose that is going to come out for the very first time on national television. But first, a quick look at top 50 stories. UP Sarkar takes note of Times Now's expose and orders a survey on Waqf properties. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has slammed the UP government and said that only Waqf Board properties are being surveyed, accused the Chief Minister of selective targeting. AIMIM slams the BJP over the Waqf survey, calls it a big NRC, alleges targeted attack on Muslims. The MCD takes cognizance of Times Now's investigation into illegal demolition of schools, orders that there should be a probe into construction of shopping plaza on Waqf school land. AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan's custody extended for 5 days. ACB cites Times Now's investigation during the hearing. AAP office bearer Imam Kausar Siddiqui alias Ludden detained in Telangana. Ludden allegedly ran a racket of buying and selling properties from Delhi to Bihar, Telangana, Uttarakhand and Gujarat. BJP has slammed up for turning forest land into a Qabristan after AAP Neta Somnath Bharti allegedly turned a DDA green belt into a graveyard. Police probe is currently underway. Unlawful assembly case has been slapped on Hindu devotees in Tamil Nadu's Chennai for holding a meeting inside the Kapaleshwara temple. BJP calls it an attack on Hindus. Even as 11 state units of the Congress passed resolutions calling on Rahul Gandhi to take over the party's presidency, Rajasthan Congress Mantri confirms Sonia Gandhi's nod is needed to contest the polls. Astonishing scenes as hundreds of brave women joined the fight against hijab as fresh videos show protests after the death of Mahsa Amini. Reacting to the anti-hijab revolt in Iran, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi says Indian girls must be prioritized and their fundamental right to wear the hijab must be given to them. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi along with party leaders resumed the Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kochi as the march entered its 14th day. Gandhi started by paying tribute to spiritual leader Sri Narayana Guru. Veer Savarkar's picture spotted on Congress's campaign board along with pictures of freedom struggle leaders. In fact, the BJP says that good realization for Rahul Gandhi is the need of the day. BJP's national spokesperson Tom Varakan has trained his guns at the Bharat Jodo Yatra and said that the march by the Congress should be renamed Corruption Jodo Yatra. PCM posters featuring Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai have been pasted on the walls across Bengaluru by the Congress. The QR code takes people to the 40% Commission government website recently launched by Congress over the complaints against the Chief Minister. Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sharma met his Mizoram counterpart Zoramthanga at Assam House in Delhi to resolve the long-standing border issues. A special PMLA court is to start hearing the bail plea of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut from September 27. The court is likely to complete its hearing on co-accused Praveen Raut's bail plea by September 23rd. In one of the biggest drug seizures ever, a container with 350 kilograms of heroin was seized from the Nhava Sheva port in Mumbai. The value of the heroin seized is estimated to be over 1,700 crore rupees. Comedy king Raju Srivastava breathes his last after prolonged hospitalization following a cardiac arrest. The funeral is to be held tomorrow. UP Assembly has observed a 2-minute silence to pay a tribute to late comedian Raju Srivastava. And in fact, caught on camera is KK Mishra of the Madhya Pradesh Congress, in fact abusing the Brahmin community, and in fact BJP has now demanded that action be taken against KK Mishra and he be immediately removed. Barricades have been placed on the Sumanahalli flyover in Bengaluru after a patch of elevated road caved in for the second time since 2019. Students of Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar staged a protest on college campus after a first-year student allegedly died by suicide. Times Now's accessed a suicide note which is named a professor. Punjab Police has taken cognizance of the suicide case in the Lovely Professional University and has recovered the suicide note as earlier mentioned. A minor was gang-raped in Moradabad in UP. She was stripped and forced to walk back home naked after the crime. Later, the cops have filed a case and nabbed one of the accused. Members of the Kurmi tribal community have continued the rail roko protest in Purulia over their demand for ST status. The stir has affected train services in several parts of Jharkhand, Odisha and West Bengal. Several people have performed a havan outside the district collectorate office in Jodhpur. Protesters have submitted a memorandum to register their opposition as far as the lumpy skin disease is concerned that has affected cattle in the state of Rajasthan. Mumbai's BMC has imposed a fine of 3.66 lakh rupees on Lal Bagh Char Raja Sarvajanik Ganesh Utsav Mandal for creating 183 potholes on the roads during Ganesh Utsav this year. The BMC has charged 2,000 rupees per pothole. The leader of opposition in West Bengal Assembly, Shuvendu Adhikari, along with other party MPs protested outside the state assembly against the state government after a 5-year-old boy was found dead in Birbhum. Economic Offences Wing of Delhi Police is interrogating Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lepakshi in connection with an investigation related to an extortion case linked to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Padmashri Acharya Ramayatna Shukla, a great scholar of Sanskrit, passed away at the age of 90. He was unwell for the past 1 week. Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has expressed his gratitude towards West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for abstaining from the vice presidential polls and helping him to win. Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot in lighter vein has questioned Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar about his magic spell that he cast on Mamata Banerjee that made her abstain from voting in the VP polls. 3 persons, including a father-son duo, died due to a suffocation in a fire accident in Andhra Pradesh's Chittoor district. The fire broke out in a 2-story house in Rangachari Street in Chittoor. Civic apathy almost killed a man as a 33-year-old Vasudevan fell into an open pit while trying to move his bike in Chennai's Adambakkam. This pit was dug up for a new stormwater drain but was left uncovered. The DGCA has extended the 50% curtailed summer flight schedule and enhanced surveillance of SpiceJet till the 29th of October. The DGCA has, however, noted a reduction in safety incidents. India and Australia teams, in fact, have arrived in Nagpur ahead of the second T20 International. The match is scheduled to take place on the 23rd of September. India's highest-ranked table tennis player, Satyan Gyanashekaran, has in fact said that he feels India is enjoying a golden era in table tennis and that he believes things will only get better from here. The Manali-Leh highway was closed for normal traffic after fresh snowfall at the Barlacha Pass in Lahaul and Spiti. India has reported more than 4,000 fresh COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours. The new cases have pushed the active case load to 46,216. Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Harikumar has asserted that the Indian Navy will be completely self-reliant by 2047. He's added that there was much to learn from the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which witnessed the use of new technologies. After communal riots in Leicester, Hindus attacked and threatened in Birmingham. An Islamist mob circled a Hindu temple amidst chants of Allahu Akbar, as is clearly seen in the fresh videos that have come to light. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who is on a 10-day visit to the United States, has interacted with 3 presidents and 4 foreign ministers on the second day of the 77th session of the UNGA in New York. The Navy Chief Admiral R. Harikumar has said that China is still a formidable challenge at the border, and evolving terrorism is a major security threat for the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was hailed at the UNGA for his stand on the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, this is in context of the Prime Minister telling Russian President Putin that today's era isn't that of war. As the war between Ukraine and Russia reaches the 7th month, the Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a partial mobilization in the country, with Moscow losing ground on the battlefield to Ukraine. At least 8 people were injured after an explosion ripped through a residential building in Chicago. A policeman was killed and 4 others were injured when their pickup truck was struck by a roadside bomb in Thailand's southern province of Pattani. Nepal President Bidyadevi Bhandari denied authenticating the citizenship bill despite the constitutionally binding provision to ratify it within 15 days deadline after being reapproved by both houses. About 230 whales hauled up on the beach on Tasmania's west coast. Rescue operations are currently underway. And moving on to one of the top focus stories that we have been bringing you updates on. It's the big story coming out of UK and the continuing attack on the Hindu community that has spread from Leicester to Birmingham. First, the attack on a Hindu temple and establishment over the weekend that stirred outrage in UK and in India. Now, Times Now has accessed visuals of how a temple in Birmingham was surrounded by a mob of 300 plus people chanting Allahu Akbar. They also made obscene gestures at the people assembled inside and by some accounts threw fireworks and bottles at them as well. Now, Times Now has got exclusive images from the Durga Bhavan Hindu temple in Smethwick, Birmingham, shot by horrified temple goers. These images show an aggressive crowd gathered at the boundary of the temple chanting and gesturing. 2 men clamber on top of the wall and then one with a red bandana around his neck makes obscene gestures at temple goers assembled inside. Through all of this, the police are seen trying to push back the hate mob. First, listen in to what happened. And it's not as if this was some kind of spontaneous protest. The call to surround the temple was given 24 hours earlier. What followed was several hours of tense temple goers taking refuge inside the building as a mob chanted outside, gestured and got into a standoff with the police. According to a local Sky News correspondent, bottles and firecrackers were also chucked inside. Finally, the police was able to disperse the mob. But after what has happened in Leicester and Birmingham, people of the Hindu community remain on the edge. Now, especially, of course, there are threats being issued openly to the Hindu community. Listen in.
Yo, this is a message from Birmingham to all the BJP and the RSS Hindu supporters. You're not welcome in Birmingham, you're not welcome in Leicester, you're not welcome in Nottingham, you're not welcome anywhere in the UK. None of your speakers, anyone you're trying to call these hate speakers that come down, we're going to turn up for all of them. So stop organising. We're here now, outside the Mandir. It's a peaceful protest, we're not causing no trouble. But we turned up just to let you know if you come down, we're all going to be here for you. From look, show them, look around, even the speakers cancelled. Look how many men have turned up. We've got no issue with Hindus that are from Britain. We've got no issue with British Hindus. We grew up with them, we know all of them. But the rest of you BJP, RSS freshies, if you come in, you're going to get met by us every single time. So if you want to come to Birmingham, Leicester, Nottingham, London, just give us a time and a place and we're there.
And for the first time on Indian TV, Times Now in fact gets you eyewitness accounts of those who were inside the Durga Bhavan temple in Birmingham. For the first time you can hear first-hand what happened and how a violent, hostile mob surrounded the temple and intimidated those inside. Let me take you straight across to Ajay and Vijay. These are not their real names. We have chosen to hide and protect their identity because they live in fear. A threat now seems to be there on their lives even now. All right, let's start with our first eyewitness from Birmingham, Ajay, who in fact chooses to be anonymous for the purposes of this interview. Ajay, let me ask you, what did you see in Birmingham outside the Durga temple?
So when I turned up around 5 p.m. Before I turned up, there was already a video being made and a statement was issued by members of the committee at the temple, along with the interfaith leaders. So we had people from the Christian church, we had the imam from the local mosque, and we had a few Sikh guys from the Sikh temple, and they all got together and they issued a message of peace and brotherhood, and that there was no issue and no tension going on at the temple, and for people not to turn up to protest. So a clarification was already issued. However, the protest was planned for later on that day, 5:30. So I turned up at 5 p.m. and there was already the regular temple committee members and a few of us youngsters from the Mandir were there as well. At that time, the situation seemed under control, and everybody was just there, just discussing what to do and what not to do. There wasn't much police presence at that time, and so we pretty much thought that everything was sorted out at that time. And it was only about an hour later that things started to get a bit nasty, and a lot of people started turning up from outside. They were wearing balaclavas, wearing masks, wearing hoodies. They started gathering on the opposite side, behind the temple, near to a petrol station. And they were driving past on cars, beeping their horns, making noise, saying things. And then obviously a few phone calls were made to the police, and the police started arriving on the scene. And then more and more people, protesters started coming. And they started getting a bit out of control. They started getting really loud and unruly. At one point they started throwing bricks and bottles into their temple premises, and there was a few cars that were smashed as well. The police came and they controlled the situation. And then the protesters sent a few representatives from their side to talk with the committee members at the temple. And they were very intimidating, very threatening, and they wanted an apology from the temple. and obviously there was a heated argument. There was a bit of a debate.
Let's also go across, Ajay, stay with us. Let's also go across to Vijay. Again, this is a pseudonym. This is not the real name of the people that we are taking. We're just taking these names to protect their identity. And Vijay, I want you to tell us what's the situation on ground at the moment right now. Is there tension? Can you also tell us who are the people protesting? Do you know these individuals? Can you share some details of what they were chanting at that moment outside the temple?
Yeah, of course. There is a huge sense of fear, anxiety, and worry within Hindu community in UK, where they are being systematically targeted for just following their ways of living and practicing their religion and carrying on with their day-to-day life. And fake propaganda is being promoted by Islamist left media, I would say, by using the word Hindutva ideology, which is nothing else than our peaceful Hinduism, which believes in coexistence. And such things are happening right in front of the system, police, politicians, and nobody is trying to counter it. And of course, it is being resonated by left media, or whatever you can call it, Islamist sympathizer media and things like that, which is really worrisome. That rather than, so if you see the series of events, our temple were attacked, our flag was burnt, our the flag was thrown and broken as well in Leicester temple. After and mob attacked, and after all those things, Hindus are being, trying to be pictured as, because of us things happen, where we have done anything wrong, and so forth. So I don't understand what kind of narrative is happening, and it is all collusion with this well-planned system which is there in place. Somewhere, I believe, no confirmed stuff, there is a huge hand of ISI sleeper cell here who just come out with one call, and all these people are, well prepared, well masked.
Yeah, stay with us. Stay with us. Vijay, please stay with us, because, I want to put this question across to Ajay about who these people were. Now, if you can tell us, Ajay, were these people a mob of a particular community? How many people were present? What exactly were they saying? Can you tell us some more?
Yeah. So there's approximately about 200 people there. They were obviously of Muslim origin, mainly Pakistanis.
Hello.
They were mainly youngsters. They probably got no jobs, probably not doing much with their lives. They've got a lot of time to waste. So they've come and they've started chanting slogans, Allahu Akbar, and Nare Takbir, I don't know, these kind of, some slogans I don't understand. And basically being very threatening, very intimidating, trying to climb the gates of the temple, trying to get in, throwing bricks, throwing firecrackers, throwing bottles, this kind of thing. In the end, we had to tell the women and the children to go inside the temple for their own protection and own security, while us youngsters, along with the police, are trying to control the situation outside. And to be fair, nobody from our side retaliated. We remained very calm.
Okay, let me take that question across to Vijay. In fact, Vijay, at the moment, what would you tell us about, the safety, particularly of yourself and that of other members of the Hindu community? Has the police so far been helpful?
So as I said, there was a flyer going around in, I think Muslim group that they need to gather outside this temple. We need to show our unity to this RSS and Hindutva extremist and so forth. So based on that, we started reporting to police, and we as a community people gathered in our temple to show our unity and call for calm. But they started gathering in huge numbers from across West Midlands, not even Birmingham. There are news that people gathered from across Midlands and UK, maybe from London as well, but mostly from Midlands. to gather in huge number to intimidate us, to scare us, behave like hooligans, and create havoc really. But luckily, police were there on time. They enhanced their security as well. This was not like Leicester, what happened, where in front of police, flag was torn down, burnt, sloganeering and hitting, and so it was very bad in Leicester. But this time, police were able to control it. But still, they were throwing hand bombs, which is like the firecrackers at them, bottles inside the temple were thrown as well. Luckily, no one were injured because we were trying to be away from that area. But of course, if police were not there, the picture would have been different completely.
Okay.
So so that's what happened.
Right. And in fact, let me take that across to Ajay. Ajay, in fact, can you also explain to us why exactly were these protesters seeking an apology from you? What really happened before this?
So the story behind this matter is, I don't know if you know, but there's somebody called Sadhvi Ritambara. She's a well-known Sadhvi from India. She comes she visits UK pretty much every other year, so she's quite regular. And she has a charity organisation which she raises money for. She does a lot for orphan kids in India. She educates them. She gives them shelter. And so she comes and she does a pravachan quite regular at the temple. And so this has never happened before. This has never ever happened before. But what's happened is some people have tried to link this to the Leicester situation, and just to add fuel to the fire. So, but anyway, this event was not even going to happen because it was cancelled anyway. And the committee had already, the committee had already put out a few weeks ago that this event was cancelled. So anyway, so she wasn't even going to come. And some people have obviously used this as ammunition just to organise the protest, and just to they want to basically spread what's happening in Leicester to various other towns of Britain, towns and cities, where people are pretty much living in peace. There's no issues really.
And let me get Vijay on this other aspect as well. Vijay, can you take our viewers through what exactly you saw outside of the temple in Birmingham?
So I was there at the temple, of course, watching this happen yesterday. And within Hindu community, there is a sense of fear, I would say, worriness. We are actually worried about the wrong propaganda which is being propagated. I would not use the word scared. We are proud of who we are, but again, it sends a wrong signal within our community. And of course, you can understand how family behaves, and they are really worried about the safety. And Leicester, you have seen and what happened, directly on the street. So it's not that bad that they are walking across the streets. They were targeting that temple yesterday to send out, or I would use the word terrorize us. Really, that's what it was. But police were able to control and disperse them. We were standing our ground without showing any provocation from our side, though a few members were really willing to go out there and talk to them and put our things. But faith leaders did talk to each other to calm things down, and our community people called for calm worked, and police were helpful as well. Yes.
Well, Ajay and Vijay, I'd like to thank you both for joining us and in fact putting at risk, of course, your identities. I certainly hope that you're both safe, your families are safe as well, and the police does get down to doing its duty as far as this particular case is concerned. Thank you so much for sharing with us your experience in Birmingham. Times was also the only channel to report from the temple attack site in Birmingham. Take a look at the situation on ground at the moment.
We are here at ground zero where it all happened, where the tension is palpable even as attempts have been made to keep the peace. First it was Leicester and now it's Birmingham. There is tension in these parts, though there hasn't been yet a repeat of what happened in Leicester, where members of the Hindu community were subjected to a siege. There is increasing concern that Hinduphobia, now a global phenomenon, is expanding its wings. In Birmingham, an organization called Apna Muslims called for what they called a peaceful demonstration outside the Durga Bhavan temple in Smethwick area of the city. It was hardly peaceful. As per accounts, 3,000 Muslims were known to have surrounded the temple. Slogans of Allahu Akbar were chanted and attempts were made to climb atop the barrier separating the temple from the protesters. So you can see, this is the temple, this is the Durga Bhavan at Birmingham, and this is Wasikar for Times Now.
Well, some shocking testimonies and pictures coming in there from Birmingham after Leicester. For the moment, we're going to slip into a very quick break. The news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay
watching Times Now exclusive explosive. My name is Pranesh. With me is my colleague Meghna Data.
Well, in fact, let's start with our top focus story. Well, it is going to be trouble which is mounting for Aam Aadmi Party. After all, there's been no relief for its MLA Amanatullah Khan in the Delhi Waqf Board graft case. In fact, Khan has been sent to an additional 5-day custody with ACB, telling the court that it needs to confront the Delhi Waqf chairperson with another accused, Imam Siddiqui. This, of course, however, is a Times Now mega impact as our story resonates even in the courtrooms today.
That's right. This is on the back of the massive Times Now investigation that confirmed the Delhi school grab by Aam Aadmi Party MLA and someone who presided over the Waqf board when this fraud happened, viewers. Now that his aide has been arrested from Telangana, he is also an office bearer of the Aam Aadmi Party. The agency has gone on record in court to say that cash entries in the diary point to a Dubai link. There is a Delhi-Dubai link that the agency is now probing. Bhavtosh Singh and Aishwarya Jain are joining us for more on this. Aishwarya, this is a big setback for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan because the plea for relief being denied, his custody extended by 5 more days.
Well, that's right. Amanatullah Khan's police custody extended for 5 more days. ACB sought the police custody for 10 days because the ACB remand copy clearly states that there are many things that needs to be investigated and they need time. Now, the confrontation of Imam Kausar Siddiqui needs to be happened with Amanatullah Khan because the diary, the red diary which the ACB clearly has mentioned has a certain money trail, certain entries which amounts to rupees crores and has also Hawala transactions being found out which had links to Dubai, and therefore the reason perhaps the ACB wants further custody. Today, remember, the Delhi Southeast police have apprehended one of the AAP office bearer from Telangana, and he will be brought to Delhi and will be taken and therefore the ACB will take police custody. Also, one of the very important point that in the court the ACB mentioned was about the financial irregularities happening at the Delhi Waqf board when Amanatullah Khan was the chairperson. Remember, Times Now investigation clearly had stated that there were shops which were granted to the close associates of Amanatullah Khan at the place of school which was converted into a shopping complex, and therefore the reason perhaps now more investigation would be done in this case as well. Right. Certainly one very important thing that the ACB has mentioned in the remand copy is that one of the complainant has stated that there was loss in the terms.
However, what's important is that, and it is a big congratulations which must go out to Aishwarya and the entire reporting team for unraveling and exposing the school land grab by the Waqf as well. In fact, let's revisit the accounts of the shopkeepers who have exposed the deep rot.
दिल्ली वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल का बोर्ड लगा दिया। मतलब ये उन्होंने जनता को बेवकूफ बनाने का लगाया दिल्ली वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल बोर्ड लगा दिया। 2 साल से वो बोर्ड लगा दिया।
कब की बात है?
2 साल के साथ बात है। दुकान अभी बनी,
दुकानें अभी बनी और ये वक्त बोर्ड की ही दुकानें हैं अभी। नहीं तो ऐसा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया कि 3 वो क्या नाम है 35 लाख रुपया तक किराया है उनका।
नहीं, कहीं लोगों से बोल है
सिक्योरिटी है,
सिक्योरिटी का मालिक ही बन गया ये लोग।
और प्राइमरी स्कूल था पहले, उनको तोड़कर फिर दुकान
भाई वहाँ सगा भाई यहाँ पर है
और इसका सीधा पैसा दिल्ली वक्त बोर्ड को जाता है अमानतुल्लाह खान। और ये जो दुकानें इनको दी गई हैं ये क्या इनके करीबी हैं या फिर
ये सब जो है
किस तरीके से दी गई है?
करीबी समझो। अंदर आए किसी का फालतू
इसका किराया अंदर ही फतेहपुर की अच्छा वक्त बोर्ड में जाता है।
ये वक्त बोर्ड की जगह है।
तो सरकार ने सील करी थी
सील, ये जो अभी मौजूदा चेयरमैन है
अमानतुल्लाह खान,
हाँ, इनके पीरियड में लगी थी।
अच्छा, उनकी पीरियड में भी लगी थी। फिर अमानतुल्लाह खान ने इसको दोबारा से खुलवाया है, दुकानों को नया बनवाया। पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल था ना यहाँ पे, वही तो बताते हैं।
बच्चे भी कुछ कम हो गए ठीक है तो आज पापा बोले कहीं वो सब करके बच्चे ठीक है वो यार ऐसे यहाँ पे चल रही है उसके बाद में मेरे घर में गिरफ्तार 2 साल हो गए तो वो जो प्राइमरी स्कूल के बच्चे थे वो कहाँ चले गए तो ये वक्फ बोर्ड का स्कूल है ना दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड का दिल्ली सरकार का स्कूल है ना इसीलिए गवर्नमेंट एडेड स्कूल है गवर्नमेंट एडेड स्कूल है लेकिन वक्फ बोर्ड का
Well, in fact, let me go back across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, you must explain to us on what grounds that today the sleuths demanded his extended custody, and tell us about what you found when you went to investigate for yourself regarding the school grab.
Well, there are several things which comes into the investigation as far as the ACB when initiated the investigation into Amanatullah Khan's money laundering case. The complainant clearly has stated that there were many irregularities in the Delhi Waqf Board as well when he was the chairman, and therefore the reason perhaps now we have been also told that that the ACB will also write to the Enforcement Directorate to further further file a complaint as far as the money laundering.
Okay, thanks for joining us with your updates. More breaking inputs coming in this minute. The CBI has arrested Rishi Kamlesh Agarwal, the former CMD of ABG Shipyard. This is the 22,842 crore bank fraud case. It is dubbed as the biggest banking fraud case that is now under the scanner. ABG Shipyard had created a web of transactions to cheat a consortium of as many as 28 banks to the tune of almost 23 crores. Bhavtosh Singh, senior editor, now joining us with the details of the case. Yes, Bhavtosh.
Pranesh, this case in fact hit the headline in February, and Rishi Kumar Agarwal was former chief managing director of ABG Shipyard. As you rightly said, when this scam came to light, it was probably the biggest banking fraud in India. It was worth 22,001 crore rupees, and a consortium of 21 banks were defrauded. In fact, the CBI took over the investigation and in February carried out raids and searches. Subsequently, on the basis of CBI FIR, Enforcement Directorate also registered a case. He was questioned number of times by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Right.
What it found out was that shell companies were used to divert the funds abroad.
We'll keep trying the developments on that front. This is, of course, one of the biggest ever banking frauds, and now finally the arrest of the head has been reported. Thank you so much, Bhavtosh, for joining us. Moving on now, well, Aam Aadmi Party's cup of woes is overflowing after Satyendra Jain, Manish Sisodia. Now trouble is mounting for its MLA Somnath Bharti. Well, the BJP has alleged that Bharti is trying to convert a green belt under the DDA into a Kabristan.
Now remember, he's also a member of the DDA and is allegedly forcing it to declare it a Waqf land. This is amidst the attack by the BJP that the DDA has now come out and said that there are illegalities, that yes, encroachment by Somnath Bharti is under the scanner.
In fact, Times Now has travelled to the contentious land. In fact, here are some of the reports from outside as well as inside the area, which allegedly is being encroached upon in the name of a Kabristan. So we found a fresh grave in the area, which is on paper a green belt. Watch this report.
हौस खास के हम उसी अभी कब्रिस्तान में मौजूद है, जिसको ऊपर जो है पूरा बवाल है। आप देखिए, आप मेरे पीछे कब्र देख सकते हैं। ये जो है ये एक फ्रेश कब्र है, ये दिख रही है, जो मुश्किल से 2 से 3 दिन पहले ही जो है इस कब्र को बनाया गया है। इसके अलावा अगर आसपास आप पूरे एरिया में देखेंगे तो यहाँ पे कोई नया कब्र नहीं दिख रहा है। ये पुराने जो है ये फॉरेस्ट एरिया है, फॉरेस्ट लैंड है, डीडीए की जमीन है। और मेरे पीछे देखिए एसीपी खुद जो है पुलिस अफसर यहाँ मौजूद हैं, वो पूरे मामले की इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं। जो दूसरे पक्ष के ग्रामीण हैं वो भी यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए हैं। वो ही कह रहे हैं कि ये जमीन उनकी है, उनके दादा परदादा की है, और उसके अलावा जो है वो उनके दादा परदादा पुश्तैनी जितने भी लोग हैं उनके कब्र यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, उनको यहीं पे दफनाया गया था। तो अब पूरा मामला जो है वो लाइमलाइट में है। अब पूरे मामले की पुलिस जांच कर रही है। डीडीए के लोग भी यहाँ मौजूद थे कुछ देर पहले, उन्होंने भी कहा है कि वो इस पूरे मामले की जांच करेंगे।
In fact, now watch this report, which is from outside this Kabristan, where Somnath Bharti allegedly put up his own posters. Later, it was removed.
अभी हम हौज खास में मौजूद हैं। ये हौज खास का मॉन्यूमेंट है और इसी मॉन्यूमेंट से जस्ट सटे हुए एक और तस्वीर हम दिखाते हैं, जो कदीमा मुस्लिम कब्रिस्तान। ये बोर्ड देखिए, ये हौज खास गांव का ये बोर्ड आपको दिखेगा। ये कदीमा मुस्लिम कब्रिस्तान है। इसी कब्रिस्तान के अंदर जो है वो यहाँ के जो मुस्लिम समुदाय के लोग हैं वो यहाँ पे आते हैं और उसके बाद जो कब्रें हैं वहां पे गाड़ते हैं। ये पूरा का पूरा जमीन जो है वो डीडीए की प्रॉपर्टी है और जो इलाका है ये फॉरेस्ट एरिया है हौज खास का, ये ग्रीन बेल्ट है हौज खास का। उसके बाद भी देखिए यहां पे लोगों की मनचाही, लोग किस तरीके से यहां पे अवैध तरीके से कब्रिस्तान बना के रखे हुए हैं। सौजन्य से अगर आप देखेंगे बोर्ड के ऊपर तो उसमें पहले सोमनाथ भारती जो स्थानीय विधायक हैं मालवीय नगर के, उनका बोर्ड लगा हुआ है। लेकिन जब से ये मुद्दा मीडिया में आया, जब से ये मुद्दा लोगों ने उठाया, उसके बाद से देखिए पहले तो उसके पोस्टर फाड़े गए बोर्ड से, उसके बाद उनके नाम को भी वहां से मिटा दिया गया। आप ये देखिए मेरे सामने जो डीडीए के अधिकारी है वो जांच करने के लिए यहां पे पहुंचे हैं और उसके बाद ये पूरी तरीके से तहकीकात करेंगे कि आखिर वो कितना जगह है, कितनी एरिया है जहां पे अवैध अतिक्रमण हुआ है। अब देखना यह होगा कि आने वाले दिनों में किस तरीके से इस पूरे कब्रिस्तान के ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाती है।
While the BJP has complained to the DDA and the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, the Somnath Bharti has dismissed these charges as false and baseless.
खुद उनका दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड का ये ऑर्डर है, आपको मैं दिखाना चाहता हूं, जिसमें वो क्लियर तहसीलदार को लिख रहे हैं कि ये नोटिफिकेशन 1970 के हिसाब से जो कब्रिस्तान है वो ये खसरे नंबर हैं और उसमें क्लियर पॉइंट आउट कर रहे हैं, इट इज अ लीगल नोटिस हैविंग सर्व्ड अपॉन दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड टू liberate the above land from encroachers, land grabbers and restore the same to the public use। यही हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं भाई। जो पुराना यहाँ का ओरिजिनल कब्रिस्तान है उस पे एनक्रोचमेंट बढ़ती जा रही है। सोमनाथ जी, आप डीडीए बोर्ड मेंबर हैं, आप दिल्ली सरकार में हैं, अगर आपको कब्रिस्तान की जगह करानी है तो उसको खाली कराइए, वहां पर कब्रिस्तान बनाइए। ये नया इतना बड़ा हमारा 200 हेक्टेयर का ये रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट है, इसके बीच में से आप अगर सड़क निकलवा देंगे, 250-300 पेड़ कटेंगे तो ये रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट पूरा तबाह हो जाएगा।
मोंटी बहुत बड़ा लैंड माफिया है। ये चरित्रहीन व्यक्ति है, भ्रष्ट व्यक्ति है, लैंड माफिया है, क्षेत्र में कोहराम मचा रखा है। और ये बात मैं भी कह रहा हूं और अगर बात मेरी आपको मंजूर ना हो तो भाजपा के ही अभी जो इमीडिएट एक्स काउंसलर हुई राधिका अब्रोल फोगाट, उन्होंने भी लिखित में बात कही है। ये तो बकवास है। मेन मुद्दा तो यह है कि जो सोमनाथ भारती ने शमशान घाट की मांग की, उस बिल्डिंग के नीचे जो बिल्डिंग क्रोच कर रखा है, मांग तो वो मेन है, उससे ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इन्होंने किया ये।
Meanwhile, the DDA has confirmed to Times Now that there is indeed an encroachment. It says that some encroachment has been found in the Hos Khas area. It also says that inspection will be done and appropriate action will be taken as per the rules.
With that, we are taking a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Stay with us.
بخیر. سلام مسیحون، اینجا اصفهانه. چهارشنبه کرمانشاه، اینجا رامسره. من اصابه. ما در تهران هستیم، مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
Some big breaking news which is coming in. This is a huge and a decisive blow to the Maoists. Buddhapahar, which is there in Jharkhand, which was a Naxal-dominated area, has finally been freed by the forces. In fact, they were sent there with the help of a helicopter, and then a permanent camp has now, which was earlier set up there, has now been completely demolished by the forces who reached there.
Now, this has been done under 3 different operations. This was informed by the DG of the CRPF. This is what he said.
इस बार अप्रैल 2022 के बाद से हम लोगों ने झारखंड में बहुत सारे ऐसे अभियान चलाए, जिस अभियानों के तहत कि नक्सलवाद की कमर वहां से टूटी और उसके फलस्वरूप हम लोग बुरापहाड़ पे पूरा कब्जा कर पाए। बुरापहाड़ पे पहला कदम हम लोगों ने इस महीने की 5 तारीख को रखा, लेकिन अब पिछले 2 दिन परसों वहां पे हेलीकॉप्टर भी उतार के फोर्सेस को वहां पहुंचाया गया है। बड़ी मात्रा में पूरी तरह से बुरापहाड़ को साफ कर लिया गया है और जितने भी फोर्सेस वहां पहुंची हैं उनका परमानेंट कैंप स्टैब्लिश कर दिया गया है।
Buddhapahar in Jharkhand, which was a hub of Maoists, now has a camp of our forces, CRPF personnel now stationed there. With that, we are taking a short break. Padmaja Joshi joins you on the other side.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. This is the top 50 at 7. Yogi Sarkar takes note of Times Now expose and orders survey of Waqf properties across the state. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi slaps the UP government move, says only Waqf board properties are being targeted and surveyed, says the CM is being selective. AIMIM slams BJP over Waqf survey, calls it Bada NRC, calls it targeted attack on Muslims. MCE takes cognizance of Times Now investigation into illegal demolition of schools to turn them into shops after calling the land Waqf land, orders probe into construction of shopping area on Waqf school land in Delhi. Aap Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan's custody extended by 5 days. ACB says in court that Khan would be confronted with Luddan, his aide who was recently detained in Telangana and who kept note of the proceeds of crime from Waqf properties. Aam Aadmi Party office bearer Imam Kausar Siddiqui alias Luddan detained in Telangana. Luddan allegedly ran a racket of buying and selling properties from Delhi to Bihar, Telangana, Uttarakhand and Gujarat. BJP slams Aam Aadmi Party for turning forest land in Delhi into a graveyard, a Kabristan, after Aam Aadmi Party Neta Somnath Bharti allegedly turned DDA Greenbelt into a graveyard. Unlawful assembly case slapped on Hindu devotees in Tamil Nadu's Chennai for holding a meeting outside the Kapaleshwar temple. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu mindset. 11 state units of Congress passed resolutions calling for Rahul Gandhi to take over party's presidency. Rajasthan Congress Mantri confirmed Sonia Gandhi has given a nod for Ashok Gehlot to contest elections. Astonishing scenes as hundreds of brave women joined the fight against hijab in Iran. Fresh videos show protests after death of Mahsa Amini. Reacting to the anti-hijab revolt in Iran, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi says Indian girls must be prioritized. Their fundamental right to wear a hijab must be guaranteed. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi along with party leaders resumed Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kochi. March entered its 14th day. Gandhi started his day by paying tribute to spiritual leader Sri Narayan Guru. Veer Savarkar's picture was spotted on Congress campaign banner along with pictures of other freedom struggle leaders. BJP says it's a good realization for Rahul Gandhi and his party. BJP national spokesperson Tom Varakan trained his guns at the Bharat Jodo Yatra, said the march by Congress should be renamed Corruption Jodo Yatra. Pay CM posters featuring Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai pasted on the walls of Bengaluru by Congress. The QR code takes people to the 40% Commission government website recently launched by Congress to file complaints against the CM. Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma met his Mizoram counterpart Zoramthanga at Assam House in Delhi to resolve the long-standing border issue. Special PMLA court to start hearing bail plea of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut from 27th of September. Court is likely to complete hearing on co-accused Praveen Raut's bail plea by September 23. In one of the biggest drug seizures, a container with 350 kgs of heroin was seized from Navashiva port in Mumbai. The value of the heroin seized is estimated to be over 1,700 crores. Comedy king Raju Srivastava breathed his last after a prolonged hospitalization following a cardiac arrest. Funeral to be held tomorrow. Uttar Pradesh Assembly observed a 2-minute silence to pay tribute to Raju Srivastava. Congress leader K.K. Mishra in Madhya Pradesh has been accused of making objectionable comments against the Brahmin community. He has now been accused by the BJP of being anti-Brahmin. The party has sought his removal. Barricades have been placed on the Sumanahalli flyover in Bengaluru after a patch of elevated road caved in for the second time since 2019. Students of Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar staged a protest on college campus after a first-year student allegedly died by suicide. Punjab Police has taken cognizance of the suicide case in Lovely Professional University. A note has been recovered. Professor named in the death note. Probe is underway. Minor was gang raped in Moradabad. She was stripped and forced to walk back home naked after the crime. Later, the cops filed a case and one person has been nabbed. Police from the Kurmi community continued their rail roko protest in Purulia over their demand for scheduled tribe status. The stir affected train services in several parts of Jharkhand, Odisha and West Bengal. Several people performed a havan outside the district electorate office in Jodhpur. Protesters submitted memorandums to register their protest against the lumpy skin disease that affected their cattle in the state. Mumbai's BMC imposed a fine of 3.66 lakh rupees on Lal Bagh Raja Sarvajanik Ganeshotsav Mandal for creating 183 potholes on the road during the Ganeshotsav procession this year. The BMC charged a fine of 2,000 rupees per pothole. Leader of opposition in the West Bengal Assembly, Shubhendu Adhikari, along with other party MLAs, protested outside the State Assembly after a 5-year-old boy was found dead in Birbhum.
Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police is interrogating Jacqueline's designer Lee Pakshi in connection with an investigation related to an extortion case linked to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. A big win for the forces of Budha Pahad area in Jharkhand, which was Naxal dominated, has been freed of red terror. Forces were sent to the Maoist stronghold and Naxals were wiped out as part of 3 different operations. CRPF DG today said that Bihar can now officially be called Naxal free. TRS leaders thrashed toll plaza staff for asking them to pay up the money after assaulting the staff. TRS leaders also vandalized the toll plaza. CBI arrests Rishi Kamlesh Agarwal, Chairman and Managing Director of Surat-based ABG Shipyard, on charges of duping a consortium of 28 banks of 22.8 thousand crores. Partha Chatterjee and 3 other accused have been sent into jail till the 5th of October by the CBI court in the teachers' recruitment scam. Sirikapati almost killed a man. 33-year-old Vasudevan fell into an open pit while trying to move his bike in Chennai's Adambakkam. The pit was dug up for a new stormwater drain, was left uncovered. DGCA has extended the 50% curtailed summer flight schedule and enhanced surveillance of SpiceJet till 29th October. Notes reduction in safety incidents. India and Australia teams arrived in Nagpur ahead of the second T20. The match is scheduled for September 23rd. India's highest-ranked table tennis player, Satyan Ganashekaran, feels that India is enjoying a golden era in table tennis and believes that things will only get better. The Manali-Leh highway was closed for normal traffic after fresh show at Baralacha Pass in Lahore Spiti. India reported more than 4,000 fresh COVID-19 cases in last 24 hours. The new cases have pushed the active caseload to 46,216. Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar asserted the Indian Navy will be completely self-reliant by 2047 and that there was much to learn from the Russia-Ukraine conflict. After communal riots in Leicester, now Hindus attacked in Birmingham. An Islamist mob circled a Hindu temple and chants of Allahu Akbar were heard. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is on a 10-day visit to the United States, interacted with 3 presidents and 4 foreign ministers on the second day of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly in New York. Navy Chief has said China is still a formidable challenge at the border and evolving terrorism is a major security threat for India. Prime Minister Modi was hailed at the UNGA for his stand on Russia-Ukraine war. This is in context of the Prime Minister telling Russian President Putin that today's era isn't one of war. As the war between Ukraine and Russia reaches its 7th month, Russian President Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in the country, with Moscow losing ground on the battlefield. At least 8 people were injured after an explosion ripped through a residential building in Chicago. A policeman was killed, 4 others injured when their pickup truck was struck by a roadside bomb in Thailand's southern province of Patani. Nepal President Vidya Devi Bhandari denied authenticating the citizenship bill despite the constitutionally binding provision to ratify it within 15 days deadline after being reapproved by both houses. About 230 whales hauled up on the beach on Tasmania's west coast. Rescue operations underway. The big story, and it's a Mega Times Now impact after your channel exposed how Waqf boards across India were illegally encroaching upon land. From Tamil Nadu to Delhi, Yogi Sarkar has now swung into action. A thorough survey of all Waqf properties in Uttar Pradesh has been ordered to detect any illegal encroachments that may have taken place. Interestingly, with this order, the Uttar Pradesh government has struck down a 1989 order under ND Tiwari regime which paved the way to transfer all barren non-agricultural land as Waqf property. As if on cue, the entire ecosystem closed ranks to attack the government of Uttar Pradesh, injecting a communal spin. The Waqf survey has also now been tagged as Bada NRC or the big NRC to persecute, target and hound Muslims. Ironically, after Times Now's expose, this lobby had called the land grab by Waqf as legal, but now they call a government survey as illegal. Here, why they have got their hackles up.
वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को आप छीनना चाह रहे, ये आपका असल इंटेंशन है, तो इमीडिएटली आप इस ऑर्डर को विड्रॉ करना चाहिए यूपी सरकार को, योगी सरकार को, और आपका इंटेंशन यह है कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीन लिया जाए. आपको इख्तियार ही नहीं है ये करने का, ये गलत काम आप कर रहे हैं.
कि अभी तक तो आप ये कहा जा रहा था छोटी एनआरसी, लेकिन अब आप तैयारी में है बड़ी एनआरसी की. सच्चाई यह है कि आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ मुसलमानों को परेशान कर रहे हैं. मैं मुख्यमंत्री जी से पूछ रहा हूं कि बहुत बड़े बड़े धर्मशालाओं के ट्रस्ट हैं, मंदिरों के ट्रस्ट हैं, इनकी जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही है?
सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार बेरोजगारी पे नहीं बोल रही, महंगाई पे नहीं बोल रही विधानसभा में। अब कभी मदरसा, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड। मेरा सिर्फ इतना कहना है, भ्रष्टाचार कहीं भी हो, आतंक कहीं भी हो, किसी संस्था में हो, किसी विद्यालय में हो, किसी कॉलेज में हो, किसी मदरसे में हो, उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई भारत के कानून के हिसाब से हो, पर यह नहीं होना चाहिए।
However, after Times Now exposed the extent of the alleged land grab by Waqf in various parts of the country, the BJP says the opposition is only fear-mongering to further their communal agenda.
जितने भी मदरसे के संचालक हैं और जो बड़े बड़े धर्मगुरु हैं, सबने इसको सराहना की है कि इसको होने से हम लोग रेगुलराइज होंगे और बच्चों को पढ़ाई करने के और अवसर मिलेंगे, सुविधाएं मिलेंगी और सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के प्रतिबद्ध है।
इस तरह की जो बातें कर रहे हैं, डराने की बात, लोगों को गुमराह करने की बात, वो वक्फ माफियाओं के संरक्षण के लिए कर रहे हैं, आम लोगों के लिए नहीं।
जो ओवैसी साहब हैं वो मजे हुए नेता हैं, मत सांप्रदायिक नेता हैं और वो जानते हैं कि इससे जो तालीम मिलेगी और वक्त का जो अधिकार है वो कम होएगा, तो उसको वो रखना चाहते हैं क्योंकि उनकी राजनीति वहीं से होती है और जो फायदा है मदरसा का सर्वे से और जो वक्त से जो राजस्व विभाग को जो फायदा है, उन दोनों को वो नुकसान देना चाहते हैं।
So what is the need for a survey like this? Is there really a communal agenda or is this again trying to create an atmosphere of fear? Joining us now is Manish Shukla, spokesperson of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, Advocate Ehtisham Hashmi, political analyst, along with Shahid Ali, president of the Waqf Liberation Movement. Manish Shukla जी, आप पहले बताइए कि इसकी जरूरत क्या है?
देखिए, वक्फ किसको कहते हैं? यानी अल्लाह के कार्य के लिए, अल्लाह के नाम पर धार्मिक और चैरिटेबल कार्य के लिए कोई भी व्यक्ति अपनी संपत्ति या धन का दान करता है। तो वक्फ अधिनियम 1960 है, उसमें साफ लिखा गया है कि कोई भी संपत्ति स्वतः संज्ञान लेके वक्फ के नाम पर रजिस्टर्ड नहीं हो सकती। लेकिन 7 अप्रैल 1989 को एक आदेश जारी होता है, राजस्व आदेश जारी होता है कि जो भीटा है, जो बंजर है, जो ऊसर है, इस प्रकृति की जो जमीनें हैं वो ज्यादातर वक्फ की हैं, तो इनको उस तरह से वक्फ से अटैच कर दिया जाए। और उस आदेश की आड़ में तमाम ऐसी संपत्तियों को जो सरकारी जमीनें थी उसको वक्फ के संपत्ति के तौर पर रजिस्टर्ड कर दिया है। एक विषय ये है। दूसरा विषय यह है कि अल्लाह के नाम पर धार्मिक और चैरिटेबल कार्य के लिए लोगों ने श्रद्धा से जो जमीनें दी वो भूमाफियाओं ने कब्जा कर ली। तमाम अन्य चीजों के उपयोग में आ रही है, जिस उद्देश्य के लिए, जिस पवित्र उद्देश्य के लिए लोगों ने दी थी उसके काम में नहीं आ रही थी। अगर उत्तर प्रदेश भर की केवल बात करें तो 15-20 सालों से लगातार इस तरह के विवाद सामने आ रहे हैं कि वक्फ की संपत्तियों पर अवैध कब्जे को लेकर। जो आदेश योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार ने किया है उससे दो चीजें होंगी। जो सरकारी जमीन वक्फ पे गलत तरीके से दर्ज हो गई वो छूट जाएंगी और जो भूमाफियाओं ने वक्फ की जमीनों को कब्जा कर रखा है या जिस कार्य के लिए दी गई थी उस कार्य के लिए नहीं उपयोग हो रहा है, उससे भी वो संपत्ति हटकर मूल काम में लग जाएगी।
ओके, चलिए, तो आपने आपका जो बेसिक इंटेंशन है वो क्लियर कर दिया है। डज दिस मेक यू कॉन्फिडेंस मिस्टर शाहिद अली? किसी का कुछ ग्रैब नहीं किया जा रहा है, कोई एनआरसी नहीं किया जा रहा है, कोई टारगेटिंग नहीं की जा रही है। ये देखा जा रहा है कि हैज देयर बीन इलीगल ऑक्यूपेशन ऑफ वन गवर्नमेंट लैंड और इज देयर लैंड माफिया ट्राइंग टू एनक्रोच ऑन वक्फ लैंड? मिस्टर शाहिद अली।
Acha, I want to put a question to all viewers and to you as well and to my learned panelists as well. Whether till date any survey has been conducted as to how many work properties have been encroached upon by government of India, state governments and various peoples living in India, Muslims and Hindu all, and how much attempts or efforts have been made by government to get those properties evacuated or vacated. If you will see, in Delhi only 320 properties, work properties were acquired by the government of India. 320 properties, and the smallest properties of 25,000 square yards. Now those properties could have been acquired only by virtue of following procedure contained in Section 51 of Waqf Act. Section 51 says that the permission of Waqf chairman is necessary for acquiring any property, and the government has to compensate the Waqf board. But no permission was ever obtained by from the Waqf board by the government. No compensation was ever given to the Waqf board. So this is the plight of we Muslims in India, and these people have been saying as the Waqf board is encroaching on public land. Are they not aware that the revenue system is there in India? All properties are recorded. All properties are recorded, duly recorded in the revenue records.
वक्फ की संपत्ति पे आप कब्जा करके बैठे हुए हैं।
देखिए, शाहिद जी ने तीसरा सवाल खड़ा किया। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने जो आदेश जारी किया है सर्वे और सीमांकन का, वो क्यों किया है वो मैंने क्लियर किया। उस पर शाहिद जी ओके हैं या नहीं है, इस पर उन्होंने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया। फिलहाल मैं उनकी बात पर आता हूं कि वक्फ के चेयरमैन से परमिशन लेके सरकार वक्फ की जमीन को एक्वायर कर सकती है, ऐसा शाहिद जी ने स्वयं कहा है। तो उस पर उनको कंपनसेशन मिला नहीं मिला, ये तो एक विषय अध्ययन का विषय है। और अगर ऐसा कोई विषय है शाहिद जी के मामले में, शाहिद जी के संज्ञान में, तो संबंधित सरकार, वो भारत सरकार है या किसी राज्य की सरकार है, उसके सामने इनको जाना चाहिए। लेकिन इनकी इस बात से हमारे सरकार यानी योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार का जो प्लीज बीच में नहीं शाहिद जी, ऐसे नहीं, मेरी बात कंप्लीट होने दीजिए, मैं पूरा ध्यान से आपको भी सुनूंगा, मुझे आप सुनिए, अच्छी डिबेट होगी।
प्लीज 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 कंटिन्यू।
आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार का जो आदेश है,
प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
वो आपकी इस बात से कंट्राडिक्ट हो रहा हो तो आप बताइए, या उसमें मेरी इस सरकार की नीयत में कोई सवाल हो तो मैं जरूर जवाब दूंगा।
चलिए, आप आश्वस्त हैं, आपका कोई भी प्रॉब्लम उत्तर प्रदेश में शाहिद अली वो भी सॉल्व की जाएगी, सर्वे होने दीजिए। आप सर्वे को सपोर्ट करते हैं?
मुझे इनसे सिर्फ एक चीज का जवाब मुझे दे दें कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश ने कितनी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टियों को आजाद करवाने की आज तक कोशिश की है। एक लंबी लिस्ट है, कई लाख प्रॉपर्टियां हैं जो कब्जा कर रखी हैं, और जो एसडीएम, जो कंसर्न एसडीएम होता है ना, वहां पर डीएम होता है उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर, डीएम पुलिस फोर्स नहीं देता, डीएम कभी कोई कॉर्पोरेशन नहीं देता जरा सी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को आजाद करवाने के लिए, वैकेशन करवाने के लिए। स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी है ना वक्फ बोर्ड, तो वक्फ बोर्ड तो किसी की बात की संपत्ति नहीं है ना। वक्फ बोर्ड की जो वक्फ प्रॉपर्टियां वो अल्लाह ताला उसका मालिक है, और दीज प्रॉपर्टीज,
ऑल ऑफ दीज प्रॉब्लम्स विल बी टेकन केयर ऑफ।
एग्जैक्टली, मैं आपसे वही अर्ज मैं कर रहा हूं, मैं आपसे वही अर्ज कर रहा हूं कि ऐसी लिस्ट ऑलरेडी गवर्नमेंट को दे चुके हैं, दिल्ली में भी, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी, तमाम जगहों पर भी, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट कोई भी उस पर एक्शन लेने को तैयार नहीं है, बिल्कुल गहरी नींद में सो रही है। देखिए, एज फार एज द सर्वे इज कंसर्न, माई रिक्वेस्ट इज ओनली दिस: please get the survey conducted as to so far in how many properties the government of India and the state government has cooperated the Waqf board for vacation of those properties, in respect of which the valid orders have been passed and the orders have attained finality by the Supreme Court.
करते कुछ नहीं है, आप मदद कुछ नहीं करते।
देखिए, नहीं, मैंने अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क में यही तो कहा कि तमाम सरकारी जमीनें वक्फ के अंदर में चली गई, वक्फ की जमीनों पर भूमाफियाओं ने कब्जा कर रखा है, या जिस उद्देश्य के लिए वक्फ बनाया गया था उस उद्देश्य के लिए वहां काम नहीं हो रहा है। इसीलिए तो सर्वे और सीमांकन के काम का आदेश उत्तर प्रदेश की गवर्नमेंट ने दिया है। और एक और जानकारी मैं दे दूं कि पूर्व में वक्फ की संपत्तियों को घोटाले को लेकर हमारी सरकार ने सीबीआई जांच का आदेश दिया है। आप कैसे हमको ये कह सकते हैं कि हम चिंतित नहीं है? इसीलिए तो सीमांकन और सर्वे करा रहे हैं।
Then let there be a survey. एहतशाम हाशमी,
इनका जो सर्वे है, इसकी शुरुआत इस बात से कर रहे हैं Okay.
Thank you, Padmaja. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to express my views on your channel. I would like to greet my both brothers, Shahid Bhai and my learned colleague who is appearing for BJP. Shahid Bhai is fighting for Waqf land since long. And he is having amazing command over Waqf law, and he is having all the details that on which there is an encroachment on Waqf land. And Padmaja, with all due respect, I would like to quote our beloved Prime Minister of India. He said on 31st of January 2021, then PM wants lands free of encroachment. Cameraman, can you show this?
He's showing very clearly.
All the
yes,
viewers of
very
your channel.
Clearly we can see.
PM openly said, our beloved PM said he wants Waqf land to be free from encroachment, and I would like to say thanks to our PM that he is so concerned about encroached land of the Waqf. And one more thing, Padmaja, because we have given 5 minutes to all the panelists, I would also like to take few precious minutes from your this show, that there are almost 6,000 registered Waqf properties in India, and almost 7,000 properties has been encroached by individuals or any or organizations. So may I request Government of India that what steps Government of India are taking to free these land from encroachment. These lands belongs to Muslims, and the basic purpose of Waqf property is to provide benefit to the Muslim community. That has been enshrined in the Waqf Act. And one more thing, one more report which I would like to quote before your channel. The Times of India report that as per data from National Waqf Management System of India dated 31st January 2020, various state Waqf board owns 6,16,732 properties. Kindly see the report. Kindly see the report. And almost 10,000 properties had been encroached, and in response to Minority Affairs Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi notified the Lok Sabha that total 16,937 Waqf properties were encroached on in the country, with the highest number of at 5,610 in Punjab. Now what BJP has to say on this? 16,000 registered Waqf properties has been encroached by them, and they are trying to conduct a survey of madrasa and Waqf property. What kind of a survey is it? Our beloved PM admitted.
If your properties are being encroached by anyone, like you yourself said, the Prime Minister is very concerned about encroachment on your property, they will have it removed. But you are calling it NRC. That is exactly what I am asking you. You yourself are saying कि हमारी property encroach हो रही है. You yourself are saying ये encroachment हटाओ. जब तक survey नहीं होगा, encroachment का पता कैसे चलेगा?
पद्मजा,
yes, Mr. Hashmi.
पद्मजा, प्रधानमंत्री जी ये कह दें कि हम सर्वे कराने के बाद जो भी, मैं 1 मिनट सिर्फ लूंगा, 30 सेकंड बस लूंगा, उसके बाद आप और पैनलिस्ट की तरफ जा सकती हैं. पद्मजा जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी या जो भी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी का सर्वे करना चाहता है वो कह दे कि जितनी भी वक्फ के ऊपर इंक्रोचमेंट है हम उसको 1 महीने के अंदर हटा के
बोलिए मनीष शुक्ला जी, बोलिए. अगर सर्वे में निकला कि आपकी वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी पे इंक्रोचमेंट आप हटवाएंगे उसको, इनको वापस अपनी संपत्ति देंगे.
ऐसा कहने की ताकत है कि आप में?
चलिए बताइए,
ताकत है आप में, बताइए.
अब ताकत मत जाइए ना, बताइए मनीष जी.
जो आपने अभी कहा एग्जैक्टली वही मैं भी कहना चाहता हूँ. एक तरफ आपका आरोप है कि
आप प्रधानमंत्री के इस स्टेटमेंट का सपोर्ट करते हैं,
इस तरह से नहीं, इस तरह से नहीं. देखिए आपने अपना पूरा समय लिया, 5 मिनट लिया, 7 मिनट लिया.
नहीं, मुझे ये तो बता दीजिए.
पद्मजा जी
नहीं
बताइए, आपको जवाब चाहिए कि आपको आपकी संपत्ति मिलेगी कि नहीं. लेकिन आंसर
सपोर्ट करते हैं, नहीं करते हैं.
आप अगर इनकी प्रॉपर्टी का इंक्रोचमेंट होगा, एहतशाम हाशमी साहब को वापस देंगे उनकी प्रॉपर्टी, मिस्टर शुक्ला?
मैडम हाँ, लेकिन मैडम इनको सुनने की भी आदत डालिए. हम लोग तो बड़ी देर से इनको सुन रहे हैं. देखिए पद्मजा जी, अभी आपने एक बात कही, मैं उसी बात को दोहराता हूँ कि आप कहोगे कि वक्फ बोर्ड की संपत्ति पर कब्जा हो गया है, आप कहोगे उसको छुड़ाना चाहिए. जब उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार सर्वे करा के उसका सीमांकन कराएगी, यानी जहां कोई एप्लीकेशन देने वाला भी नहीं होगा, वक्फ की संपत्ति कब्जा हो गई, वहां भी उस सर्वे में आ जाएगा, सीमांकन हो जाएगा, तो वक्फ की एक एक संपत्ति कब्जे से मुक्त हो जाएगी. हम सीबीआई जांच के, हमारे यहाँ सीबीआई जांच भी चल रही उत्तर प्रदेश में, उसके बाद भी ओवैसी और तमाम ऐसे लोग ये सवाल खड़ा कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल गलत स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं आप, गलत स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं आप, गलत स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं। एक भी डॉक्यूमेंट बता दीजिए कि सर्वे हो रहा है, सर्वे लैंड फ्री कराने के लिए हो रहा है, बताइए आप।
ये जो महोदय बैठे हैं इतना उत्साहित हो जा रहे हैं, देश भर की जितनी
स्टेटमेंट देंगे तो मैं क्या बोलूंगा, बताइए आप।
इनको या तो रोकिए,
नहीं
मैं
आप
तो इनसे ज्यादा मैं शोर भी मचा सकता हूँ,
17,000
इनके बीच में भी बोल सकता हूँ,
तो मैं क्या करूंगा, उत्साहित नहीं होऊंगा क्या?
एहतशाम हाशमी जी, आई थिंक
हाशमी जी को कहिए कि इस तरह से डिबेट में अच्छी
हाँ, उनको 30 सेकंड दीजिए। आप हाँ या ना में जवाब चाहते थे, वो कह रहे हैं कि हाँ सर्वे करा के आपको दिया जाएगा जहां पर एनक्रोचमेंट होगा,
दिया जाएगा। हम तो कह रहे हैं हाँ, लेकिन और पद्मजा जी क्लियर एंड लाउड बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो सरकारी संपत्तियां, जो भीखे, जो ऊसर, जो बंजर वक्फ के नाम पर कब्जा है, वो भी योगी आदित्यनाथ की सरकार छुड़ाएगी। देखिए मैं छिपा कर बात करने वाला व्यक्ति नहीं हूं और हमारी पार्टी छिपाती नहीं है बातों को। हम वक्फ की जो संपत्ति कब्जा उसको भी छुड़ाएंगे, वक्फ के नाम पर जो सरकारी जमीन कब्जा वो भी छुड़ाएंगे, और सर्वे करा के सीमांकन करा के जिसका जो है उसको मिलेगा।
ओके, फेयर इनफ। आई थिंक जो आपका इनिशियल एप्रीहेंशन है कम से कम उसको एड्रेस किया गया है। अब when the survey happens, that the result will be completely to your satisfaction, that cannot be guaranteed. Maybe some of it will turn out to be your property, some of it will turn out to be an encroachment by the Waqf, but for that to be determined, at least a survey has to happen without this premature fear mongering. Let's see what happens. Thanks very much for the time being, all gentlemen, for having joined me. Now, even as the Congress leaders had to clarify on Shashi Tharoor allegedly seeking Sonia Gandhi's approval to contest for the post of Congress President, Ashok Gehlot's minister Pratap Singh Khacharewas today revealed that Sonia Gandhi's nod is indeed taken to fight for the president's poll. Rajasthan minister Khacharewas today said that whether or not Ashok Gehlot will fight the poll will only be decided after he meets with the interim Congress president. Listen in.
मुख्यमंत्री जी खुद सीनियर लीडर हैं, वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष का फॉर्म भरेंगे नहीं भरेंगे, क्या होगा, ये सब बात अशोक गहलोत जी, सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, कांग्रेस आलाकमान आपस में बैठकर तय करेगा।
Meanwhile, Ashok Gehlot today met Sonia Gandhi at her residence. This comes hours after he indicated that he could enter the Congress president poll fray. Listen in to some of the other reactions coming in.
It is his decision, but the sentiments of the Congress leaders has been conveyed to the AICC. The final call will be taken by the leadership. 24th is when the nominations of the Congress presidents start. Up till 30th, we'll have to wait and see who files for those nominations and what the electors decide. It is the only party, Congress, which has elections like this. We'll have to wait for 2 or 3 days to see how things develop. Like Mr. Jairam Ramesh has said, anybody who is keen to fight elections can file nomination. It's a very open and transparent process. So let's wait for a few days to see who all actually filed the nominations. We talked about many things, but I think this Bharat Jodo Yatra is historic. It has a tremendous response in not just Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but entire country. People are anxiously waiting for this Yatra.
Meanwhile, internal squabbling has started in the Congress party, with Kerala Congress leader and party MP K. Muralidharan taking subtle dig at Shashi Tharoor over his decision to contest for the presidential poll. The Congress MP said that Tharoor started his political career through the Congress only 13 years ago. Thiruvananthapuram was also a Congress stronghold, and many senior Congress leaders have won this seat. Does Muralidharan mean that Shashi Tharoor may not be the choice for the top job?
अड्डा जी का चुनाव किस तरह हुआ वो तो बताएं वो लोग, हमारे पे कमेंट करने से पहले। किसने सिलेक्ट किया, कौन से उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव थे, कौन सी पब्लिकली उन्होंने और ट्रांसपेरेंसी और फेयरनेस उनके इलेक्शन में थी। ये कहे ना बीजेपी इस देश के लोगों को कि किस तरह बीजेपी के अंदर अपॉइंटमेंट होती है प्रेसिडेंट की और उनकी, और कौन किसके साये में काम कर रहा है। जहाँ तक हमारा सवाल है, यस इलेक्शन पूरी प्रोसेस है, वो जिस तरह जनरल इलेक्शन होते हैं उसी प्रोसेस के अंदर होगा, स्टेट के अंदर होगा है। तो हर एक स्टेट में जो आइडेंटिटी कार्ड दिए गए हैं वो लोग उसके अंदर वोटिंग करेंगे, उसमें सब कुछ होगा और पब्लिकली होगा।
Shashi Tharoor is started his political career only on 13 years before. Trivandrum, so many times Congress MPs were elected, so many times. Even K. Karunanan was elected from the Trivandrum constituency. So Trivandrum constituency, if a good candidate, we can win that seat. Mr. A. Charles elected 3 times in Trivandrum. V.S. Shivkumar also elected from there. So Trivandrum most probably it is a pro-Congress seat, especially when the BJP is the main opponent in Thiruvananthapuram. So the minorities will vote always in Congress party in the last 3 Lok Sabha elections.
Very interesting next few days when the last date of nomination draws close, and then of course within the next fortnight Congress will get its new president. That's it then from me on this edition of the news. I will see you next at 10 on the News Hour agenda.
very warm welcome. You're watching News Pulse with me, Priya Behel, your one-stop shop for all the stories that made headlines today. In Delhi, Tamil Nadu and Poonch, Times Now is leading the charge in investigating the land grab allegations against the Waqf board. In the national capital, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan has been arrested in connection with irregularities in Delhi Waqf board recruitment after day-long raids at his and his aides' homes. In Poonch, Times Now's exclusive reveals how land worth 500 crore rupees was gifted away allegedly for communal appeasement, and in Tiruchendurai village in Tamil Nadu, where the Waqf board claims ownership of not just a village whose people are fighting to reclaim what belongs to them, but also a centuries-old temple land. We'll dissect these stories one by one, starting from Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan, who was today sent to an additional 5 days in custody. The ACB told the court that it needs to confront Delhi Waqf Board chairman with another accused, Imam Kausar Siddiqui, who had been detained from Telangana. Notably, it was from Siddiqui's Delhi resident that the ACB found cash, illegal weapons and 2 diaries that contained cash entries in several people's names, including that of Amanatullah Khan. In the court, ACB said that suspected hawala transactions from Dubai are also being investigated. ACB's also cited Times Now expose saying that school in Delhi's Fatehpuri area was raised to make way for a shopping plaza and that no MCD approvals were sought for the same. Let's now revisit the accounts of the shopkeepers who exposed this rot.
मतलब ये जो उन्होंने जनता को बेवकूफ़ बनाने का लगाया जा रहा है दिल्ली वक्त पब्लिक स्कूल बोर्ड लाइन 2 साल से वो बोर्ड लगा दिया। कब की बात है? 2 साल के अंदर ये सारी बातें और दुकान कभी बनी दुकानें अभी बनी और ये वक्त बोर्ड की ही दुकानें हैं अभी। नहीं तो ऐसा जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आया है कि 3 वो क्या नाम है 35 लाख रुपया तक किराया है उनका। नहीं से बोली है सिक्योरिटी है, सिक्योरिटी का मालिक ही बन गया ये लोग। और प्राइमरी स्कूल था पहले, उनको छोड़ करके दुकान भाई वहाँ सका भाई यहाँ पर, और इसका सीधा पैसा दिल्ली वक्त बोर्ड को जाता है अमानतुल्लाह खान। और ये जो दुकानें इनको दी गई हैं ये क्या इनके करीबी हैं या फिर ये सब जो है किस तरीके से दी गई है? वहाँ करीबी समझो। अच्छा किराया अंदर ही फतेहपुर की अच्छा वक्त बोर्ड में जाता है, ये वक्त बोर्ड की जगह है। तो सरकार ने सील करी थी? सील ये जो अभी मौजूदा चेयरमैन है अमानतुल्लाह खान, हाँ इनके पीरियड में लगी थी। अच्छा उनकी पीरियड में भी लगी थी, फिर अमानतुल्लाह खान ने इसको दोबारा से खुलवाया है, दुकानों को नया बनना था। पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल था ना यहाँ पे, वही तो बताते हैं। हाँ।
Meanwhile, we also did a special report from Poonch, where it wasn't a case of encroachment, but the land was gifted away. Land worth almost 500 crore rupees just given away.
A prime land in Poonch was literally gifted away to the Waqf on a platter in the mid-1980s. Under the watch of former J&K Chief Minister G.M. Shah, over 29 acres of government land worth at least 468 crore rupees was transferred in the name of Waqf Islamia.
जहाँ तक मैं पुंछ गया हूँ, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द लैंड इज अ वकफ एंड द प्रॉपर जो परेड के आगे पीछे आप देखते हैं और ग्रेवयार्ड डुंगस के नीचे आगे पीछे देखते हैं, एयरफील्ड के आगे पीछे देखते हैं, वो सब वकफ लैंड है। अब कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ 85 में, वो तो आपको पीछे जाना पड़ेगा, लेकिन एज ऑन डेट दिस प्रॉपर्टी ऑल बिलोंग्स टू वकफ।
The government land that Waqf is laying claim to includes 22 acres at the airfield ground in Poonch, priced at 360 crore rupees. The massive parade ground worth at least 47 crore rupees. The grounds of the government degree college, a site where the girls' middle school is built, even the compound that houses the Deputy Commissioner's office and residence. These are among the 11 sites in Poonch where land was transferred to benefit one religious group.
तो 1985 का जब नोटिफिकेशन हमने देखा तो उसमें तो शहर की जितनी प्राइम लैंड थी, जैसे एयरफील्ड की लगभग 200 कनाल रकबा है, वो भी औकाफ इस्लामिया के नाम। उसके अलावा आप ये कॉलेज ग्राउंड ये औकाफ इस्लामिया के नाम, उसके अलावा आप डीसी ऑफिस के साथ एडजॉइनिंग लैंड औकाफ इस्लामिया के साथ, टीटी स्कूल औकाफ इस्लामिया के साथ। जब इस विषय के बारे में हमें पता चला तो हमने डीसी के नोटिस में लाया कि जनाब आपका ऑफिस भी चला गया है।
The list of properties that Waqf is claiming are marked across Poonch. It includes the government media complex, the premises of the old police station, which have been converted into government quarters, are claimed by the Waqf. So is this area adjoining the Eidgah on the PWD road.
People of Poonch contacted with me. We filed a case in J&K High Court. I am their advocate. We started investigating the case and we found out that in August 1985, in a very secret manner, clandestinely, a government order had been issued through which nearly half of the Poonch city had been handed over to the Waqf department.
In 2012, the fraud was first called out by the Deputy Commissioner of Poonch. He flagged off his concerns in writing to the Jammu Divisional Commissioner. The higher authorities had been sounded that the lands transferred to Waqf in 1985 had been wrongly notified.
चाहे वो तहसीलदार साहब हों, चाहे वो पटवारी साहब हों, उन सब के ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। चाहे वहाँ के यहाँ को सियासी हो नुमाइंदा किए न हो, यहाँ के वक्त वो को जो फ़ायदा पहुँचाने के उसने काम किए उसके खिलाफ ही जो कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
The real shocker came in 2017 when the Waqf Islamia went on to make claims on lands it had never possessed. Citing the J&K Waqf Act, the Waqf sent eviction notices for property under government control, or alternately, it sought rent.
इसमें देखा गया है कि जो डीसी ने एक चिट्ठी लिखी थी 2012 की लेटर में इट इज कैटेगोरिकली सेड दैट दिस इज बेसिकली अ स्टेट लैंड। तो आपको लगता नहीं है कि वहां उस समय पे कहीं टैंपरिंग हुई है कि लैंड ऑलमोस्ट हैज बीन ग्रैब्ड और ये एलओसी है, वेरी सेंसिटिव एरिया है, तो इस पे ऐसा होना?
2000% you are right, it is all tampering, but this all land belongs to Waqf.
Here again, what the Waqf has to say.
2000% you are right, it is all tampering, but this all land belongs to Waqf. 2000% you are right, it is all tampering, but this all land belongs to Waqf.
It's strange, despite knowing that records were tampered, the Waqf is making hollow claims. A desperate bid to legitimize a land grab sanctioned by Chief Minister Ghulam Mohammad Shah in 1985. With Pradeep Datta in Jammu, Times Now.
We've got breaking developments coming in from Punjab, where it looks like there is going to be another round of Aam Aadmi Party versus centre-appointed governor face-off, this time over a special assembly session. Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn the order that summoned a special session of Punjab Assembly on the 22nd of September. In a fresh order that has been issued, the governor said that the September 20 order stands withdrawn because there is no specific rule regarding summoning of assembly for considering confidence motion called by the Punjab government. Gurpreet now joins us for more details. Gurpreet, that is setting the stage for another face-off between Aam Aadmi Party and the government, because they would have planned this special session as a show of strength.
Well, yes, of course, it's a big jolt to Aam Aadmi Party, and we have seen Punjab governor has already withdrawn its earlier order, saying that there is no legal provision to hold such special session at this point of time, and they have already examined. Solicitor General of India, Satyapal Jan, has given his legal opinion on that, and saying that there is no provision for in the Constitution of Punjab, and especially Punjab Vidhan Sabha rules. So following that, the governor of Punjab, he has already withdrawn his earlier order, which has been issued on 20th of this month, and now he has given a fresh order saying that he has already got a representation from the opposition party, whether it's the Congress party. He has specifically mentioned in his order he has got a representation from leader of opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa, Ashwini Sharma from BJP, and other leaders, and keeping in view of all these things, they have legally examined each and every aspect of this Punjab Vidhan Sabha rules, and they have learned that there is no power to the government, state government, to show of the strength, and for confidence motion they cannot allow for this special session. So it's a big jolt to Aam Aadmi Party. But if we can see that there is a Punjab governor versus Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann is
we'll
going
see how
on,
this
and we have
plays
seen a couple
out.
of
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us. We are now taking a very quick break.
چهارشنبه بخیر. سلام مسیح بود، اینجا اصفهانه. چهارشنبه کرمانشاه، اینجا رامسره. من از ساغر. ما در تهران هستیم، مشغول پیاده روی بدون حجاب.
Welcome back. Sonia Gandhi's son-in-law and businessman Robert Vadra, who's on bail in a laundering case, offered an unconditional apology to a Delhi court today after court objected to his Dubai trip, which probe agencies had also objected to, calling it unscheduled. The court has chided Vadra for a violation of terms and conditions of the permission that was granted to him and asked why the security money that he had provided should not be forfeited. Times Now was the first channel to break the news that a local Delhi court had frowned at alleged attempts by Vadra to mislead the court. The ED also read out its earlier submission, which mentioned that it feared Vadra would tamper with evidence if he goes to the UAE. After this, Vadra said that the error was inadvertent and unintentional. Vadra's argument, however, cut little ice with the judge, who said, "What is the purpose of seeking permission and not abiding by it?" The order on forfeiture of this FD has been kept for tomorrow.
A stopover in Dubai has landed Robert Vadra in a massive trouble. Today, an explanation was sought from him by the court, stating why he made a pit stop at Dubai against the order of the court. Today, he appeared before the court and issued an unconditional apology, stating that he should have mentioned that he was going to Dubai, not via Dubai. The court noted that on August 22nd, he submitted one itinerary stating that he will be stopping at Dubai for 4 days. Now, the court had asked him why his fixed deposit, the surety that he had given to the court while it allowed him to travel abroad, should not be forfeited. The order on this specific point will be given by the court tomorrow. ED counsel had submitted that if he goes to UAE, that is Dubai, he could tamper with the evidence and could influence some of the witnesses. The judge took note of this. However, this explanation by Robert Vadra did not cut any ice with the judge. The judge said that why did he defy the order of the court?
Now let's take a look at some other stories that made headlines. Congress leader KK Mishra has been accused of making objectionable remarks against a Brahmin society. BJP has demanded immediate removal of KK Mishra from the Congress. Barricades have been put up on the Sumanahalli flyover in Bengaluru after a patch of elevated road caved in for the second time in just the last 3 years. Students of Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar staged protest on college campus after a first-year student allegedly died by suicide. Punjab Police has taken cognizance of the suicide case in Lovely Professional University. A note has also been recovered where the student has named a professor. Several people performed a havan outside District Collectorate office in Jodhpur. Protesters submitted a memorandum to register their protest against lumpy skin disease that affected cattle in the state. Mumbai's BMC has imposed a fine of 3.66 lakh rupees on Lal Bagh Chauraja Sarvajanik Ganeshotsav Mandal for creating 183 potholes on the road during Ganeshotsav this year. The BMC charged a fine of 2,000 rupees per pothole. Leader of opposition in West Bengal Assembly Suvendu Adhikari, along with other party MLAs, has protested outside the state assembly against the state government after a 5-year-old boy was found dead in Birbhum. Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar has asserted that the Indian Navy will be completely self-reliant by 2047. He has also added there was much to learn from Russia-Ukraine conflict, which witnessed the use of latest technologies. In a big win for forces, the Buddha Pahar area in Jharkhand, which was Naxal dominated, has been freed of red terror. Forces were sent to the Maoist stronghold and Naxals were wiped out as part of 3 different locations. CRPF DG said Bihar can now be called Naxal-free. TRS leaders are reported to have thrashed toll plaza staff for asking them to pay up the toll. After assaulting the staff, TRS leaders vandalized the toll plaza. CBI has arrested Rishi Kamlesh Agarwal, chairman and managing director of Surat-based ABG Shipyard, on charges of duping a consortium of 28 banks of 22.8 thousand crore rupees. Partha Chatterjee and 3 other accused have been given jail custody till 5th of October by CBI court in the SSC scam. Over the course of last 3 days, Iran has been witnessing a moment of reckoning after the death of Mahsa Amini for not wearing the hijab. Thousands of women have got the courage to speak up against the veil of oppression. Powerful images from Muslim countries show women burning the hijab to mark the beginning of a feminist movement. But the contrast with what is happening in India is quite stark. On the 9th day of hearing in hijab case, Supreme Court Judge Justice Sudhanshu Dhulia asked how the state will prepare its students to face the religious and cultural diversity in the world if it restricts religious apparel in schools in the name of equality and discipline. And then there were those like the Asaduddin Owaisi AIMIM chief who said that the fight in Supreme Court is about choice.
मेरे को क्या नहीं मुझे क्या करना है ईरान से? मैं आपके राष्ट्रवाद को क्वेश्चन कर रहा हूं। आपका राष्ट्रवाद इतना कमजोर क्यों हो गया कि भारत की बच्ची हिजाब पहनना चाह रही, आपको ईरान की बच्ची से मोहब्बत क्यों हो गई? मैं सिटीजन हूं या ईरान की भारत की सिटीजन है? अरे कैसी मोहब्बत है तुमको? एक तरफ आप है? अरे आप लोगों को मोहब्बत होनी चाहिए भारत के नागरिकों से, उनके फंडामेंटल राइट से, मगर आपको ईरान की फिक्र है, ईरान की फिक्र है। अम्मा यार कर्नाटका की बच्ची भारत की नागरिक है, आपको भारत के लोगों से मोहब्बत क्यों नहीं है? ईरानियों से मोहब्बत कितनी क्यों हो गई? पेट्रोल मिल रहा बोल के ईरान से आपको हिजाब पहनता है नहीं पहनता वो भी तो चॉइस है ना, वो भी तो चॉइस है। अब कोई बच्ची भारत की बोल रही है कि मेरा चॉइस है, कॉन्शियस डिसीजन है, एसेंशियल रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस है, राइट टू प्राइवेसी है, प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ कल्चर है, मैं पहन रही हूं।
That's all we had for you in this broadcast. Up next is Rahul Shivshankar with the day's biggest debates on India front.
Thanks indeed, Priya. Yes, viewers, the big story today coming from Birmingham. Viewers, the facts are clear. The truth cannot be obfuscated. The deniers must accept that they failed in their attempt to turn the Hindu victims of Islamist hate attacks in Leicester and Birmingham into villains. Why are we saying this? Because viewers, today, Times Now was able to speak to several eyewitnesses. And they talked about, not Leicester, they talked about the events of yesterday. Indeed, after the mayhem in Leicester, one would have thought that the situation would not roll on any further. The police, after all, had arrested almost 50 people. We are being told through unofficial sources that each one of these people are individuals that belong to other communities, that not one among the 48 or so are Hindus. Viewers, therefore it came as a real shock when we all woke up this morning to visuals of an unprovoked attack in Birmingham. Times Now has accessed visuals of this unprovoked attack on a temple in Birmingham, which was surrounded yesterday by a mob of 300 plus chanting Allahu Akbar. The mob also made obscene gestures at the people assembled inside the temple, and by some accounts threw fireworks and bottles at them. Times Now has got exclusive images from the Durga Bhavan Hindu temple in Smethwick, Birmingham, shot by horrified temple goers. The images show an aggressive crowd, a mob gathered at the boundary of a temple, chanting and gesturing. Two men even clamber on top of the wall, scale it, and then one with a red bandana around his neck makes obscene gestures at the temple goers, goading them, taunting them. The temple goers are cowering inside the walls. Those are the pictures. Look at the gestures that are being made by this individual. This, viewers, is not the act of anyone who is a victim. This is the act of a bigot hate monger. Through all of this, the police are seen trying to push back the hate mob. Here is the chaos that ensued. Viewers, it was unprovoked, but it wasn't entirely spontaneous. Viewers, the call to surround the temple was given 24 hours earlier. People of the Hindu community remain on edge because the mob issued a dire and chilling warning as they were retreating, as they were being pushed back by the police. Listen to this.
Yo, this is a message from Birmingham to all the BJP and the RSS Hindutva supporters. You're not welcome in Birmingham, you're not welcome in Leicester, you're not welcome in Nottingham, you're not welcome anywhere in the UK. None of your speakers, anyone you're trying to call these hate speakers that come down, we're going to turn up for all of them. So stop organising. We're here now, outside the Mandir. It's a peaceful protest, we're not causing no trouble, but we turned up just to let you know if you come down, we're all going to be here for you. Look, show them, look around, even the speakers cancelled. Look how many men have turned up. We've got no issue with Hindus that are from Britain. We've got no issue with British Hindus. We grew up with them, we know all of them. For the rest of you BJP, RSS freshies, if you come in, you're going to get met by us every single time. So if you want to come to Birmingham, Leicester, Nottingham, London, just give us a time and a place and we're there.
Viewers, taken together, it's now clear that what we have witnessed is Hinduphobia. They have no problems with, as they say, Hindus living for all their lives in the UK. But any Hindu who perhaps comes to work there is automatically assumed to be some supporter of the RSS and BJP. Times Now has access proof to show that Hindus were targeted. What is this proof, viewers? 200 masked men at Durga Bhavan Hindu Center. Mob tries to scale the wall of the Durga Bhavan temple. Did all these devotees inside, viewers, have a tag on their forehead that said, "We are BJP and RSS supporters"? No, viewers. And who are these people to decide what our political inclination should be in this country? What is the other proof? An unidentified masked man threatens RSS and BJP, warns BJP, RSS, Hindutva supporters that they're not welcome in this country. Viewers, if you vote the BJP and the RSS because you think that your interests as Hindus will be protected, do you deserve to be beaten, knifed, thrashed? What is the other proof? Mob of masked men seen setting a saffron flag on fire. Why would you be burning a saffron flag? A saffron flag, viewers, flies atop a number of temples in this country. It's not associated with any political movement. Another proof. Temple is vandalized, mob seen uprooting a saffron flag. Why would you attack a temple? Okay, fine. You were a bit upset that India won a match, that the fans, Indian fans got a bit boisterous. Perhaps a few words were said. But that doesn't mean that you wait for an opportunity almost 2 weeks later and then show up on the day of a Hindu festival and attack a temple. Think about it, viewers. You would only do that if you wanted to drive home a communal message. Another proof. One accused, Adam Yusuf, admitted to carrying knife. Adam among those arrested for violence in Leicester. There have been 2 arrests, and those individuals, both non-Hindus, were carrying weapons. Why would you want to carry a weapon in Leicester 2 weeks after a cricket match and then go and assault Hindus, try to stab them and scale their places of worship? The words and actions of the persons issuing the warning or unleashing violence are indistinguishable from those of the Pakistani state and sundry Islamists like the ISIS and Lashkar-e-Toiba that routinely threaten to exterminate the supporters of the BJP and the RSS. Viewers, should anyone be hunted down for exercising a political preference or choice? Wouldn't that amount to a McCarthyism? Why would those who profess to be champions of democratic freedoms in our country, in India, deliberately overlook this? These aren't the only questions. Here are more that need to be posed to the ecosystem that denies Hindu phobia. Viewers, first question. What or who is compelling some in India to give a clean chit to Islamists from Pakistan by implicating alleged Hindutva extremists? And what is the proof that those who celebrated India's win in Leicester in the last week of August are RSS BJP backers or supporters? It's a fundamental question. How will the ecosystem's most vocal voices explain the siege of a temple in Birmingham and the unprovoked and dire warnings issued to the Hindu community there? You've just seen them. Third, the ecosystem in India has linked the attacks on Hindus to a backlash for the fictitious Hindutva extremism in India. Will they explain why then are Hindus and other minorities being hunted down in Pakistan and Bangladesh for decades altogether? Was Hindutva mobilization at its peak 50 years ago? 40 years ago? If the Lutyens' pseudo-liberal lobby villainized Hindu processionists in India during Ram Navami for chanting Jai Shri Ram while passing mosques, why are they by the same yardstick not criticizing Islamists from laying siege to temples in UK and chanting Allahu Akbar? Is the desperate need to turn voters against the Modi regime leading some to betray the interests of Hindus settled abroad? Are all those who are speaking up against Hindu phobia today in Leicester and Birmingham RSS and BJP agents? Do Pakistani Muslims deserve to be targeted just because they have maintained a stoic silence on their nation's support of global jihad? Viewers, think about these questions before believing those who are trying to give Islamists a clean chit. I want to now introduce us to Suresh Rajpura, who is a committee member administering the temple that you're seeing on your screens, viewers. Mr. Rajpura, thank you for speaking to us. I know that you're apprehensive about your safety, but what did you witness yesterday during the protests in Birmingham, or let's just say the mob attack on your temple in Birmingham?
Just like many people in Birmingham area, we went to the temple as we normally go every Tuesday to take part in the puja and everything. There were rumors that there's going to be a protest, but all the messages that we received in the WhatsApp said there's going to be a peaceful protest. We were not quite fully aware what was it all about, except that there was a mention of Sadhvi Ritavraji in the messages. But we had learned that the Sadhvi's visit was already cancelled well before this protest. But there were a lot of people, about 200 to 300, outside the temple. They were making a lot of noises and chanting the Allahu Akbar Kanara. People were very frightened. They were all inside the compound of the temple itself, and they didn't know what was happening. Fortunately, there was a good presence of the police, which prevented the crowd from either entering the temple or doing any damage. But the people were very scared indeed.
Okay, well let me ask you this, because some in India have said that Hindutva extremism is spreading to different parts of the world, and this was in response to what has been happening in the UK. How do you respond to this kind of commentary?
Right, my response would be this, and I will be very, very categorical. In Leicester, which is a town about 50-60 miles from Birmingham, in Leicester, the police arrested some 48 people. Of the arrested people, there is not one that single Hindu name in there. So I don't know how these Hindu youths were attacking Muslim crowds or people. That's beyond belief. I have no evidence to prove. Hindus by nature, they are vegetarian. They promote ahimsa. So this kind of aggression is not inbuilt in their psyche. I may have a difference of opinion with you, but I wouldn't really hurt you or attack you physically.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rajpura, revealing what is being talked about now increasingly, that all of those who have been arrested In fact, none of those who have been arrested are from the Hindu community. That says a lot, viewers. Think about that. The British police have no reason to be discriminatory here. Let's open this up. Let me bring in, right at the top, Danish Qureshi, political analyst who joins us. Mr. Qureshi, Mr. Majid Haidari is here with us. Dr. Ranganathan is here with us. Sai Deepak, Saurav Dutt, an author. Sai Deepak, J. Sai Deepak is an advocate. Kamruzaman Chaudhary, leader of the Congress, is also here with us. I want to ask you, Mr. Qureshi, and it's a very simple question. Why would you want to villainize the Hindus? Say that they are being targeted because of some alleged Hindutva extremists.
I think, Rahul, this radical movement, entire Hinduism is exposed in UK, and now I believe that the epicenter of Hindutva is changed from Nagpur to Tel Aviv. What happened in UK and another part of this earth, we knew it very well, but this is not the first time where we saw this incident. Number of times before, we have a type of sports activities and matches with the different countries. What happened over there, that first of all, Muslims are being targeted, their worship places are being targeted. After that, second day, the Hindu worship places are being targeted. This is the political agenda of RSS and BJP, who is in the ruling in our country.
Qureshi, let me ask you a follow-up question before I open this up further. You know who we are talking about, right? We're talking about Pakistani fans. The Pakistani fans who swear by their country, Pakistan, even though they're living in England, no problem with that. And what does Pakistan stand for, sir? Tell me, I want to ask you, Danish Qureshi.
We have nothing to do with Pakistan and Pakistanis.
I'm not talking about Muslims here. You see, you guys are trying to make it communal. I'm talking about Pakistani fans. For me, Pakistani fans, and this has to be very, very, very deeply emphasized by me, are militantly opposed to Indians, whether there are Hindus, Muslims, Christians, or from any denomination. They hate Indians. And sir, in Pakistan, is it not true that Christians, Hindus, Sikhs have been butchered? Were they all, sir, part and parcel of some RSS Shakha? You said Nagpur, you said Tel Aviv. You tell me. Danish Qureshi, who are you defending today?
Rahul.
You're defending Pakistanis?
Nobody is defending the Pakistani. Nobody is defending the Pakistani fan.
You don't want to believe. But Rahul. Suresh Rajpura, who is a bona fide Indian, but you want to, that hoodlum who is standing there with his mask on, who doesn't even have the guts, I would have used another word,
Rahul,
to display his identity when he's making those threats, and you want to believe him?
Nobody believes in that. Nobody believes in Pakistan. Nobody believes in Pakistani. But in the name of Pakistan, you cannot target the worship places of the entire Islamic religion. You can't target that.
Whose religion?
Yes, we saw. You don't see that, Rahul.
What have you seen? Which mosque was targeted in England?
Okay,
show me. Which mosque? Show me. While you look for it, let me open this up.
You can say this.
What is happening? That's not a mosque, sir. Is that a mosque?
Look, let them chant what they are chanting. The same ideology.
Is it a crime on Ganesh Chaturthi?
What they target in India
is it a crime? Is it a crime according to you to say Jai Shri Ram,
nothing is crime.
to say Vande Mataram, to say to chant the Indian national anthem?
Nothing is crime to chant any slogan, but to target any places of any religion, that is a crime. Either it is
where has any religious place of the Muslim community been targeted, Mr. Danish Qureshi? Can you show me proof? Show me one mosque that has been desecrated.
I saw you, but you don't want to consider that. What can I do?
You are the only person who is making this claim. Even the British police has not made this claim.
Okay, let them do the police.
Let's open this up. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, how do you respond to Danish Qureshi tonight? Sai Deepak will come in right after, and I want to then bring in Kamruzaman Chaudhary. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan.
Good evening, Rahul. I'm afraid, first up, I have to say this, that you are wrong. Those people who were surrounding the Hindu temple and intimidating the worshippers are clearly BJP and RSS goons. They cannot be Muslims, because as we have been told, Muslims always form a human chain to protect temples, don't they? We have to realize, Rahul, that hatred for Hindus, Hinduism and Hindutva is now a global phenomena. Just like hatred for Jews, Judaism and Zionism. But while the Hindus may be Jews, unfortunately, India is not Israel. We are weak. You need to understand why this is happening. The Islamists and their leftists and Darbari lapdogs try and get at Hinduism using the pretext of one, playing victim, both nationally and internationally. And you've just seen an example of that. And two, targeting Hindutva and claiming it is distinct from Hinduism. Watch those clips. Dozens of clips, and note how many dozens of times the Islamists mentioned the word Hindutva on one. Remember the international support during the anti-CA protests for the hate-filled bigots blocking streets illegally for no rhyme or reason except to display a show of strength. तेरा मेरा रिश्ता क्या, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह, हिंदुओं से आजादी, काफिरों से आजादी, हम लेके रहेंगे जिन्ना वाली आजादी, हिंदुत्व की कबर खुदेगी, शहादा रिप्लेसिंग द अशोक चक्रा, चिल्ड्रन वांटिंग टू किल मोदी एंड शाह. Remember all that? Domestic Hindu misia forms the core, Rahul. That is then transmitted internationally quickly into global conferences about Hindutva ideology, dismantling it. And as for two, this is psychopathy topped up with profound ignorance, nothing else. Hindutva, I quote, verbatim, means the Indian culture and not merely the Hindu religion, unquote. This is the famous conclusion of the Supreme Court, not mine or Mohan Bhagwat. But here's the thing, even if you do not believe the Supreme Court, that Hindutva is the twa, the essence of Hinduism and means the Indian culture and prescribe to it a political or social motive, even then, Hindutva is not supremacist, but rather a defensive force to counter any attack on Hinduism. Tell me, is it Hindutva that calls non-believers the worst of creatures 98.6, that forbids marrying them 2.221? Is it Hindutva that recommends conditional wife beating 434? Is it Hindutva that says no one has the right to be worshipped except Shiva 4062? That says those who deny the Vedas, their necks will be shackled 4070? Is it Hindutva that says fight against those who do not adopt Hinduism, fight them until they give jizya 929? That says do not take disbelievers as friends unless they convert and kill them if they refuse 489? Were they believers of Hindutva who blew up the Bamiyan Buddhas? Is Hindutva responsible for 31,221 major terror attacks since 2001? Just because you are embarrassed by the violence, misogyny and bigotry commanded by your holy book, you bring in a false equivalence to deride Hindutva. So here is an open challenge, Rahul, just 20 seconds. Open challenge for those who hate Hindutva. List just 5 principles, diktats or commandments that you hate in Hindutva that are not there already in Islam. Just 5. And if you can't, then will you declare that you will henceforth hate Islam as much as you deride Hindutva? Hai dam Danish Qureshi? Hai dam kisi ka?
Would you like to respond, Mr. Qureshi?
I think Mr. Ranganathan is talking about the verses which he has described with the number. Problem is that who is practicing what
List
you
5.
No.
Mr. Qureshi, I gave you a challenge. Please,
Okay.
as a friend. As a friend, I gave you a challenge.
Okay.
List 5 things that are there in Hindutva that aren't already there in Islam.
Mr. Ranganathan, there are number of things I can describe.
बोलो
नहीं
ना,
छोड़ो उसको.
बोलो.
But I don't want to go in that.
बोलो.
Number आप
Challenge
जब आप
है.
ये कहते
और
हैं
जैसा ही
कि
भी है.
आप किसी एक ईश्वर
अगर
के बिना
मुझसे
तो आप
छूट
कैसे
गए,
जब
तो
आपके पास
जैसा ही है.
मल्टीपल सुनिए जब आपके पास मल्टीपल
बोलिए.
ऑलरेडी आपके रीजन में ऑप्शंस हैं तो
Don't
आप
do
कैसे
this.
एक ईश्वर में
Danish
बिलीव
साहब,
करेंगे बताइए.
please unfair.
Now I am challenging you.
You being unfair.
Can you explain me?
Please. I
How
didn't
you can
interrupt
say
you.
that?
I
You
didn't
can't say that.
interrupt you.
That's why I am
Danish
talking.
साहब, please don't
रंगनाथन
do
जी
this.
मैं
Danish
इसीलिए
साहब,
कह रहा हूँ कि अब मैं आपको
You are
चैलेंज
a
दे रहा हूँ.
gentleman.
बताइए आप
You are a
जब आप ये
gentleman. I
कहते हैं
gave
कि
you a
3
challenge.
करोड़ देवी देवता
I
हैं
gave
तो
a
बताइए
challenge to a
आप कैसे एक
gentleman.
ईश्वर की बात ही कर पाएंगे. बताइए तो मुझे समझा
Rahul,
दीजिए.
we
मैं
can't
लेमैन
carry
हूँ
on like
बिल्कुल.
this.
मुझे कुछ नहीं पता. मुझे बताइए आप.
Rahul, we can't carry on like this. As a gentleman,
Mr. Qureshi,
You know.
Mr. Qureshi, I think you have completely misunderstood what he's saying. He's saying that anyone who doesn't believe in your God, sir, is considered a kafir.
Did you
in 1 minute? That is what he's saying.
Okay.
Now I am not going down this route. I want you, sir, to today accept that you misled the audience. And I'll tell you, let me finish.
The audience, Rahul.
Here, viewers,
Rahul.
please, let's zoom in on this. Here in my hand is a statement from Leicestershire Police. These
Yes,
are not
well
my
done,
daddies.
Rahul.
These are not my
Thank you for
police.
bringing this up.
No, 1 second. These are not my daddies, my forefathers, my police. This is Leicestershire police. What does it say? We've seen reports on social media that a mosque is being attacked. Officers on the ground have confirmed this is not true. Please only share information on social media you know to be true.
Danish Saab, please say
12:39
sorry.
a.m. September 18, 2022.
You are a gentleman, Danish Saab, say sorry.
अब आप देख लीजिए सर, अब आप देख लीजिए, अब आप भड़का रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान में, आप हिंदुस्तान में झूठ बोल के आप लोगों को भड़का रहे हैं. No, no, you read this, you read this, you read this, you read this, Mr. Danish Qureshi, please read this, please read this out. No, 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 Mr. Danish Qureshi, don't shout, don't shout, you read this, please read this, read this out. No, 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 were you there for maliciously? I'm asking you this question. No, it's a very important question tonight. Were you trying to create a false equivalence, to create a vicious backlash in our country against Hindus? Yes, no.
Nobody is.
No. Then you tell me, sir, why were you spreading fake news?
No, nobody.
You tell me, why are you spreading fake news?
If I had
see
said
it, read
I would have said sorry.
Read the statement. Why don't you say sorry tonight? Sorry,
I would have
I
said
made a
sorry,
mistake.
Danish Saab.
I didn't mean to lie before the national media. No, no, no. You no. 1 second. Allow me. No. Danish Qureshi, will you apologize tonight?
Who are the
Danish
conspirators?
Qureshi, देखिए आप
Those
चीखेंगे.
who want to kick out unity from
when
the
you have been caught out,
diversity.
Danish bhai,
Why did the people want to kick out that for unity?
Danish bhai, when you have been caught out,
Rahul,
you are raising your voice. So I want you. Will you apologize? What did you say? No, 1 second, viewers. There is no investigation. The police has come out with a statement.
That's good.
They have investigated. Now you tell me, why did you lie tonight on national TV?
Nobody's lying, Rahul.
You did. You said that. One second.
That if you will not believe in my God, if you will not believe in my God,
viewers, I'll settle this.
I
don't want to get into a, sir, I don't want to get into a tutu meme with you. I will play your bite out in the next 5 minutes. It takes about 30 seconds for us to retrieve. It'll take about 3-4 minutes. I will play out your sound bite where I corrected you. I kept telling you are misleading, and you kept saying, no, let the probe happen. Probe has happened. Leicestershire police has put out a statement, and sir, you have been caught. And yet, sir, you are saying that others are lying on this panel. Anyhow, let me bring in J-Sai Deepak. J-Sai Deepak, what's really going on here? Why? I'm asking you this question. How will the ecosystem's most vocal voices explain the siege of a temple in Birmingham and the unprovoked and dire warnings issued to the Hindu community? Will they continue to call this Hindutva extremism? It's a fundamental question.
See, what I think is happening is an organized attack against the Hindu community across the globe. And this, I think, is much more important, because at the end of the day, I don't expect people like Mr. Danish Qureshi to speak the truth. Because even when Pakistani Muslims are involved, his first instinct was to defend his community as opposed to people who are the victims. And therefore, this, according to me, is the Ummah syndrome at work. Iska koi upachar nahi hai. Is rog ka koi upachar bilkul bhi nahi hai. Because this has been going on for centuries now, not decades. 2, his opening statement was, because a mosque was attacked, the temple was attacked in response. The premise of that entire position, which was supposedly factual, has turned out to be factually inaccurate. 2, he then went on to justify why the attack on the Hindu place of worship was completely, let's say, a reaction, so to speak. This is the nature of the argument. I do not expect anybody sharing this particular mindset to ever speak the truth, ever. That's never going to happen. I have no such hopes. I'm only looking at solutions. What is the solution? 1, while I agree with the statement made by the Hindu gentleman from UK with respect to what he said about Hindu community's innate peaceful nature and all that, perhaps you should stop calling yourself pacifists and shed this entire skin of a sheep, because sheep are ultimately meant to be slaughtered, and that's where we are moving towards. And this is not limited to one particular area. Hindus are not safe in Bharat. Hindus are not safe in America. Hindus are not safe in United Kingdom. Hindus are not safe in Europe. Hindus are not safe in Australia. This much is very, very clear. Now, in terms of solution, here's what I would propose. Hindus are not safe in Bangladesh as well. The Indian state, which has deemed it necessary to come out with the CAA because it believes that Bharat happens to be the homeland, the natural homeland of Hindus, and that seems to be the position, must take the lead here and must assert itself to protect those people who belong to communities that are native to Bharat. And that means the accusation that has just been heard by Mr. Qureshi that Hindus now operate not from Nagpur but from Tel Aviv, I would say we might as well validate that particular accusation and therefore come out with a policy where Hindus are looked after by the Indian state regardless of the citizenship that they enjoy and regardless of the place they live in. Because otherwise you're global orphans. You need to come out with a response mechanism where the Indian state is the first state to rush to the rescue of Hindus. If that does not happen, you don't have the wherewithal, at least on the street, to respond to these hoodlums. Look at the gall and the guts of this community in that particular place, the group, so to speak, which chooses to climb on the boundary in full public view with the police watching, and then all sorts of vulgar symbols are being flashed and displayed. This is an open threat, and this is let's say, the gauntlet has been thrown. If you do not respond in some way, then you will face the very same situation that the Jews of Europe faced before the Second World War. That process has already started. This particular mindset has a problem with two communities, the Yahud and the Hunud, meaning the Jew and the Hindu. Anti-Semitic attacks over the last decade have risen both in America as well as in Europe. And that has gone hand in hand with changing demography. Now, what is the changed demography and what is the altered demography? I will leave it for your viewers to understand and infer. The Indian state has a responsibility now. The state which is currently accused of being the Hindutva fascist state, so to speak, might as well make its detractors sound right, and it might as well prove its detractors right, because you've tried desperately to prove them wrong. You're not getting any brownie points at the end of the day. You're not winning their sympathies at the end of the day. You might as well protect the people who you're accused of protecting. And this is not wrong, because you're not going about a genocidal campaign. You're trying to protect people who are currently facing genocidal hatred across the world. Well, using your platform, I would beseech the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to take up this particular issue and at least speak about it through Mann Ki Baat or some other platform at least once. This I would certainly urge the Prime Minister to do, because I genuinely hope that there is still some hope left from the Indian state under this particular dispensation. I hope this comes true.
Well, viewers, we have seen a series of attacks globally, and there is a newspaper that has compiled it. I'm not a fan of that newspaper. It's an American publication, but if you just read the headlines of the articles, you will understand the gravity of the problem. Mr. Chaudhary, let me come to you. You represent the Congress party today. Mr. Chaudhary, a temple is vandalized, a mob is seen uprooting a saffron flag. In another case, a mob of masked men are seen setting a saffron flag on fire. An identified masked man issues a chilling threat to Hindus, saying you can't practice this politics or that politics. Who are they to decide on our behalf? I don't know. Then, of course, you have a situation where in Birmingham, these louts, these Islamists climb on top of the fence, they jump and scale the wall, and then they flash their despicable privates at people, at devotees. Is this also, sir, in your book, Hindu extremism? Is this Hindu extremism? Mr. Chaudhary, I'm asking you.
Well, Rahul, first of all, I hope you will give me some time uninterrupted, as you have given to Anandji and Sai Deepak also, if you don't mind, please.
No, sir, please.
The first point that I want to put out here, you know, the ugly events in Leicester cannot be explained without taking into account the rise of Hindutva movement that has been imported into Britain from India. That is my first point. Second most objectionable point that is coming out here, since when did India begin to interfere in any other country's internal problems? The Indian High Commission blatantly put out a rejoinder criticizing the attacks on the Hindus, but it conveniently forgets that those people involved in Leicester violence were both Hindus and Muslims, which belong to India. Who belong to India? The Muslims in Leicester are predominantly Gujarati Muslims. migrated from Gujarat to Leicester. Do you forget about this? How come the Indian High Commission has involved for the first time in independent history in any other country's internal conflicts? And we prove ourselves to be the leader of the Vishwa Guru and say that nobody has got a right to interfere in our internal matters. Now India is interfering in UK's internal matters. We don't have any problem with that. Now the point here is that this is one dangerous aspect of foreign policy that the Modi government has taken wittingly or unwittingly. This is going to have serious repercussions on our relationship abroad. Sai Deepak is spelled out the Hindutva line that citing these instances of Hindus being under attack or Hindus khatra mein hai, he has argued for the implementation of the Citizenship Amendment Act. So you need to include Britain also out of the 6 countries now. You need to include Europe also. But he confidently forgets that 40% of Indian Hindus live in the Gulf countries also in peace. Now how did that come about? This all is the result of the hate industry, the hate factories that have been exported out of India by the RSS, even their organization of HSS UK. Meeting MPs, right-wing MPs, conservative MPs like the Bob Blackman, who was known for his Islamophobic tweets. Now these people, they go out there, meet these people. BJP has got an unspoken understanding with the Conservative Party of the UK to garner some votes for itself. In the UK, this is the level of degradation of the political space that we have been reduced in our political, in our, leave apart, Anand, leave apart, Rahul, that I don't want to speak about Hindu-Muslim problems in the UK. This is a law and order situation. The UK government is taking steps. But why should the Indian Commission interfere in their internal matters?
Now,
Rahul,
one second.
Can anybody answer in this panel?
Dr. Ranganathan, yes, you want to respond? I want to bring in Mr. Dutt also. Yes.
Yes, very briefly, when the Indian government speaks up for the Palestinians and their rights, then Mr. Chaudhary has nothing to say but except applaud it. Number 2, on that same note, can I ask him, Mr. Chaudhary, would you like the Indian government to at least condemn the internment of 1.5 million Uyghur Muslims in Chinese concentration camps where they are being force-fed pork and taken to the cleaners, forcibly sterilized? Would you like to condemn them? Would you like to condemn the issue of? Please don't interrupt. Did I interrupt?
The Leicester Hindus and Muslims are Indians by origin. Do you accept this, Mr. Anand? Tell me one first simple.
1 second. Kamruzaman Chaudhary. One second. Look at who Mr. Chaudhary here, a self-respecting Indian, is defending. Pakistani thugs. He is defending Pakistani thugs, viewers. The Congress party spokesperson is defending the actions of Pakistani thugs.
And I'll tell you the reason.
I mean, look at this. I can understand if these were Indian Muslims and there was, some sort of provocation. But who are these people defending tonight? Pakistani is the same Pakistanis who thrashed Afghanis
Rahul,
in a cricket match. No, 1 minute. The same Pakistanis who killed Ahmadiyas. 1 minute. Listen, Mr. Chaudhary. Now listen to me, please. I've heard you. It is shocking to me that you are defending the Pakistani thugs. Will you tomorrow also justify the Lashkar-e-Toiba's attacks on Indian soil to say that they have been aggravated by Hindutva? Whatever Hindutva might be in your fertile imaginations. Actually, sir, I'm feeling a little sick tonight. I'm feeling sick tonight because, viewers, we have guests here who are defending a country that is sworn to split us, cut us by 1,000 cuts. Excuse me. Excuse me. Then sir, why are you furnishing? Now let me play out. No, आपने अब बात करनी शुरू की है ना, तो मैं नहीं एक मिनट कुरैशी साहब, let's play out the soundbite of Mr. Qureshi. 1 second, Mr. Qureshi who defends Pakistani thugs. 1 minute.
The people also want to concentrate from the sentence unity from the diversity. They want to kick out the squad unity from the sentence.
Sir, we are sitting in the same studio, 5 feet apart. I can't shout over you, right? Because I will sound hysterical.
You are falsely alleging me.
No. I'll play out your soundbite right now.
Nobody is defending.
Let's play it out.
In the entire panel, nobody is defending.
Let's play it out.
Nobody is defending any country.
Roll it.
That first of all, Muslims are being targeted, their worship places are being targeted. After that, second day, the Hindu worship places are being targeted. This is the political agenda of RSS and BJP, who is in the ruling in our country. Worship places of the entire Islamic religion. You can't target that.
Whose religion?
Yes, we saw.
No,
you don't see that.
Where? What have you seen? Which mosque was targeted in England?
Okay,
show me. Which mosque? Show me. While you look for it, let me open this up.
You can say this.
What? What is happening? That's not a mosque, sir. Is that a mosque?
Look, let them chant what they are chanting. The same ideology.
Is it a crime on Ganesh Chaturthi?
What they target in India?
Is it a crime according to you to say Jai Shri Ram?
Nothing is crime.
To say Vande Mataram? To say to chant the Indian national anthem?
Nothing is crime to chant any slogan, but to target any.
Now viewers, that was just about 15 minutes ago. Danish Qureshi going out of his way to cook up fake news to defend the indefensible. Pakistanis attack our temples and he comes out and says, ye to isliye ho raha hai because we attacked. The Hindus there attacked mosques.
Who attack? You don't attack, Rahul. I don't say that we attack. What do you mean by we attack? You are the part of that conspiracy.
There you go.
Rahul.
There you go. There it is. He will not still, viewers. I said, I rest my case. Let me bring in Saurav Dutt. Saurav Dutt, why are Indian Muslims today defending Pakistani thugs? Can you please explain this? I'm a bit confused.
I think, Rahul, nobody is defending
any no, sir, we just heard Mr. Chaudhary and you.
Which has been manipulated by
Do Pakistanis need an excuse to kill Indians? Do Pakistanis need an excuse? Mr. Qureshi, do Pakistanis need an excuse to attack Indians? I'm asking you this question. Forget about, sir, Hindus and Muslims. Do they need an excuse to attack Indians?
No, nobody has right to attack.
Does Pakistan need an excuse? Does it need the fig leaf?
But telling the world, which is
we are being provoked by Hindutva
organization.
Come on, sir, go
Why
up.
You are not talking on that?
Please, sir, please, at least be honest to your own country, sir. Forget about anything.
We are too honest. Nobody can raise the question on the honesty or loyalty towards my country. Rahul, nobody can. Nobody can.
I don't know, sir. You are creating all the confusion on the show line.
No, nobody is creating
to run down your country and your countrymen. Anyhow, Mr. Dutt, go ahead. Mr. Dutt,
I can tell you, in the UK, Hindus are terrified. You and your fellow guests have not even have the compunction or the dignity to admit that they are in fear of their lives. I can tell you this one. Second point is that this is a grudge and a sectarian vendetta that has been exported from Pakistan to British streets. It does not belong in a pluralistic society like this. There's also the fact that Hindus are being victimized just for being Hindu, just for celebrating Ganesh Chaturthi, for celebrating Durga Puja, for celebrating Diwali, which is coming around the corner. Their very sanctity, their very core of being is under threat. Okay? Now you look at the video of the individual in Birmingham. He has said outright, if you do what we say, we will leave you alone. They have set the limits. They have set the goalposts for how Hindus are to behave in modern Britain. This is not Islamabad. This is Birmingham. Okay? First and foremost. The second point is that as well as the Hindus being terrified, the toolkit and the ecosystem has been deployed by the media echo chambers to talk about Hindutva, to talk about all of these fake news surrounding Hindu polity, Hindu religion, Hindu civilization. And the result is that Hindus are not being spoken for, except for channels such as this. What is happening is that grassroots organizations such as Reach and Insight are the only ones on the ground who are telling the populace exactly what Hindus are experiencing. because the only ones who are sending out fake news on social media are these Islamist gangs. They are the ones who are running the discourse. And let it be also said that Birmingham and Leicester is just the beginning. These gangs have set up a national tour practically. Other cities in the UK are next. And with Diwali around the corner, who knows what will happen?
Okay, Majid Haidri, will you at least begin, as Mr. Dutt has called upon you to at least condemn the attack before anything else on the Hindus and their places of worship? Mr. Haidri.
Rahul sir, before responding to your query, let me say you said that Pakistan makes us bleed through 1,000 cuts. Pakistan is land of thugs. Pakistan wants excuses to kill us. Okay, agreed. If this is true, then why did our government go for 2 cricket matches with the land of thugs? Simple. Now coming to this point, see, the genesis of these protests and the protesters has a backing of the ultra-Saturn ideology, which is into a plan of, polarizing communally the entire world. And these protests were part of the same conspiracy, because these protesters are accused of sponsoring communal rights even in our own country. We had Jahangir Puri protests where these people are accused of being involved, but firstly, I want to say, why do we discuss these protests or the protesters? They were neither holding our tricolor nor chanting any nationalist slogans. They're holding a saffron flag and they're saying Jai Shri Ram. And now you say they belong to Hindutva. Now Hinduism and Hindutva are 2 different things for me. Why should I stand for Hindutva?
They are not, sir.
Which is just a 20th century political mutation. No, I don't stand for Hindutva. I don't have any sympathy for Hindutva. No, because Hinduism is a religion which I respect from the core of my heart. But Hindutva is a political mutation, a 20th century political mutation of Hindutva supremacy. So why should I believe in something which goes against my secular constitution? I won't support Hindutva. I don't want a discussion on these people. Please
give up your...
We are from a secular country. We don't need to discuss...
Haidri, I'm not understanding you at all. We are talking about Pakistani Muslims. Have you forgotten? The same Pakistani Muslim. Now we are talking about Hindutva. Now let me give you a few statistics.
To every action there is a reaction.
Okay, sir.
There was some action to which there was
so what is the action?
Why do we want to believe that?
Okay,
what action?
Okay, Mr. Haidri, what is the action? What was the action that forced the reaction from the Pakistani state to kill Ahmadiyas in their country? Can I tell you the number of Ahmadiyas, Muslims, that have been killed by the Pakistanis, the number of Shias, the number of Hajras? Can I begin to tell you these statistics? Mr. Haidri,
sir, I want to know these statistics. Kindly enlighten me.
Let me tell you.
Because
published by the Institute of Development Studies in November 2020 states that in Pakistan between 1984 to 2019, 265 Ahmadiyas were killed. 393 were assaulted for their faith. There were 70 instances of Ahmadiyas who were killed, instances of Ahmadiyas denied burial in a common cemetery. 39 Ahmadiyya bodies were exhumed, and there were 44 instances of removing kalima from Ahmadiyya homes and shops, and 103 kalima were removed from Ahmadi mosques. Data on police case registered against Ahmadiyyas on religious ground indicate that 765 Ahmadiyas were booked for displaying the kalima. 38 were arrested for making the Islamic call to prayer. 453 were arrested for posing as Muslims. Viewers, these are Muslims themselves who are being butchered by Muslims. These are not Hindutva. They are not followers of RSS. ये तो हाल है पाकिस्तान में. The people these chaps are defending. Yes, Dr. Raghunathan, you want to say
my
something?
government opts for a cricket match with Pakistan. No, let the nation know, sir, please.
Let me also expose you on that. I'll expose you on that also. I'll expose you on that. I'll expose you on that logic also. But let Dr. Raghunathan first speak.
Yes, Rahul, 2 points very quickly.
Enlighten me on why we had a cricket match with them. Please enlighten me on this, please. And why we distributed speech to them on Independence Day, please. Don't be a bigot, please.
Don't be a, what is this language from a supremacist who believes Sharia court is above the Supreme Court? Rahul, I refuse to answer this, but can I please have my 1 minute?
You are my brother. I said Anand Bhai ka. Aapko dushman nahi ka. Anand Bhai ka, please.
Okay.
Reciprocate.
1 second. Mr. Haji, 1 second. Yes. Dr. Raghunathan, go ahead. Make your point.
Rahul, first of all, I'm sorely disappointed by the 3 Indian Muslims on the panel supporting Pakistan here, but I'll come to that in a minute. But this asinine, ridiculous explanation.
Pakistan, Anand. You are a good man. Try to understand who is defending Pakistan.
Rahul, I can't debate like, you know, Rahul.
Okay, Dr. Ranganathan, finish first, then Danish Saab will respond to you. Yes.
Danish Saab, please, there is a decorum. I didn't interrupt you. Please don't. आपको जो कहना है मेरे बारे में अब्यूज करना बाद में
मैं आपके बारे में बिल्कुल कुछ नहीं कहूंगा, आप हमारे भाई हैं, हम बिल्कुल भी कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन जितने भी फैनेटिक हैं जो हेट्रेड फैला रहे हैं उनके खिलाफ बोलेंगे।
मैं काफिर हूं, लेकिन
नहीं, आप
मैं आपसे प्यार
अपने मन से कुछ भी समझिए।
मैं आपसे प्यार करता हूं, भले ही काफिर हूं, प्लीज आप मुझ पे नफरत ना
करें। अरे हम भी आपसे बहुत प्यार करते हैं, आपको हमारे प्रेम का अंदाजा नहीं है आनंद भाई, आप बिला वजह नफरत फैलाने वालों का पक्ष ले रहे हैं, बिला वजह ले रहे हैं।
Can I please continue?
Okay, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Anchor. Yes, Rahul, two things. Number one, by this ridiculous rationalization of Mr. Majid Haidari saying every action has a reaction. Do you remember 2002, by their justification or rationalization, those Muslims who were killed in Gujarat 2000 had it coming because the Hindus were butchered and burnt in the Godhra train. This is their logic. And number two, you asked this question to all three and all three refused to answer this. Why are they supporting the Pakistani Muslims? Let me quote someone and it will be as clear as day. Quote, Islam is a close corporation and the distinction that it makes between Muslims and non-Muslims is a very real, very positive and very alienating distinction. The brotherhood of Islam is not the universal brotherhood of man. It is the brotherhood of Muslims for Muslims only. There is a fraternity, but its benefit is confined to those within that corporation. For those who are outside the corporation, there is nothing but contempt and enmity. Unquote. Do you know who said this? Dr. Ambedkar. अब उनको ट्रोल करिए दानिश साहब, उनको ट्रोल करिए।
Would you like to respond?
देखिए, किसी को ट्रोल करने की जरूरत नहीं है आनंद जी, मैं आपको बताऊं। माजिद हैदरी साहब ने बहुत जेन्युइन सवाल किया, उसका तो आपने जवाब ही नहीं दिया, ठीक है, बहुत जेन्युइन सवाल था उनका ना। सवाल ये है, सुनिए
मैं दे दूं जवाब?
नहीं, मैं खत्म कर लूं फिर बोलिएगा आप। सुनिए मेरी बात,
अब आप जवाब
मुझे ये बताइए क्या हमारे देश में नफरत फैलाने वाले कम हैं तो हम वहां से भी इंपोर्ट करके ले आए कि वहां ये हुआ वो हुआ? सेकंड थिंग, जो आप कह रहे हैं पाकिस्तान की आड़ में, मुझे आप ये बताइए कि आपका जो हेट्रेड का पॉलिटिक्स है वो चाहे चीन के पीछे छुप जाए, चाहे पाकिस्तान के पीछे छुप जाए, अल्टीमेटली अगर आप नफरत करने वालों का सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, सुनिए, वो लोग मुझसे भी नफरत करते हैं, वो माजिद हैदरी से भी नफरत करते हैं, वो और भी जो पैनलिस्ट हैं उनसे भी नफरत करते हैं। क्यों आप उन लोगों के सपोर्ट में जाना चाहते हैं? आप मुझे ये बताइए।
आपको मेरे याराने की कसम, आप 10 सेकंड दीजिए, आपको मेरे याराने
खत्म कर लूं, उसके बाद आप 10 मिनट
नहीं हो गया,
बट लेट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मुझे कंप्लीट करने दीजिए। मुझे ये बताइए क्या भारत पाकिस्तान का मैच पहली बार हुआ है? नहीं हुआ, लेकिन क्यों इतने हद तक ये मामले पहुंच रहे हैं?
सर, मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछूं, इसीलिए नहीं, आप मैचेस की बात कर रहे हैं। एक मिनट रुकिए, आप इन मैचेस की बात कर रहे हैं तो मुझे आप बताइए अफगानिस्तानियों को क्यों पीटा पाकिस्तानियों ने? उनका नहीं, आप बताइए ना,
हम उनके लिए
क्या नहीं अफगानिस्तानी नहीं, आप मुझे बताइए, अफगानिस्तान भी आरएसएस शाखा में जाते हैं,
उनके लिए बैठ के क्यों डिबेट करें?
नहीं, मैं आपसे ही बात कर रहा हूं। नहीं, दानिश कुरैशी, पाकिस्तानी have credibility. Look at Danish Qureshi. One minute. Danish Qureshi, we are talking about a foreign country, attacks on Hindus on a foreign country, and you are saying that this is happening because of growing Hindutva extremism. Right? This is what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Who are the attackers in... one second. Now, Mr. Haidari, please.
Sir, nobody is answering
अरे मेरी बात तो सुन लीजिए हैदरी साहब, कैन यू प्लीज लिसन?
पांच सेकंड बोलो।
No, 1 second. I'll come to that also. I have the answer. Just give me 30 seconds. I just want to say a couple of things, viewers. Think about this. The perpetrators in Birmingham are part of a Pakistani mob. And these people are saying that the Hindus had it coming because they promote Hindutva extremism. First of all, there's no proof. You heard Mr. Dutt, and I'll ask him this question. You heard another gentleman who I spoke to, Suresh Rajpura. In all of this, viewers, first of all, if that was the case, if Hindus were the terrorists there, how come none of them have been arrested? Not one Hindu has been arrested. Mr. Rajpura has just told us that. and the facts will be out before us in a little while.
No, maybe English police is behaving like Delhi police.
Okay. English police is behaving.
You are confessing that let alone you can
Okay.
but Delhi police is under the doubtful box now as per your
शाबाश
statement,
सर, आपने जरूर
Can I believe that?
Can I believe that? कुरैशी साहब एक मिनट प्लीज, लेट्स नॉट.
अरे मैं तो उनसे पूछ रहा हूँ.
अरे उनको छोड़ दीजिए. वो नहीं एक सेकंड.
मैं इंटरप्ट नहीं कर रहा. मैं
Can you
आपके
just
स्टेटमेंट को कन्फेशन
Sir,
समझूं.
can you
मैं
please?
सिर्फ इतना ही पूछ रहा हूं.
I just want to address my viewer for 30 seconds. I'm not asking for more time. You just think about the logic of this. So Hindutva hate has charged up Pakistan so much. Hindutva hate, Hindutva supremacy. Arey Janab, when we got independence, the greatest proponent of Hindutva, by their own acknowledgement, was rotting in jail. He had no agency. Hindustan mein us time to Hindutva nahi tha. But Hindus were being butchered in Pakistan. They continue to be butchered in Pakistan. They are butchered in Afghanistan. They are butchered in Bangladesh. Viewers, are all these attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh, Pakistan and Kashmir, are all of them happening because of Hindutva hate and consolidation? I mean, what is this logic?
अब मैं 5 सेकंड राहुल.
Yes, doctor.
This
Yes.
is logic at play.
बस दानिश साहब आप AIMIM को बिलोंग करते हैं ना?
अरे मैं पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट हूं, उसी पे बात करें तो ज्यादा बेटर होगा.
हाँ, ठीक है, उसी पे बात कर रहा हूं. दानिश साहब, आप हेट्रेड की बात कर रहे हैं, आप हेट्रेड फैलाया जा रहा है. आप मुझे ये बता दीजिए, क्या अहमदियाज को आप मुस्लिम मानते हैं?
देखिए मेरी बात सुनिए मेरी बात.
ये
मैं आपको अरे सुन लीजिए, मैं जवाब दे दूं. आनंद मैं जवाब दूं. सुनिए मेरी बात सुनिए. नोबडी हैज राइट टू डिक्लेयर काफिर. किसी को काफिर डिक्लेयर करने का किसी के पास हक नहीं है. सुन लीजिए, मैं आपको बताता हूं. आई बिलीव इन इस्लाम, आई बिलीव इन माय रिलीजन. दैट इज अप टू मी एंड माय अल्लाह. ही विल डिसाइड हु एम आई.
Okay, let me ask Majid Haidari. Majid Haidari, are Ahmadiyas Muslims?
He said no.
They are a separate religion. We can't call them Muslims, please. They are a separate religion, a separate belief. They have nothing to do with Islam, please.
Okay, so they can be butchered in Pakistan.
Amazing.
They might be actually Hindu.
No, what amazing? What amazing? They come from a different faith.
वो RSS
We
के
believe in
शाखा
Allah and Prophet
members
Muhammad.
हैं.
They don't believe in that.
Ahmadiyas might be people. Sai Deepak, what do you make of this quick quip from you before I wind this show up?
No, I think this is absolutely fantastic. I hope you gave Mr. Kamruzaman and Mr. Danish Qureshi and the third gentleman, Majid Haidari, to speak, because the moment you asked the question as to whether Ahmadiyas are Muslims, he was shaking his head vigorously. Now, I really don't care for Ahmadiyas for all practical purposes because they were among the founding communities of Pakistan, so I have no love lost for that particular community. I only care for what is happening to the Hindu community globally, and I'm very clear about the fact that when Indian Muslims stand up in defense of Pakistani thugs who attack Hindus in UK, I think the Ummah logic is at play. It's crystal clear.
Nobody answered this. Nobody answered this. Why a cricket match with the thugs? Nobody answered this. Why constituting speech to thugs? Nobody answered this. And that is the reality of this show tonight, gentlemen.
Okay, fair enough, sir. We are all liars. We are all cheats. We are the thugs. And that is why we are getting beaten up. Sir, I rest my case. Pakistan is a great country. Thank you, Mr. Haidari, for reminding us. We forgot. And Pakistanis who are climbing on top of walls in, Birmingham and Leicester and burning temple flags, etc., are real humanists. Thank you, Haidari Saab, Danish Saab, and Kamruzaman Chaudhary Saab. Thank you for being part of this debate. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
CBI has arrested Rishi Kamlesh Agarwal, chairman and managing director of Surat-based ABG Shipyard, on charges of duping a consortium of 28 banks of rupees 22.8 thousand crores. In a big win for forces, Buddha Pahad area in Jharkhand, which was Naxal dominated, has been freed of red terror. Forces were sent to the Moy stronghold and Naxals were wiped out as part of 3 different operations. CRPF DG said Bihar can now be called Naxal free. Even as 11 state units of Congress has passed resolution calling Rahul Gandhi to take over party's presidency, Rajasthan Cong Mantri confirms Sonia Gandhi's nod is needed to contest polls. Pay CM posters featuring Karnataka CM Basavaraj Bommai have been pasted on the walls across Bengaluru by Congress. The QR code will take people to the 40% commission government website recently launched by the Congress to file complaint against the CM. Special PMLA court to start hearing bail plea of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut from September 27th. Court is likely to complete hearing on co-accused Praveen Raut's bail plea by September 23. In a shocking incident from UP, a minor was gang raped in Moradabad and was forced to walk back home naked after the crime. Later, the cops filed a case and nabbed one accused. LOP in West Bengal Assembly Suvendu Adhikari along with other party MLAs protested outside the state assembly against the Mamata government after a 5-year-old boy was found dead in Birbhum. Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar asserted that the Indian Navy will be completely self-reliant by 2047. He also added that there was much to learn from the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which witnessed the use of new technologies. India and Australia teams have arrived in Nagpur ahead of the second T20. The match is scheduled on September 23. Comedy king Raju Srivastava has passed away after prolonged hospitalization following cardiac arrest. Funeral to be held tomorrow.
and gentlemen, tonight on the News Hour, we bring to you a mega Times Now impact. Times Now has over the past week exposed the alleged abuse of power by Waqf boards across the country to grab land. From Tamil Nadu to Delhi to Uttar Pradesh, we exposed how the Waqf board usurped properties in the garb of legality and rights. After Times Now's expose, the Yogi Sarkar in Uttar Pradesh has decided to bring the truth to the fore. It has ordered a thorough survey of all Waqf land to identify Waqf properties that have been acquired by flouting the rules. This order means that the 1989 order under the ND Tiwari Congress government, which paved the way to transfer all barren land as Waqf property, stands cancelled. The UP government has ordered that all properties registered under the 1989 order need to be probed in this survey as well. The lobby that raised doubts on the UP government's Madarsa survey is back in action, attacking the BJP. The AIMIM, the Congress party, the Samajwadi party have all upped the ante against the Yogi Sarkar, injecting a communal spin. While Asaduddin Owaisi alleged that the BJP is trying to grab Waqf properties, his party leader Asim Bakar called the survey a big NRC. Listen in to these comments yourself.
वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को अब छीनना चाह रहे, ये आपका असल इंटेंशन है, तो इमीडिएटली आप इस ऑर्डर को विड्रॉ करना चाहिए यूपी सरकार को, योगी सरकार को, और आपका इंटेंशन ये है कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीन लिया जाए। आपको इख्तियार ही नहीं है ये करने का, ये गलत काम आप कर रहे हैं।
कि अभी तक तो आप ये कहा जा रहा था छोटी एनआरसी, लेकिन अब आप तैयारी में है बड़ी एनआरसी की। सच्चाई ये है कि आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ मुसलमानों को परेशान कर रहे हैं।
सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार बेरोजगारी पे नहीं बोल रही, महंगाई पे नहीं बोल रही विधानसभा में। अब कभी मदरसा, कभी वक्फ बोर्ड, मेरा सिर्फ इतना कहना है।
ये तो तरह तरह से ऐसे मसले उखाड़ कर ला रहे हैं कि जिससे कि आने वाला इलेक्शन जो 24 में है उससे की तरफ तवज्जो न के इसमें उजागर हमें अपने मसाइल में। अभी मदरसों का मामला था, सब लोगों ने मैंने घबराओ मतो।
The BJP has hit right back at the opposition and said that the opposition is only trying to instill fear in the minds of the people, and their claims that the BJP is creating a Hindu-Muslim rift are unfounded and completely baseless.
जितने भी मदरसे के संचालक हैं और जो बड़े बड़े धर्मगुरु हैं, सबने इसको सराहना की है कि इसको होने से हम लोग रेगुलराइज होंगे और बच्चों को पढ़ाई करने के और अवसर मिलेंगे, सुविधाएं बढ़ेंगी और सरकार पूरी तरह से प्रदेश के सभी बच्चों की उच्च कोटि की शिक्षा प्रदान करने के प्रतिबद्ध है।
इस तरह की जो बातें कर रहे हैं, डराने की बात, लोगों को गुमराह करने की बात, वो वक्फ माफियाओं के संरक्षण के लिए कर रहे हैं, आम लोगों के लिए नहीं।
जो ओवैसी साहब हैं वो मजे हुए नेता हैं, मत सांप्रदायिक नेता हैं और वो जानते हैं कि इससे जो तालीम मिलेगी और वक्त का जो अधिकार है वो कम होएगा, तो उसको वो रखना चाहते हैं क्योंकि उनकी राजनीति वहीं से होती है। और जो फायदा है मदरसा का सर्वे से और जो वक्त से जो राजस्व विभाग को जो फायदा है, उन दोनों को वो नुकसान देना चाहते हैं।
So the legitimate question we are asking on the News Hour tonight, is this all a smoke screen by the opposition to shield Waqf illegality? That's the question and that's the debate. Yogi Waqf status check, that's the hashtag and the debate coming up on the other side.
You're watching the News Hour at 9, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
Joining me tonight on the debate, Dr. Kaushal Kant, spokesperson of the UP BJP, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, political analyst, Ishkaran Bhandari, advocate, Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst, supports the Congress party, Soumya Rana, spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, Haziq Khan, Islamic scholar. But my first question goes to Dr. Pawan Rao Ambedkar, national spokesperson of the AIMIN. Dr. Pawan Rao Ambedkar, इतना डर क्यों? Survey is a survey. There's no problem. There's no Hindu, there's no Muslim. There's just a survey, and surveys are ordained under the 1995 Act, Section 4.6. You can just go and read it, and it states very clearly that every 10 years there should be a survey. So what's the big deal? And also, the Joint Parliamentary Committee in Rajya Sabha has given a report that there should be a survey every 10 years. So if the state government is following parliamentary and legislative procedures, where is the problem?
Thank you, Ma'am Navika, and good evening to all the panelists. I just want to tell you, if I have to stand either with the faith or rule of law, I will stand with the rule of law. The reason is that, as you told, there will be a survey after 10 years. I just want to tell you, this order of survey of the Waqf property is totally illegal. The reason is that the Section 4 of the Waqf Act 1995 said regarding the survey of the Waqf properties under the compliance of the Section 4.3 A, B, C, D, E, F. There are the 6 subsections under which the government can go for the survey. That's why we are telling this government order is totally illegal. Now the second question, what will the government want to get after this survey? Whether they are going to develop some new things, develop the educational institutions. हिंदी में एक कहावत है, सबसे पहले जो आपके पास है ना, पहले उसे सुधार लीजिए. आपके पास उत्तर प्रदेश में you don't have the good education qualities institutes. First of all, you have to look after that. आप वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी को क्या करेंगे? Once the वक्फ property is always the वक्फ property. You are telling about the government order of 1989, which was passed by the Narayan Dutt Tiwari's government. Whether that order was illegal? First of all, question this answer. And the second one is there that under that order, all the lands which are usars, which are barren lands, which are the bhitas, which was registered under the Waqf property, that property is a Waqf property. The government cannot attach that property. The government cannot possess that property. If the government attach or possess that property,
Dr. Ambedkar, let me ask you, has the government order, has the Yogi government's order said anything about attaching any Waqf property? Has it said that the Waqf property is illegal? It has only called for a survey. Now, I want to ask you, what is the percentage of the Muslims in this country? And what is the percentage of the Waqf board land that they own?
Okay.
Why don't you answer that question?
Yes.
Waqf board is the third biggest owner of land in this country after railways and defense.
Okay, right, ma'am. I just want to give the answer of this question. Do you have any list or any data of the mutts? How much land they have possessed? I have the list of more than 100 mutts.
I am with you. If there are illegal mutts and temples and trusts, we should go after them. But that is not the topic of debate today. The topic of debate is survey होना चाहिए या नहीं, और survey से दिक्कत क्या है ये बता दीजिए. Why are you criticizing? Why are you calling it an NRC? That is my pointed question. Why are you going all over the countryside?
Yes. What are the points of survey points? Do you have the list of survey points? You don't have the list of the survey points.
The government will make it. The government will make it. Today it has ordered a survey. आपको आज से आपने survey points नहीं देखे, आपको आज से problem है. So let me get in Dr. Kaushal Kant. I want to ask you, how is the Muslim community, which is a minority community, how is it possible that it owns the third largest land tract of this country after railways and defense? And if there is a survey which is mandated under the law, what is their problem if such a survey is carried out by the state government of Uttar Pradesh and other state governments which should also follow the same mandate in the law?
नाविका जी देखिए, जो आपने सवाल पूछा कि इसके पास थर्ड प्रॉपर्टी क्यों है, जब नेहरू लियाकत का समझौता हुआ था उस समय कुछ मुस्लिम जो भारत देश को छोड़ करके पाकिस्तान चले गए थे, और पाकिस्तान में क्या हुआ, हिंदुओं की जमीन को मुस्लिम्स को दे दिया गया। यहां पर जो मुसलमान चले गए थे वो जमीन सरकार ने मुस्लिम्स को दे दिया, जबकि हिंदुओं को देनी चाहिए थी। लेकिन जो भी हुआ खैर उसको भूल जाते हैं। अभी जो हमारी सरकार का काम है,
कैसे भूल जाते हैं भाई? I come from a partition family, sir. Our families lost their land there and they lived as refugees in this country. भूलना आसान नहीं है।
नाविका जी अगर मैं उस टॉपिक पे जाऊंगा तो हम टॉपिक से हट जाएंगे, अदरवाइज मैं उस पर भी डिस्कशन कर सकता हूं। अभी इस टॉपिक की बात करते हैं। आप देखिए, वक्फ के पास तीसरे नंबर की हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन अगर हम कहें यतीम खाने कितने हैं तो यतीम खाने का पूरे हिंदुस्तान में नंबर 1000 से भी कम है, डेटा चेक किया जा सकता है। जबकि जो इनके पास प्रॉपर्टी है वो प्रॉपर्टी करीब 12 लाख करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी है, जिसमें से करीब 8.5 लाख प्रॉपर्टी है। इतनी बड़ी प्रॉपर्टीज है। और जो हमारे कलवे जब्बार साहब का कहना है कि 70% प्रॉपर्टी के ऊपर केवल अवैध कब्जा है। तो अगर ऐसा फैक्ट है हमारे पास तो जांच होने में कोई प्रॉब्लम मुझे नहीं लगती है, क्योंकि हमारी सरकार जब लाभार्थी योजना बनाती है, जब मकान देती है, जब बिजली देती है, जब 17 करोड़ लोगों को खाना दे रही, तो वो ज्यादा धन दे के नहीं दे रही है। तो अगर कोई करप्शन हो रहा है और हमें दिख रहा है तो हमें उसमें जांच करने में कोई समस्या नहीं है। अगर कोई भी आदमी जो सही है और सच्चा है उसे जांच से घबराना नहीं चाहिए। लेकिन हो क्या रहा है कि ये वही लोग हैं, हमेशा वही लोग सामने आपको पोजीशन नजर आएंगे जो हिजाब का विरोध करेंगे, जो सीए का विरोध करेंगे, जो हर वो चीज जो हिंदुस्तान के इंटीग्रेशन को हर आदमी नागरिक की सुविधा के लिए होती है उसका विरोध करेंगे। आप देखिए
सुमैया राणा जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, सुमैया राणा जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, अगर सर्वे हो रहा है and I will tell you the report of the Waqf Council itself, which has submitted a report that 38.2% उनके पास टोटल ओनरशिप है, बाकी 62% of the Waqf board land is actually either disputed or stuck or whatever, they don't have papers for it. In the situation जहां 62% के कागज नहीं है, disputed है, तो ये सर्वे अगर उसका हो जाए तो इसमें हिंदू मुस्लिम कहां से आता है, मुझे समझाएंगे जरा? आप म्यूट पे हैं, अनम्यूट करिए। आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, माइक ऑन करिए। माइक ऑन कर लीजिए। I think there is a problem with her mic.
नाविका जी, do you hear me?
जी
मैं शुरू करती हूँ
जी।
इसका मतलब कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिसने सर्वे का शोषण छोड़ा है इस वक्त, उसको ये मालूम है कि बहुत बड़ी धांधल गर्दियां हुई हैं वक्फ बोर्ड में। वक्फ बोर्ड की जमीनों को पहले तो ये तय हो जाए कि वक्फ बोर्ड में प्रॉब्लम है या वक्फ बोर्ड की जमीनों को दूसरे द्वारा जो कब्जा किया गया है बाहर के लोगों द्वारा, वहां पे प्रॉब्लम है, पहली चीज। और दूसरी चीज मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि वक्फ बोर्ड की अपनी जो स्ट्रैटेजी है वो गवर्नमेंट क्यों नहीं क्लियर कर रही है? अगर उन्होंने सर्वे की बात की है तो उस सर्वे से क्या फायदे होने वाले हैं? जो ये गरीब मुसलमानों को और बेरोजगार मुसलमानों की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इन मुसलमानों को किस तरीके से फायदा पहुंचाएगी? और मुझे आप नाविका जी, क्योंकि आप भी एक महिला हैं, मैं आपके सामने एक बात रखना चाहूंगी। 1986 में जब शाहबानो वाला मामला हुआ था, उस समय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने एक एक्ट बनाया था, मुस्लिम वुमेन प्रोटेक्शन लॉ, जिसके तहत तलाकशुदा महिलाओं को उस प्रदेश का वक्फ बोर्ड गुजारा भत्ता देगा। और शायद आपको भी जानकारी होगी कि 1986 से 2022 तक किसी भी महिला को आज तक गुजारा भत्ता नहीं मिला है। तो आप अगर अच्छा करने निकले थे, आपकी नीयत
जवाब
में खोट नहीं
तहसीन
था,
पूनावाला
आप
देंगे,
ये बताइए ना
क्योंकि
कि मैं
वो वाला
महिलाओं
लॉ
को
तो
गुजारा
पलटा
भत्ता
था
नहीं
एक ही
देगी, वक्फ
सरकार ने, उस लॉ को तो पलट दिया था इन्होंने। तो बताइए आज तक कुछ नहीं हुआ। दूसरी बात तहसीन पूनावाला, मुद्दा यह भी है कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह, द देन प्राइम मिनिस्टर, in 2012 said that there is so much waqf property that they can actually earn 12,000 crore rupees a year. And how much do they actually earn? 163. So I want to ask, in the name of appeasement, in the name of such a committee, why were these issues not looked at? Why was rights not given to the ordinary Muslims, and why was this only used as a vote bank? And today the same vote bank rakshaks are calling this a Hindu-Muslim ka mamla.
Fantastic questions, very good, and thank you for having me on the show. So let me clarify each of this, because a lot of it is being spoken, a lot of it surround sound, that like it always goes, none of it of any substance, especially from the Bada Bharatiya Jalao Party or the BJP. Let's come to each one specifically. First, for the Bharat Jalao Party or the BJP, कुसुम पाठक ने जमीन बेची रवि तिवारी को 2 करोड़ रुपए में। कौन से? राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट के लिए जमीन, जो फिर खरीदा गया 18 करोड़ में। वहां कौन सी जांच कराई आपने? वहां क्यों जांच नहीं कराई? वहां तो आपके मेहर चंदा आए, मनी कम, नो जांच।
उसकी भी जांच हो रही है।
जिंदा, प्लीज डोंट इंटरप्ट मी, कांत साहब, डोंट इंटरप्ट मी प्लीज। डॉक्टर साहब, आई रिस्पेक्ट यू अ लॉट। नंबर 2, if you want to do a survey, I am with you. Tell us the parameters of the survey. अरे बच्चा पैदा नहीं हुआ, मुंडन की पार्टी किस हलवाई से मिठाई की उसकी आप बात कर रहे हो? अरे पहला बच्चा तो पैदा करो, मुंडन और हलवाई को बाद में लाओ। अरे उसका पैरामीटर्स क्या है सर्वे का? सर्वे कुछ नहीं। आज से 10 साल पहले सर्वे हुआ। मैं तो कह रहा हूं कांग्रेस खराब, सपा खराब, बसपा खराब, मोदी जी महान, योगी जी महान। तो जो पहले सर्वे हुए उसके रिजल्ट का क्या हुआ? उस पर आपने कितने केसेस पे एक्शन लिए? उसका तो रिपोर्ट कार्ड रखिए आप असेंबली के सामने, नाविका जी के सामने। उसका कोई रिपोर्ट कार्ड नहीं। बस आप सिर्फ वक्त की और ताज की बात इसलिए करना चाहते हो क्योंकि आप आज की बात नहीं करना चाहते हो। एक लास्ट चीज, आप ही के मेंबरान गए थे सुप्रीम कोर्ट परसों, और ऐसी फटकार मिली सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर, वक्फ बोर्ड के अंदर, यहां आकर कहते हैं हमें गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए हमें कुछ करना है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कहते हैं एक्ट अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, इसे स्ट्राइक डाउन कीजिए, ये ट्राइब्यूनल गलत है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट से फटकार खाते आते हैं। तो भाजपा
सुप्रीम कोर्ट से फटकार की बात कर रहे हैं। आई विल रीड आउट, एंड दिस इज ओनली डे बिफोर yesterday, the order of the Supreme Court.
Correct.
I'm not talking about
what were the observations.
I am not talking about the observations. The order of the Supreme Court is simply list the matter on 18th of October 2022.
And what did the Supreme
Court? So my friend, the Supreme Court,
it hurts us and it pains us.
The Supreme Court has said a lot of things.
This petition
hurts. The Supreme Court has said a lot of things about the Congress party as well.
Of course,
let's all start enlisting those.
At least one hypocrite on TV. I'm telling them. यहाँ गरीब मुसलमानों की बात करते हैं, वहां जाते कहते हैं एक्ट को स्ट्राइक डाउन करो।
इश्करण भंडारी, ये इतना डर का माहौल क्यों है? ये डरे हुए क्यों हैं इतने?
Because let me start very straight away with this. Because madrasa survey will reveal what is happening in madrasas. Waqf board property survey will reveal what is happening in the Waqf board. Let us see. There are 2 categories of laws in India. A Hindu wants to claim his right to a temple which has been brutally destroyed, a law which hits him in the face is Places of Worship Act. A Hindu wants to run his own temple, the laws which hit him in the places, Trusts Act and Endowments Act, in which he can't run his temple. Hindu wants to establish a school, the law which hits him in the face is right to education, in which we know how many Hindu schools have been devastated. Now come to the other side. When a Muslim wants to secure his property, you give him power to direct the district commissioner and the public authorities by making a Waqf Act. When you want to protect his properties, I don't remember a case of a takeover of any other religious institution except a Hindu institution. When it comes to right to education, we know what exceptions have been made in it. So the entire law has been framed. It reminds me of Godfather Don Vito Corleone saying one lawyer with a briefcase can steal more than 100 men with guns. Here we had entire government framing laws to enable benefit to one particular vote bank, and now all that is being done. Let us be very clear. Is a survey of what belongs to you, what doesn't belong to you, do you have the title, don't you have the title, and on that there is objection. Let us wait for the survey report to come. Let us see what the government does on the survey report, as has been the past, the law may only end up benefiting you. That is my fear.
That is your fear. Well, let me get in 1 minute. Haziq Khan साहब, जो मुसलमान कंपनियों में काम करते हैं वो इनकम टैक्स देते हैं ना? देते हैं। अच्छा, और आप अगर दुकानों से कोई सामान खरीदते हैं तो उस पे जो जीएसटी लगती है आप देते हैं ना? तो सर्वे अगर होता है तो वो ट्रैक करता है कि भाई सब कागज हैं या नहीं है। इनकम टैक्स के भी तो आप रिटर्न फाइल करते हैं, सर्वे में भी कागज देखने पड़ेंगे और सब आकलन लगाना पड़ेगा कि सब सही है। तो इसमें दिक्कत क्या है? हिंदू मुसलमान कहाँ से?
नाविका मैडम, बात यह है कि भारत हमारा संविधान से चलेगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात करती है हिंदुस्तान की, भारतवर्ष की, लेकिन इस संविधान के खिलाफ काम करती है। मैं कहता हूं
संविधान में तो लिखा है कि हर 10 साल में सर्वे होगा।
मैडम, 1995 में जब ये एक्ट बना था तो हिंदुस्तान के, मेरी बात कहने दें, पूरे हिंदुस्तान की सारी पार्टियों के लोग मौजूद थे उस पार्लियामेंट में। अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी भी थे, मांझी जी भी थे। एक्ट बना। अब ये प्रॉपर्टियां जो लोग बैठ के कह रहे हैं कि ये मुसलमानों ने पाकिस्तान चले गए, उन्होंने 1947 से पहले जो जमींदार थे, जिनकी औलाद नहीं थी, जो चाहते थे कि हम नेक काम करें, उन्होंने सारों ने वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी करी। रही आप हरियाणा, दिल्ली यहाँ से आप मिलेनियम पार्क से चलेंगे और जितना डीपीएस स्कूल है वहां तक चलेंगे, पुरानी दिल्ली तक, ये सब वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है। हरियाणा में तमाम वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी मुसलमान छोड़ के, जमींदार हरियाणा में मुसलमानों का था। पंजाब में तमाम प्रॉपर्टी, तमाम मस्जिद के अंदर चल रहे हैं, होटल चल रहे हैं, हॉस्पिटल चल रहे हैं, स्कूल चल रहे हैं मस्जिदों के अंदर। मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि सर्वे पे किसी को एतराज नहीं है। एतराज ये है कि आप 8 साल में आपने मुसलमानों के लिए एजुकेशन पे क्या काम किया, आपने मुसलमानों के इलाकों में हॉस्पिटल कितने बनाए। आप मुसलमान प्रॉपर्टी की मदरसों के सर्वे कराने से उत्तर प्रदेश के मुसलमानों को और हिंदुओं को 1 रुपए का फायदा नहीं होगा। आपका काम, ये जिम्मेदारी थी कि आप सर्वे कीजिए।
हाजिक खान साहब,
एक मिनट,
मेरा सवाल सुनिए। आपको जब कोविड होता है तो वो हिंदू कोविड होता है कि मुसलमान कोविड होता है? नहीं, मुझे बताइए कौन सा कोविड होता है? अगर बुखार आता है तो हिंदू बुखार आता है कि मुसलमान आता है कि सिख आता है कि बौद्ध आता है?
ये भी हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में करा।
मुझे बताइए। अरे भाई, जो हॉस्पिटल
आपने भी दिखाया, वो उन्होंने करा कि कोरोना को बहरा कर दिया, अंधा कर दिया और 45-50 लाख लोग हिंदुस्तान में मर गए। लोगों की लाशों को कुत्तों ने खचेल के कर दिया। ये पहली बार हुआ हिंदुस्तान में, इस भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में हुआ। आप मेडिसिन दे नहीं सके, आप हॉस्पिटल दे नहीं सके, आप ऑक्सीजन दे नहीं सके, और आपने हिंदुओं के, हमारे बुजुर्गों के कुत्तों से नुचवा दिए। ये उद्देश्य में हुआ आपकी सरकार में।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं आप हाजिक खान साहब? आप क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
आप देश के,
आई वांट टू गेट इन अभिजीत अय्यर मित्रा। अभिजीत अय्यर मित्रा, there are hospitals for Hindus and Muslims. Just like the virus in this country that comes doesn't have a religion, hospitals don't have a religion. Why do they always speak in the terminology of आपने हमारे एरिया में क्या किया? अरे I will show you. अमानतुल्लाह खान क्या है? दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड के चेयरमैन है। उन्होंने दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड का जो प्रॉपर्टी था, जहां पर स्कूल चल रहा था, प्राइमरी स्कूल, उस स्कूल को गिराकर वहां पर बना दिए दुकानें। वहां तो आपकी जबान नहीं खुली, वहां तो जबान नहीं खुली ना आपकी। लेकिन आज अस्पताल के नामों पर आप कह रहे हैं,
मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं,
विरोध करेंगे आप विरोध करने के इंतजार नहीं कर रहा देश, हमने दिखा दिया है। और वो क्या लैंड ग्रैब हो रहा था? अभिजीत अय्यर मित्रा, व्हाई इज एवरीथिंग इन दिस कंट्री बीइंग मेड हिंदू मुस्लिम? इट इज ओनली अ सर्वे, एंड अ सर्वे इज मैंडेटेड अंडर द लॉ, by the legislation, by the joint parliamentary committee report. Where is the problem that the Samajwadi Party and the AIMIM see this as a chota or a bada NRC?
So see, the problem here, Navika, has always been that there have been special exceptions in the law carved out for certain communities at certain points of time by certain governments. And this has been done predominantly for vote bank politics. Right? Now, it is very curious that the same people who want equality under the law also want special exceptions in the law when it comes to property. So if you look at jurisprudence in this country, property jurisprudence in this country, the Waqf Act, the various Waqf Acts by various governments are the only real exception to that jurisprudence. Why is that? They are perfectly fine with it, but they want equality in everything else. Now let's see where this particular controversy started off. It started off in Bangalore, where somebody wanted to hold a Hindu religious event at a Eidgah Maidan. The Waqf said it was its property, it will not allow them to hold it. Yet you remember in Noida, was it Noida or Gurgaon? I think it was Noida, where it was happening last year or the year before last. Despite being the third biggest property owner in India, Muslims in Noida only wanted public grounds to go about worshipping in. Okay. The second thing that happened is what just happened in Tamil Nadu, precisely because of the lack of even jurisprudence in the application of these laws, wherein where the Tamil Nadu Waqf Board decided a whole temple and a whole village are theirs. Right? Where is equality before the law here? Technically, the same people here asking for equality of the law should also ask for equality under property demonstration, property proof and things like that. They will not. Now, what is the second part of all of this? The principle behind this is what is mine, what is yours is negotiable. But let's come to Dr. Ambedkar's logic in all of this. And something that somebody else also said, which is, India has so much poverty, this, that, why are you going after property, fix your schools? Guess what? The Sunni community is the single most depressed community in India, despite being the third biggest landowner in India. All right? They should then focus instead on building schools and things, instead of property which is of highly disputable ownership. The third thing I want to point out here is the opposition isn't to any seizing of land or anything. It is a mere investigative process into the legality of the acquisition. Even that for them is problematic because according to them they are above the law and therefore no legal process of investigation must be applied to them. Fourth, understand why is a special investigation being carried out here? Because several people on your panel have asked this. Why is a special investigative process being carried out? I think Dr. Ambedkar brought up mutt lands and things like that. Hindu property law, there is no special Hindu religious endowment property law. There is no automaticity in that law. Whereas here, it seems that a lot of the land, or maybe not, may have been acquired through this special carving of jurisprudence specifically for one community. And therefore, when you have legal exceptions, then you have special investigations. It's that simple. Extra privileges bring
exactly, Dr. Ambedkar. Really under the Hindu, Religion Endowment Act, there is no way that they can put a finger on any property and take that property or that land into their notice. And I want to ask you, where is the answer for villages after villages being taken over by the Waqf in Tamil Nadu?
Yes. I just want to answer. If you want to talk about the equality, then you have to talk about that in context of the Uttar Pradesh. You have to talk about the Uttar Pradesh Zamindari Abolition and Land Revenue Act 1950. And you have to talk about the Land Revenue Act 1901. Why are you not talking about this? Waqf property is different from the UP Land Revenue Act 1950. Two lands are totally different. Then why are you talking about the merging these two different act lands properties in the same way? Waqf property is a very different property, which is, I just want to tell you the statement of that.
No.
In
you may give any definition. The Waqf Act is clear that there should be a survey every 10 years. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I just want to show you one thing. There is an act in 1913. It's a Waqf Validating Act, saved the institutions of Waqf in India. This is the main act. Why are you talking about that? Why are you connecting the
my
land
dear friend,
under the
that was an act of the British rule. We are an independent country now. If you didn't notice, let me inform that to you. Okay. And number two, let me ask you, is it not true, according to the Waqf board notifications and reports that they've given, that only 38.2% of the Waqf properties have documentation? 62% don't have it. 62% don't have it. Yes or no? It is a statistics given by the Waqf board. Do you agree with that? इश्करन भंडारी तमाम ये कागजात दिखाने लग जाएंगे. कागजात जिन कागजात का इस मुद्दे से कोई लेना देना नहीं है वो दिखाने लग जाएंगे, लेकिन जो कागजात मांगे जा रहे हैं वो नहीं दिखाएंगे।
कागज को आप
नाविका जी, सारी बहस, कैन आई आंसर? सारी बहस कागज की है। आप कागज दिखा दीजिएगा कि प्रॉपर्टी वक्फ की है, ऐसे वक्फ की बनी, ऐसे टाइटल आया, बात वहीं पे खत्म हो जाएगी। तो कागज की तो सारी बात है। अब मुझे इंटरप्ट मत कीजिए, मुझे बोलने दीजिए। आप प्लीज इंटरप्ट मत कीजिए, मुझे बोलने दीजिए, मुझे बोलने दीजिए। ऐसे बहस नहीं हो सकती है, मुझे बोलने दीजिए।
My friend, allow him to speak. My friend, allow him to speak, and then you can respond. Yes, Ishkaran. Yes, Ishkaran. Ambedkar ji, hold on. Ceasefire. Hold on. Let him speak, and then I'll come to you.
सवाल ये है, जहां जहां जिस कानून में कागज दिखाने की बात आती है, कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे क्यों शुरू हो जाता है? ऐसा क्या छुपाना चाहते हैं? ये पहला कानून तो नहीं है जिसके ऊपर आपत्ति होगी और बोल रहे हैं हम कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे। पर ये योगी सरकार है तो कागज को दिखाने पड़ेंगे। अगर आपकी ओनरशिप है तो आपको उसको दिखाना पड़ेगा। दूसरी बात, आप घबराइए मत, पूरी बात खत्म, आप घबराइए मत, अम्बेडकर जी घबराइए मत, आप पूरी बात सुन लीजिए, आप घबराइए मत। दूसरी बात, नाविका जी, द फॉल्स इक्विवेलेंस व्हिच हैज बीन मेड हियर, लेट मी फिनिश माय पॉइंट, the false equivalence which has been made here. Please tell me how many thousands upon thousands of temples have been taken over by the government, including the land running into lakhs of acres of these individual temples have been taken over, whereas the government gives you special sweeping powers by making Waqf Act to protect your rights and your properties. Manmohan Singh was right. Minorities have the first right on resources. All that has been done now is the survey of those resources.
Exactly. What is the problem with the survey, Tehseen Poonawala, is the only question. The only question is whether or not Waqf land has also been encroached upon will come out in the survey. So why are you presuming कि वक्फ लैंड का सर्वे मतलब लैंड छीनने वाला है? भाई ऐसा क्या किया है कि छीन जाएगा? कागज नहीं है क्या?
Okay, three very important points raised by Ishkaran, who is a fantastic lawyer, and Abhijit Iyer Mitra, who makes fantastic arguments. And I will answer in the words of the Honorable Supreme Court. Ishkaran, to quote the Honorable Supreme Court on the question you raised, I'm quoting the Supreme Court. The Waqf property is a statutory board, the Waqf board is a statutory board, and the property does not vest in the board. They are not the owners. So the question of papers, or whatever you claim is the Waqf claim on land, is not the duty of the people out there to show the papers. It is the central government. The Waqf is a central act that is claiming the land. So please raise this question with Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, that if he thinks that this act is ultra wise to the constitution as you think or Abhijit thinks, why doesn't the Honorable Prime Minister and his cabinet not strike it down?
Ishkaran Bhandari is responding. Ishkaran is responding to you.
Very simple answer. The Waqf Act is A, constitutionally being challenged. B, the second part of it is whosoever claims a property, the only thing which is being done is survey. If you have the title to the property, in whichever manner you got the title, you will show it. There have been allegations like we saw in Delhi where a Waqf land, do you want children's school to be broken and commercial malls being made there? All that will come out in survey. So all that has happened is a survey. Why are you jumping the gun? In fact, in my first comment I made up, let me just finish the last point, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. In my first comment, just 10 seconds, let me get just 10 seconds.
Then I'll answer him.
Just 10 seconds.
Okay, you
in my first comment I say, as has been the history, if it was not Yogi government, the survey may go in their favor. That has been the history of India. Let us see what the Yogi government does. So let us wait for the survey.
Okay, I'll answer that, Ishkaran. Because as per section 4 of the act, a survey should take place, but with a reference of the survey. That reference has not been put out.
Where did it come out? Where did it come out?
We are going to go to a restaurant, but I don't know what restaurant.
Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit Iyer Mitra. 1 minute. Abhijit Iyer Mitra. They are talking about the reference. The terms of reference will come. It always comes after the decision. What is the problem? Every notification is made and then the terms of reference follow. What is the rocket science that is being questioned here? I want to ask you.
Right. Exactly right. Now, Tehseen has made an important point that the Waqf is a mandatory constitutional body, fine, constitutionally recognized body, and therefore there are certain norms that apply to it. Now, the point here is, constitutional body or not, tell me one government organization that owns land that doesn't have to produce proof when it is asked to produce proof if you own the land or not. Armed forces have to, railways have to, everybody has to. So if the land is valid,
दिखाते हैं कि नहीं कागज, रेलवेज दिखाते हैं कि नहीं, आप जिस घर में दिखाते हैं कि नहीं, बताइए।
मैडम कागज है, जब तो ये रिकॉर्ड है कि इतनी प्रॉपर्टी है,
तो
बिना कागजों के कैसे?
अगर वो सर्वे के थ्रू अपडेट हो गए रिकॉर्ड तो दिक्कत क्या है?
हमें कोई दिक्कत, सरकार की बॉडी है वक्फ बोर्ड, सरकार बनाता है, प्रेसिडेंट का अध्यक्ष जो बनता है वक्फ बोर्ड का चेयरमैन, वो सरकार बनाती है। योगी जी की सरकार का जो चेयरमैन है उसको उन्होंने रिपोर्ट क्यों नहीं मांगी? और पिछले साल की जो रिपोर्ट आई अखिलेश के जमाने में मायावती के जमाने में क्यों कार्रवाई नहीं की गई?
I only want to ask, is there just one kind of fear mongering or the other that the opposition is looking for? A survey is a survey. A survey on land, on properties is done all the time. Why is it becoming a Hindu-Muslim issue? Why don't people in the Muslim community question when schools are demolished and shops are made on that land? Why don't they raise the question on why so many Muslim children, and the statistics are all there, why are there dropouts from school? Why are the education percentages lower than the national average? Why, if there is a third biggest landowner as the Waqf board, then why are there not enough hospitals and schools that have been built on these lands? Why do they earn only 163 crores when the potential of earning 12,000 crores per year exists with the Waqf board? The question is, why have Waqf boards become virtually addas of power and nepotism? Why have they become power play of the rich? What about the poor Muslims? Do they not have rights? That's the question this survey raises. And that's a question that is not comfortable to those who wield power in this community, because then their leadership will be questioned, their sitting vote banks will become intelligent and demand their rights. That is what is the problem for the challenge of this survey. We leave it at that. Thank you very much to all my panelists for joining me on this big debate. On the other side, ladies and gentlemen, there's a nefarious pattern emerging to the attacks on Hindus and Hindu symbols in the UK. After Leicester, hate attacks on Hindus have spilled over to Birmingham, where a mass mob of at least 300 people laid siege to a Hindu temple today. They threw bottles and firecrackers at the temple, hurled abuses and even made vulgar gestures at the devotees. Look at these visuals, ladies and gentlemen. Times Now has accessed these exclusive images from the Durga Bhavan Hindu temple in Birmingham that captured the threats and intimidation on camera. The 300 plus mob is heard chanting Allahu Akbar right in front of the Durga Bhavan Hindu temple. Two men even tried to scale the wall of the temple. One of them is caught on camera flashing the devotees. This is the glimpse of this orchestrated hate attack on the symbol of Hinduism. It's not just vulgar actions but open threats which were issued by masked men to the Hindus. Watch this dire warning by a masked man.
This is a message from Birmingham to all the BJP and the RSS Hindu supporters. You're not welcome in Birmingham, you're not welcome in Leicester, you're not welcome in Nottingham, you're not welcome anywhere in the UK. None of your speakers, anyone you're trying to call these hate speakers that come down, we're going to turn up for all of them. So stop organising. We're here now, outside the Monday. It's a peaceful protest, we're not causing no trouble. But we turned up just to let you know, if you come down, we're all going to be here for you. Look, show them, look around, even the speakers cancelled. Look how many men have turned up. We've got no issue with Hindus that are from Britain. We've got no issue with British Hindus. We grew up with them, we know all of them. But the rest of you BJP, RSS freshies, if you come in, you're going to get met by us every single time. So if you want to come to Birmingham, Leicester, Nottingham, London, just give us a time and a place and we're there.
The attack on the Hindu community today in Birmingham was pre-planned, ladies and gentlemen. The call to surround the temple was given 24 hours earlier. For hours, chaos prevailed outside the Hindu temple. These eyewitnesses recount the horror that unfolded in front of their eyes. Let's listen.
So they've come and they've started chanting slogans, Allahu Akbar and Nare Takbir, I don't know, these kind of, some slogans I don't understand. Basically being very threatening, very intimidating, trying to climb the gates of the temple, trying to get in, throwing bricks, throwing firecrackers, throwing bottles. In the end, we had to tell the women and the children to go inside the temple for their own protection and own security, while us youngsters, along with the police, are trying to control the situation outside.
You can understand how family behaves, and they are really worried about the safety. They were targeting that temple yesterday to send out, or I would use the word terrorize us, really. But police were able to control and disperse them. We were standing our ground without showing any provocation from our side, though a few members were really willing to go out there and talk to them.
Attacking at this case, in this instance, is him.
Joining me on the debate with Abhijit Iyer Mitra and Tehseen Poonawalla are Anshul Saxena, political strategist, and Anirban Banerjee. And Abhijit Iyer Mitra, I want to ask you, what's the intent of this violence and this attack on Hindus and their temples? It's been growing from Leicester to Birmingham today, and the vulgarity and the planning is shocking, the manner in which this was carried out.
Look, a lot of this, Navika, is carried out with the tacit acceptance of the British state itself. If you remember, the problem started off when the Leicester police, their chief Paul Allen, put out this thing saying that Hindus had called for death to Muslims, and then he had to publicly retract all of that. Right? Now, there are other stories that have come out saying that Hindus marched through a neighborhood chanting Jai Shri Ram. Now, what is wrong in chanting Jai Shri Ram? Mosques chant La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulallah all the time. Does anybody go protesting about it? Nobody. So what you're seeing is a radicalization happening here. But notice this is a pattern that is emerging. If you remember, either last year or the year before last, there were a bunch of Pakistani funded protests in London, which ended up damaging our High Commission in London as well, on some Kashmir related issue. And then you've seen what has happened. There's a complete boycott, a JNF movement, because they invited Shazia Envy. And here, apparently in the UK, a temple should not decide who to invite. The temple doesn't have the freedom to invite Sadhvi Ritambara. These people want a veto on what is done by the temple authorities inside the temple and who will speak in the temple. This is your classic Islamofascism in play. It has always been the case. And indeed, if that was a peaceful protest, what was the need for that man to cover his face? He looked like an ISIS terrorist.
And
what is the need to hide who you are?
And isn't this stemming from the Hindu phobia within our own country? And they're playing on these differences. And Tehseen, that is my question to you. The Hindu phobia, the name calling, all this that is spread here literally by the opposition and a certain lobby, so to speak. Isn't that what is spilling over now on international platforms? And, you know, with these kind of warnings and attacks on Hindus in London?
I actually did not want to make this political at all, but now that you asked and blamed the opposition for it, let me just clarify one thing. In my opinion, and I know Anshul, who's a friend, and Abhijit is a friend, and Anshul supports the BJP, I've never seen a weaker union government in the center. If somebody is intimidating our fellow citizens in the UK, what is the central government doing? What is it doing? In Canada, they had a referendum day before yesterday, and the MP who endorsed the referendum for Khalistan is a conservative MP who Mr. Modi keeps quoting. I'm telling you this, not a liberal MP, a conservative MP. There Biden is upgrading F-16s to Pakistan. Therefore, China has taken our land, Abhijit will tell you in a thing. Mr. Modi has the weakest foreign policy, point number one. Point number two, please answer one question. Why did the police chief out there blame the Sangh Parivar for that? Why did R.K. Singh, a member of the current BJP government, blame the Sangh for terrorists? There is an affidavit put by Yashwant Sindhya of the Sangh saying that the Sangh is involved in terrorist activities. So at some point, Mr. Modi must own up. It is all own people and say, why are you doing this?
So Anshul Saxena, all the convenient arguments.
तहसीन जी का तो ये है कि वो खुद कांग्रेस को सपोर्ट करते हैं, उनका बस चले तो वो रशिया यूक्रेन केस में भी संघ को लेके आ जाए, आरएसएस को लेके आ जाए, उनका बस चले तो वो इजराइल और हमास के केस में भी आरएसएस और संघ को लेके आ जाएं। आगे देखिए, मैं आपको डॉक्यूमेंट दिखा रहा हूं, ये 17 सितंबर को अटैक से पहले एक अकाउंट है डच राजा इंस्टाग्राम पे, उसने स्टोरी शेयर करी, उसमें उन्होंने क्लियरली मेंशन्ड ऑल द डिटेल्स विद डेट एंड टाइम कि हम इस डेट को इस टाइम पर मीटिंग करेंगे और हम अटैक करेंगे। इस स्टोरी को काफी सारे लोगों ने शेयर किया, और जब मैंने पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया कि ये हो रहा है, लेस्टर में अटैक होने वाला है, जस्ट बिफोर द अटैक ओनली, जब मैंने पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया तो पुलिस रिप्लाइड ऑन माय ट्वीट एंड उन्होंने कहा कि उसके बारे में उनको पता है, इसके बारे में उनको अवेयरनेस है, लेकिन उसके बाद ये पुलिस ने कुछ नहीं किया।
बट
इसके साथ साथ एक
हाई कमीशन क्या कर रहा है? आपका रॉड
हाई कमीशन
कर रहा है?
हाई कमीशन ने नोटिस भेज दिया है।
आपके हाई कमिश्नर को आपके डिप्लोमेट्स को वहां जाकर खड़ा रहना चाहिए था।
हर चीज के लिए ब्लेम करते हैं।
मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार होती वहां खड़े रहते वो।
जो लोग जो इंडियन समय भी देख रहे हैं, आप देख लीजिए, ऐसे लोग हैं कि आप जब फंसेंगे, आपको जब मारेंगे पीटेंगे कुछ लोग, तो ये लोग वहां पे हिंदुत्व लेके आ जाएंगे, वहां पे ये आरएसएस बीजेपी लेके आ जाएंगे, पर आपके लिए खड़े नहीं हो पाएंगे ऐसे लोग। देख लीजिए, ऐसे लोग हैं।
बिल्कुल, आपको हिंदुओं पर जो हुआ उससे दिक्कत नहीं है, उससे दिक्कत नहीं है। बट अनिर्बान बैनर्जी, आई वांट टू आस्क यू, आर वी एक्चुअली bringing our own brothers and sisters living abroad to disrepute and exposing them to these kind of dangers because we have such a divisive India back home that they become soft targets when they are living abroad? Straight question to you.
It's those people who buy into the ideology of the RSS BJP, those Hindutva fascist extremists living abroad, they are putting the Indian diaspora at danger. Whether it's the UK, whether it's the Europe, whether it's the Americas, anywhere outside India, it is those people. They are very minuscule in percentage, but their capacity to create notoriety is beyond imagination. I mean, the exact pattern.
And Islamist terror is fine. Islamist terror is fine. Islamist attack on these Hindus are fine. Because
radicalism is not fine.
So Islamic radicalism is fine. Hindu radicalism is what you have a problem with.
No, it's not fine. Both are not fine.
Absolutely not.
No, but when
but
what is your Indian High Commission doing?
Abhijit Anirban Banerjee has all kinds of words for the Hindu radicals, but has no words for the Islamist radicals.
Not Hindu, the Hindutva.
But this is
Hindutva radicals, no, Navika. I said Hindutva radicals, not
Hindutva.
Hindu is the religion, Hindutva is an ideology. They are different. They are.
Political Islam is also an ideology. So everybody who political Islam
Of course it is. You are right, it is. You are right, it is.
So everybody belonging to so all political Islam should be banned. Do you agree? According to you, Hindutva is toxic.
You want to ban it, that is a different question. I am...
No. So,
if political Islam should be banned, political Hindutva should also be banned. Ban everything. Ban all the religious, political, ideology, whatever you want. Ban all. I have no problems with that. Ban all kind of fanaticism. Start with the RSS.
So tell me one thing very simply then. Why start with the RSS? Political Islam to pehle shuru hua tha na. So let's start there. Now one very simple question.
What pehle shuru hua?
It's very curious.
Are you trying to teach us chronology here?
You're the one saying ban the RSS. Huh?
I am not deciding. You started the argument of banning, so I am just giving you a suggestion. Start with the RSS. Back home, RSS is the dominant force. Start with it.
But notice the thing here. On one hand, he accepts.
BJP will lose.
1 minute, Anirban. Allow our viewers to please hear Abhijit Iyer Mitra also. Mitra friend, please. Banerjee sahab.
On one hand, he accepts there is
Sure, he's
political
asking me
Islam and
questions,
there's
that's why I'm
political
responding.
Hinduism, but only political Hinduism is toxic. Political Islam is not toxic. You see, political Islam is the Virgin Mary.
No,
pure
don't
and,
twist my words.
of a lotus
Don't
and
twist
whatnot.
my words, Abhijit.
And
Don't twist my words. You are free
Hindutva-
to say whatever you want, but don't twist my
Wrong.
words, please.
Excuse me. I am talking now. I am paraphrasing you. Exactly. Alright. If you wanted to be clear, then you should have been clear instead of going on a
No,
rant.
you are twisting my
Let me
words.
finish.
You are twisting my words.
No, I am not.
You are twisting my words with your malicious intention.
Did you
Of
you
course
put
you
the
are.
blame
Of
for
course
this on
you are.
political Hinduism? Did you
I
or did you
gave
not
clean
say?
sheet to no
did you
radicalism,
or
no
did you not
fanaticism.
say
I
that
gave
this is
clean
because
sheet
of
to no
RSS
one.
fascism? Did you or did you not say this is because of Hindutva and RSS fascism? Yes or no?
Sorry?
Did you say that what has happened in Leicester is
This
because
particular
of Hindutva and
incident was initiated by the Hindutva extremists. This particular incident was initiated
So
by the Hindutva
that
extremists.
has to be condemned,
That is what I am
but
saying.
Islamist
Of course it
fascism, Islamist ideology, Islamist radicalism, that is acceptable to you. And Anshul Saxena, I want to ask you when
said that?
Indians themselves
who
cannot
said that?
stand up
Who
for
said
their
that? Why are you
brethren
twisting my words,
in the UK, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? They find more of a problem with RSS and BJP than they do with those who are spreading terror and hate there in Birmingham and Leicester. What do you say to this?
We are actually seeing the exact example of घर का बेदी लंका ढाए. हमारे ही लोग बैठकर इस टाइम हमारे ही लोगों को कोस रहे हैं जिन पर अटैक हो रहा है, जिन पे जगह जगह हमला हो रहा है, 2 जगह हो चुका है. एंड किसी भी केस में all those people who are giving allegations to the against the Hindu community, मुझे एक केस बता दिए जहां पे हिंदू कम्युनिटी ने किसी पे अटैक किया हो, कोई वीडियो आया हो, कोई फुटेज आया हो. हम तो सारे ऐसे वीडियोस देख रहे हैं जहां पे मंदिर में आके किसी ने भगवा जो जला दिया, मंदिर पे आके किसी ने बोतलें फेंकी, वहां पे रिलीजियस चैंट्स लगाए, ये सब चीजें हुई हैं. और एक फेक न्यूज प्लांट की गई कि मस्जिद पर अटैक हुआ है, एंड दिस फेक न्यूज वाज प्लांटेड टू गैदर ऑल द रेडिकल्स टुगेदर टू फाइट अगेंस्ट द हिंदू कम्युनिटी. ये चीजें हो रही हैं. और जो हिंदू कम्युनिटी है वो बेसिकली
you will not call out this deceit and this kind of fake news being used to attack Hindus.
I am saying that it's despicable. I am saying it's despicable, and if Abhijit and Anshul did call it out, my limited point is what is your High Commission and your Rod desk doing?
Abhijit Iyer Mitra, all right.
They're absolute incompetent to accept it.
वो भी भारत की गलती है, वो भी इंडिया की गलती है. हिंदुत्व टू बी ब्लेम्ड, हिंदुत्व extremists to be blamed. I said Hindutva.
No Hindutva. Mr. BJP, Mr. Modi and the BJP.
All right.
They're incompetent.
Abhishek, respond to.
BJP and Modi is also responsible for India and Ukraine crisis. They are also responsible for the Israel and Hamas debate.
Well,
ठीक है.
Your arguments are meaningful. Your arguments are meaningful, and Anshul's arguments are not meaningful. Well, you know, 1 minute. All faders down. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, last word.
Very important point that Anshul made was, remember, Britain is the most surveilled society on earth. There are more cameras per capita, public police cameras per capita, than any other country on earth. And remember, Britain is not a third world country where mobile phone ownership is low. Yet this whole charade of a Hindu attack on a mosque, how is it so surprising that not one public camera captured it, not one mobile phone captured it, but people are saying that there was this attack. Whereas all the Muslim attacks on Hindu temples are
because there is an environment that is created that points fingers at Hindus, the Hindu phobia that exists, that is being transmitted, which is why you don't see any evidence of Hindus attacking any religious institution of any religion. But look at what is happening to Hindus in UK, and complete silence, and in fact cover fire from the opposition onto the Hindutva brigade and that ideology. Not one word for the Islamist hate that is being spread. Well, that is the situation of support even for our own living in the UK from the domestic opposition parties, and a lobby that thinks that everything that is happening in India since 2014 is what is bringing disrepute not just to India but Indians worldwide. Think about it. Thank you very much to my panelists joining me on the News Hour tonight. Good night, be safe viewers, and I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, the same show, the News Hour at 9.
You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned. The News Hour at 9. You were watching the News Hour at 9. Stay tuned.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
welcome. You are watching the News Hour Agenda, India's most loved primetime show at 10. I'm Padmaja Joshi. The issue we are talking about today is as simple as the loot connected with it is vast. For long, there have been multiple cases and allegations of how Waqf laws are misused for large-scale land grab across India. Literally, we personally have highlighted for you cases right from Jammu and Kashmir right up till Tamil Nadu. Even as several of these cases have been taken to court, now the Uttar Pradesh government has become the first state to order a survey of all Waqf properties across UP. The idea is very simple. Identify if there are any irregularities in possession of land by the Waqf before addressing each one of them. However, almost immediately and not surprisingly, the howls of protest started. Coming as it does, this survey, since it has come soon after the Madrasa survey was carried out in Uttar Pradesh, it is being called a Bada NRC. It's also labeled the BJP's preparation for 2024. It's being called a targeting and demonization of Muslims. This pretty much forms the bedrock of all the criticism that has been directed at what, at the end of the day, remember, is still just a survey.
वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को आप छीनना चाह रहे, ये आपका असल इंटेंशन है, तो इमीडिएटली आप इस ऑर्डर को विड्रॉ करना चाहिए यूपी सरकार को, योगी सरकार को, और आपका इंटेंशन ये है कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज को छीन लिया जाए। आपको इख्तियार ही नहीं है ये करने का, ये गलत काम आप कर रहे हैं।
और इस तरह की जो बातें कर रहे हैं, डराने की बात, लोगों को गुमराह करने की बात, वो वक्फ माफियाओं के संरक्षण के लिए कर रहे हैं, आम लोगों के लिए नहीं।
सर्वे के खिलाफ हैं, सर्वे नहीं होना चाहिए और इस सरकार को केवल हिंदू मुस्लिम में उलझाना है। जो लोग दावा करते हैं $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की, ये बताएं कि $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी क्या मदरसों में सर्वे होने से हो जाएगी?
जो ओवैसी साहब हैं वो मजे हुए नेता हैं, मत सांप्रदायिक नेता हैं, और वो जानते हैं कि इससे जो तालीम मिलेगी और वक्त का जो अधिकार है वो कम होएगा, तो उसको वो रखना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि उनकी राजनीति वहीं से होती है। और जो फायदा है मदरसा का सर्वे से और जो वक्त से जो राजस्व विभाग को जो फायदा है, उन दोनों को वो नुकसान देना चाहते हैं।
Which brings us to the central question. How is a survey of this nature communal if all it is saying is let's look at all the properties occupied by the Waqf board in Uttar Pradesh, and in fact if a similar survey is done in other states, that's all they will do. They will examine the properties which are in the occupation of the Waqf board. If irregularities exist, won't a survey just identify them? Subsequently, the matter will have to be taken through the entire legal route, just like it is being done incidentally in the case of Amanatullah Khan in Delhi. Second, the Waqf has claimed that many of their lands have been grabbed by people. The survey will actually help them identify such encroachment, and then the police will be the next natural recourse. And the largest question of all, are arbitrary Waqf laws facilitating arbitrary land grab across the country? And if yes, shouldn't that immediately stop?
You're watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
So let's keep in mind the Waqf law itself is currently under challenge in court. But on the issue of a survey, let me go across to our panel. Sharad Trivedi, spokesperson of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh; Kaleemul Hafiz, president of the AIMIM in Delhi; Manoj Kaka, spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party; Mohammad Masiullah Khan, chairman of the Telangana Waqf Board. But my first question is to J. Sai Deepak, advocate. J. Sai Deepak, do you think that such a survey is needed in Uttar Pradesh and maybe even in other parts of the country? And if yes, why?
See, I think one aspect of the Waqf law which most people don't realize is that assume for a moment that a particular piece of property is identified as Waqf property by the Waqf board itself. Then there needs to be a publication of that identification by Waqf to say that this belongs to them. If you search for these publications by the Waqf boards across the country, asking them for the details of publication so that people know what are the areas that they have claimed, is there an opportunity to object, so on and so forth, this process is completely opaque. Which is precisely why both encroachment of and by Waqf is actually facilitated by this opacity. Which is to say, it cuts both ways. Okay? let me actually give the benefit of the doubt to the people who are trying to protect the sanctity of this law. Please tell me, how does it actually satisfy the principles of national justice and transparency when people don't know what are the properties that are claimed by this particular entity and whether it also happens to incidentally claim their own property or their titles? So tomorrow, assume for a moment, any particular residence is claimed to be part of the Waqf property and you're kept in the dark as far as this particular issue is concerned, and you don't know that this list is published. You have to realize under the Waqf Act, if you don't challenge that particular publication or that notification, so to speak, or that assertion of title within 1 year, then you lose the right to reclaim the particular property under the Act. Okay, so if you don't have information, how do you actually initiate the legal process unless somebody actually serves you with a legal notice? Now compare this with any other municipal body, so to speak. Assume for a moment that the municipal body chooses to initiate action and say that you're actually encroaching this. You're never given an opportunity as to when did you start encroaching it, what is the basis of the particular encroachment. Suddenly people turn up outside your home and they start saying, I'll demolish this place without giving you an opportunity. Would you not call this a violation of principle of natural justice? When this particular right is not available to the state or a state body, how can this right be available to a communal body or a community body, which is private in that particular sense?
Okay, so if we restrict ourselves just to the survey, not to the larger law, if such opacity has led to grabbing of land by the Waqf board, isn't the survey just identifying such problems, which will then facilitate further legal action?
See, in fact, if I were the Waqf board, I would say, I will accept this challenge, let the survey come out. And if it is established that I am not encroaching any public property which is actually being made out in the media, then the Waqf board will actually have the moral authority to chest thump and basically say that this is nothing but minority victimization, which would be the standard narrative. Okay. But assume for a moment the truth comes out, then you're answerable to the people.
So Kaleemul Hafiz, to put it very simply, like they say, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा सिर्फ इस सर्वे में, सिर्फ दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा। 15 प्रॉपर्टीज को कहेंगे देखिए ये तो बिल्कुल सही वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी है, मे बी 2 प्रॉपर्टीज को कहेंगे कि यहाँ पे गड़बड़ी है, और गड़बड़ी तो है ना, आप दिल्ली में देख रहे हैं अमानतुल्लाह खान ने तो गड़बड़ी की है।
नहीं, गड़बड़ी तो बहुत है, गड़बड़ी तो 900 प्रॉपर्टीज को दिल्ली में कोर्ट ने इविक्शन ऑर्डर दिया हुआ है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो दिल्ली पुलिस है वो उनको फोर्स नहीं मुहैया करा रही है। 900 प्रॉपर्टीज इविक्ट नहीं हो रही है। गड़बड़ी तो इतनी है, गड़बड़ी तो 488 कब्रिस्तान से सिर्फ 30 बचे हैं। गड़बड़ी बहुत ज्यादा है, लेकिन जो मसला सर्वे का है हम उस पर आते हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश
पर एक्चुअली सर, क्योंकि आपने दिल्ली की बात की और गड़बड़ी की बात की और आपने ये भी कहा है कि ये सर्वे एंटी मुस्लिम है, मैं सिर्फ दिल्ली के एग्जाम्पल से आपको कुछ बताना चाहती हूँ। 2009 में जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी, जो कि के रहमान खान जिसके हेड थे, उन्होंने रिपोर्ट दी थी और आपकी बात सही थी कि 70% जो वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी है उस पर एनक्रोचमेंट हुआ है। उन्होंने नाम बताए एनक्रोचर्स के, मैं आपको नाम से वाकिफ करना चाहती हूं, कीपिंग इन माइंड दैट यू आर सेइंग कि यह एंटी मुस्लिम सर्वे है। Among the list of illegal occupiers and encroachers and misappropriation of Waqf properties was Ahmad Bukhari, Imam of Jama Masjid of Delhi, Maulana Muazzam Ahmad, Naib Imam of the Shahi Masjid Fatehpuri, Delhi, and several other such noted people. So sir, ये तो पहली बात एंटी मुस्लिम कैसे, मुझे पता नहीं, क्योंकि इमाम बुखारी ने आपकी प्रॉपर्टी पे कब्जा किया हुआ है। ये पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की रिपोर्ट थी।
नहीं, आप दूसरी रिपोर्ट सुनिए। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ अर्बन डेवलपमेंट ने सीआरपीएफ को वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी 50 लाख रुपए में बेच दी, तो सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर के एडजॉइनिंग, और ये कह के बेची कि कब्जा वक्फ बोर्ड के पास है और कब्जा भी आप खुद लोगे।
सर वो तो
ये सर्वे के खिलाफ आर्गुमेंट कैसे हुआ? ये सर्वे के खिलाफ आर्गुमेंट कैसे हुआ?
यूपी में हम चलते हैं, यूपी में जो जहां की बात चल रही है, एक्चुअली यूपी जो हम कह रहे हैं टारगेटेड सर्वे है, वो क्या है वो समझ गया। वो एक्चुअली कोई लॉ को चैलेंज करने का काम नहीं है। वो एक 1989 में यूपी गवर्नमेंट ने एक ऑर्डर निकाला रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट के लिए कि जो वक्फ गस्टेड प्रॉपर्टीज हैं उनको आपने रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में मस्जिद, कब्रिस्तान और ईदगाह की जगह आपने बंजर भूमि, ऊसर और भीटा लिखा हुआ है। इसकी जगह आप इसको करेक्ट करिए, जहां ईदगाह वहां ईदगाह लिखिए, जहां कब्रिस्तान है वहां कब्रिस्तान लिखिए, जहां पे मस्जिद है वहां मस्जिद लिखिए। वो उन्होंने ऐसा कर दिया। और ये सरकार ने उस ऑर्डर को कैंसिल करके ये कहा है कि इसको आप इसको कैंसिल करिए और फिर दोबारा से आप उसको सर्वे करें, ये बताइए कि ये प्रॉपर्टी का एक्चुअल क्या है। तो हमारा चैलेंज ये है कि जब पहले से सरकार ने बिल्कुल ठीक कर लिया अपना रिकॉर्ड और वो वक्फ में मस्जिद, कब्रिस्तान और ईदगाह रिकॉर्ड हो गई, तो अब इसको चैलेंज करने की क्या जरूरत है?
ये जरूरत है. So let me just explain this very quickly for our viewers who would perhaps be a little confused by this technicality. What is waqf property? Waqf property is that which is needed for charitable purposes of the Islamic faith. So it can be an Eidgah, it can be perhaps a mosque. But here what the government did in 89 was it said that Banjar Usar, which is that uncultivated land, can also then be deemed as waqf property. How? How did uncultivated land become waqf property? What does it have to do with the observance and the saving of the Islamic faith? Which is why now the government is saying that, listen, this was an arbitrary ordinance, by the way, that had been brought in by the ND Tiwari government. Set it aside and do a fresh survey to see if this really is waqf property. Why shouldn't there be a fresh relook at land which was overtaken after an arbitrary ordinance? Mr. Kalimul Hafiz.
नहीं, देखिए मैडम, आप असल में ना गलत तरह से पेश कर रही हैं इसको. वक्फ में खेती की जमीन भी होती है, वक्फ में दुकानें भी होती है, वक्फ में मूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी भी है, रिमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी भी है. वक्फ का अगर आप जाएंगे डिटेल में, कम से कम 15-20 तरह की प्रॉपर्टीज हैं और उनके डिफरेंट उनके यूसेज है.
सर, चलिए मैं आपको पूरा I give all of that to you. My simple point is, how is that going against a survey? अगर आपकी भी बात मान ले तो सर्वे करा लीजिए, पता चल जाएगा कौन सी प्रॉपर्टी आपकी है, कौन सी प्रॉपर्टी सरकार की है.
आप बताइए, जो सुन्नी वक्फ बोर्ड है या शिया वक्फ बोर्ड है, वो दोनों सरकार के अंडर में आते हैं, चेयरमैन भी वही अपॉइंट करते हैं. हाँ. तो अगर उन्हें किसी प्रॉपर्टी पे डाउट है तो उसकी इंक्वायरी मंगा ले, उसको खुद बता देगा वक्फ बोर्ड.
पर सरकार क्यों नहीं कर सकती सर्वे? और यहाँ तो मल्टीपल मिसयूज हुआ है. लेट मी अगेन कोट टू यू एग्जांपल्स ऑफ मल्टीपल मिसयूज. फॉर एग्जांपल, इन 1973 कर्नाटका वक्फ बोर्ड लीड्स लैंड टू विंडसर मैनर होटल फॉर 12,000 रुपीज पर मंथ. वो वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी थी, वो उससे पैसा कमा रहे थे. होटल को उन्होंने 12,000 रुपए में अपनी प्रॉपर्टी दे दी. पॉइंट नंबर 1. इन 2002 महाराष्ट्र वक्फ बोर्ड सोल्ड 4,535 स्क्वायर मीटर्स ऑफ लैंड to Mukesh Ambani at a public auction. You have again had a case in 2017 where a mutawali or caretaker of a waqf masjid in Meerut bartered away waqf property for illicit cash. So misuse of waqf property is happening. कब्जा of waqf property is happening. A survey will just determine कि कहां कब्जा है और कहां उसका misuse हो रहा है. सर्वे क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए?
देखिए मैडम, ये जो आप बात कह रही हैं, अगर ऐसा हो तो हम भी स्वागत करेंगे, मगर ऐसा है नहीं. तो आप अगर मंत्री का बयान पढ़ें जो आज पीटीआई में बाकायदा छपा है, उसमें वो साफ साफ कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने कमिश्नर को ऑर्डर ये किया है कि 10 तारीख तक हमें जो 89 के रेफरेंस और जो ऑर्डर आया था गवर्नमेंट का, उसके रेफरेंस में जो प्रॉपर्टीज की जो कंडीशन है वो हमें बताइए. दूसरी बात, उनका पूरा मंशा है कि उस प्रॉपर्टी को वक्त से छीन करके
कैसे
वो अपने यूज
सर्वे से आपसे छीना कैसे जाएगा सर?
ऑलरेडी जो कब्जा की हुई जमीन है उसको वो हमें वापस दिलाना नहीं चाहते, जो वक्त में आ गई है वो वापस छीन ली जाए.
तो सर्वे से कुछ छीना कैसे जाता है? तो आप कह रहे हैं कि कोई आपके घर में सेंसस करने आएगा तो आपके बच्चे छीन के ले जाएंगे?
नहीं, ये ऐसे छीना जाएगा, जो इनकी कोशिश है छीनने, हम देंगे नहीं इनको. लेकिन जो गलत कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो ये कर रहे हैं कि 89 के ऑर्डर को कैंसिल करके, जो कि अगेन वो एक
सर सर्वे को छीनना कैसे बता रहे हैं, ये मेरे को भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. पर शरद त्रिवेदी, आप बताइए कि अब ये डर बैठ गया है कि सर्वे सिर्फ बहाना है, इनके हाथ से सारी वक्त की प्रॉपर्टी निकाल ली जाएगी.
First of all, the name Waqf does not come in a picture in the Quran. It comes from Hadith that was written about 300 years later. And there was nothing like Waqf board or anything by the name Waqf at the time of independence. It came by an act of the parliament. And that was done because of the appeasement policies of the then Congress government. Now the fact that the act is there, we have seen things being taken to absolutely extreme levels when Sunni Waqf board claimed that the Taj Mahal belonged to them. The Shia Waqf board said no, because Mumtaz Mahal was Shia, so it belongs to the Shias. We have had Qabristan properties being requisitioned for construction of buildings by property dealers and contractors. We have had the Waqf board property being sold for criminal purposes. We, as you have already he mentioned that Waqf board property was sold for to Mr. Ambani. It was sold for hotels. This is the kind of mismanagement that has taken place by the Waqf board. That is what we are here to check. Now the accusation is not the survey. There is no problem with the survey. The problem is that there are certain thekedars of the Muslim community who have got a vested interest in keeping the people separate. The moment we talk about NRC, CA, there's no response from the Christians, the Jains, the Buddhists, the Sikhs. The only response is that it is an anti-Muslim propaganda. When we talk about the emancipation of Muslim women because of Teen Talaq, they say that it is anti-Muslim. We arrested 6 terrorists in Malihabad in eastern Uttar Pradesh, and BJP became an anti-Muslim government because we are arresting terrorists. Are Muslim terrorists? Have they come from Mars? Why can't we treat our fellow Muslim brothers and sisters as normal people? They are normal citizens of India.
To say that this is anti-Muslim is at best communal propaganda because
to be supported.
Because facts suggest that actually some of the people who are worst affected by Waqf misdemeanors are Muslims themselves. For example, let me quote to you the example of Delhi. दिल्ली में अमानतुल्लाह खान ने जो वक्फ बोर्ड में गड़बड़ी की है, उनके खिलाफ कंप्लेनेंट कौन है? हाफिज इरशाद कुरैशी। और हाफिज इरशाद कुरैशी बताते हैं कि अमानतुल्लाह खान, अदर देन डूइंग रॉन्ग अपॉइंटमेंट्स इन द वक्फ बोर्ड, हैज बेसिकली taken Waqf property, leased to the tenants and encroachers, allowed to possess the properties in contravention of lease rules, leading to the loss of revenue asset for the board. तो आप कहने को तो मुसलमानों के रहनुमा बने हैं वक्फ बोर्ड में, बट आप मुसलमानों को ही चीट कर रहे हैं. This has been proven in the case of Delhi. This has been proven in multiple cases. तो ये एंटी मुस्लिम कैसे हो जाता है सर?
आप उदाहरण जो प्रस्तुत कर पा रहे हैं, देखिए एंटी मुस्लिम इसलिए हो जाता है कि जिन लोगों को अगर मुसलमानों के शैक्षणिक, मुसलमानों के शासकीय, मुसलमानों के राजनीतिक उत्थान की यदि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और खास करके योगी आदित्यनाथ की सरकार को इतनी चिंता है, तो डॉक्टर लोहिया कहते थे कि किसी भी वर्ग को बिना राजनीतिक संरक्षण दिए उसके सामाजिक, आर्थिक और शैक्षणिक उत्थान नहीं किया जा सकता है. तो 403 विधानसभा के टिकट में भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो मुसलमानों के मदरसे
की बात कीजिए ना,
मुसलमानों के शैक्षणिक
सर्वे एंटी मुस्लिम कैसे हुआ?
मैं वक्फ बोर्ड की
डकैतों को संरक्षण देना मुसलमानों का समर्थन नहीं है.
पीछे का जो उनका दृष्टिकोण है वो स्पष्ट, वो उनके पहले आप अपने समय में बोलिए, दूसरे के समय में मत इंटरप्ट करिए. तो मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूं कि जिनको आप 403 में एक टिकट नहीं देते हैं, उनके प्रॉपर्टी की आपको बहुत चिंता हो गई है. तो ये किसी तरह के किसी प्रॉपर्टी की और उसमें किसी तरह के इंक्रोचमेंट को हटाने की नहीं, बल्कि ये साजिश है. उसके पीछे का जो दृष्टिकोण है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, वो स्पष्ट ये है कि किस तरह से अल्पसंख्यक वर्ग को डराया जाए, किस तरह से बहुलतावादी जो संख्या उसको ये दिखाया जाए कि देखो
मुसलमानों की प्रॉपर्टी को कब्जाए हुए हैं, तो उनको उनके कब्जे से छुड़ाना मुसलमानों के खिलाफ कैसे हो गया?
मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि आपकी विगत देश में 8 साल से सरकार है, उत्तर प्रदेश में आपकी 5.5 साल से सरकार है. आपने कितने वक्फ बोर्ड के प्रॉपर्टियों का सुंदरीकरण कराया, कितने की चारदीवारी कराई आपने? आपको भी पता होगा कि उसमें
चलिए आपको एक एग्जांपल देती हूं कि कैसे मुसलमानों की भलाई हुई है. एक एग्जांपल बताती हूं उत्तर प्रदेश का, क्योंकि आपने एग्जांपल लिया. बिफोर साई दीपक रिस्पॉन्स टू यू, मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल दिला, एक और एग्जांपल उत्तर प्रदेश से देती हूं मनोज काका जी, एंड यू विल एग्री विद मी क्योंकि ये आपकी पार्टी से रिलेटेड है. तो साल 2022 में अप्रैल में मुसलमानों की कुछ प्रॉपर्टी थी एक बहुत बड़े नेता के पास. शिया वक्फ बोर्ड ने उनके कब्जे से छुड़ा के वापस मुसलमानों को दे दिया. कौन है ये नेता? आजम खान. आजम खान के खिलाफ 100 केसेस हैं ऑफ एनक्रोचिंग ऑन वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी व्हेन ही वाज अ मिनिस्टर इन द अखिलेश यादव गवर्नमेंट. दोस प्रॉपर्टीज हैव बीन टेकन बाय द शिया वक्फ बोर्ड एंड गिवन बैक टू द ओरिजिनल ओनर्स. मनोज काका जी, तो क्या एनक्रोच करने वाले एंटी मुस्लिम थे, या जो उनके एनक्रोचमेंट से छुड़ा रहे हैं वो एंटी मुस्लिम है?
सांप्रदायिकता के हैं. तो ये इसलिए इस तरह के नैरेटिव और इस तरह की कहानियां गढ़ी जाती हैं.
मनोज काका जी, आपने मेरी बात सुनी क्या? आजम खान जी के खिलाफ केस है कि उन्होंने वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी को कब्जा करके उससे पैसे कमा रहे थे। अप्रैल 2022 में शिया वक्फ बोर्ड ने आजम खान के कब्जे से जमीन छुड़ा करके वापस मुसलमानों को दी है। अब आप बताइए एंटी मुस्लिम कौन है, जो कब्जा कर रहा है या जो कब्जा छुड़ा रहा है? मनोज काका जी, आजम खान।
नहीं, मुझे अब कोई आवाज नहीं मिल रही।
आपको आवाज नहीं आ रही? आपको आवाज अब आ रही है मनोज काका जी? Okay, seems to be a bit of an audio trouble there. Sai Deepak, it's very interesting, this entire thing which is being positioned that as an anti-Muslim move, but case upon case, and have you come across any where actually it is the Muslims who end up being cheated by the Waqf board?
See, I'll give you just 2 points. First, nobody has been able to point out that the initiation of this survey is against any provision of the existing law. There is no such provision that's been cited so far. Point number 2, what the other gentleman has not been able to point out from AIMIM is that, assume for a moment that even if the government has an intention to grab some land or take away some land which belongs to the Waqf, all they need to do, which is what the Waqf expects third parties to do, is to show what is the title document on the basis of which a certain property was endowed to the Waqf. Now, the reason why this particular survey becomes relevant is this. There are 2 ways in which land can be acquired under the Waqf. One is endowment, which is directly through a title deed, which is then issued in the name of the mutawalli of that particular Waqf. The second is there is a concept of Waqf by user, which is to say any land which is lying vacant can simply be occupied and can be called Waqf. That is precisely the kind of conversion that has happened in 1989, which is to basically say, if there is a particular property that is being taken over in the name of the Waqf and it is not supported by any specific title deed or let's say a property assertion, so to speak, then those kinds of property will have to revert to the state at the very least. Now, where they have a clear instance of a title deed, the community or the Waqf for that particular matter has nothing to fear. What are they afraid of ultimately if they have documents to show that this is how this particular property has transferred or it has been assigned, this is the title change, so to speak? They shouldn't have any problems at all. So far, not a single legal argument has been presented.
अगर आपके पास टाइटल डीड है, कौन आपसे जमीन ले सकता है और कैसे ले सकता है?
मुझे जवाब देना मैडम।
हाँ जी, कलीमुल हाफिज साहब।
देखिए सर, जो वकील साहब अभी हमारे यहाँ फरमा रहे हैं, कोर्ट के ऑर्डर है, 900 प्रॉपर्टीज का इविक्शन ऑर्डर है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता से पूछिए, उनकी दिल्ली पुलिस है, क्या वो फोर्स देंगे?
मेरे जवाब से क्या लेना देना है?
अगर ये सच्चे हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी वाले और इतने मुसलमानों की प्रॉपर्टी के हितैषी हैं और वक्फ बोर्ड को वो रिस्टोर करना चाहते हैं, तो 900 प्रॉपर्टीज के तो ऑर्डर है, इविक्शन ऑर्डर, और वो दिल्ली पुलिस उनको फोर्स नहीं प्रोवाइड करा रही है, कोर्ट उनका पोजीशन नहीं ले पा रहा है।
I'll respond to this.
Yeah, please respond.
Please, one, I am not a mouthpiece for the BJP, and I don't think the BJP needs to actually say that. No, hold on. अरे बाबा, hold on. बात तो खत्म करने दीजिए सर। सर, सुनने की क्षमता तो रखिए। आप डेमोक्रेट हैं, सुनने की क्षमता।
अरे देखिए, बीजेपी का ये सारा खेल,
उनसे लीगल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ले लीजिए, फिर बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता से भी जवाब मांगूंगी। उनसे लीगल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ले लीजिए।
शरद त्रिवेदी जी,
अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं बीजेपी की नीयत पे।
Okay, मैं जवाब दे दो। Okay, my point is simple. One, let's assume for a moment that बीजेपी की नीयत में खोट है, मान लेते हैं। Okay, लेकिन कानून के नजरिए से आप ये तो बताइए कि जो वो कर रहे हैं ये गैर कानूनी है। आप ये तो बता दीजिए, what is it that they have done? मंशा की बात करने लगेंगे तो कोई भी कुछ भी कह सकता है, लेकिन सवाल ये पैदा होता है, प्लीज
ये 1989 में जो ऑर्डर आया उसके बेसिस पे वो जो भी उनमें त्रुटि थी, गलतियां थी, उन्होंने ठीक कर ली, क्योंकि वक्फ विल बी ऑलवेज वक्फ, ये हमारा एक्ट भी है और वक्फ की नेचर भी है कि जब वो
एग्जैक्टली द प्रॉब्लम दैट इवन द एंक्रोच्ड लैंड बिकम्स वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी,
किसी ऑर्डर से चेंज नहीं कर सकते।
वही तो प्रॉब्लम है कि आपने एक बार कह दिया कि वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी है, ये हमेशा के लिए वक्फ हो जाएगा, तो जिस प्रॉपर्टी को वक्फ में हड़पा है वो भी वक्फ का हो जाएगा। इसी के लिए तो इस अधिनियम को उल्टा करना पड़ा इनको।
नहीं, आप जो है ना हड़पने की जो बात कह रहे हैं, ये खुद आज मंत्री ने, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मंत्री ने ये कहा है कि हमारा ऐसा कोई सर्वे का इरादा नहीं है, ये मीडिया नैरेटिव बना रहा है। हमारा तो सिर्फ इरादा ये है कि जो 1989 के ऑर्डर के बाद से जो
कलीमुल हाफिज साहब, आपने ऑल काइंड ऑफ इंटरप्रिटेशन दे दिया है इसको। द गवर्नमेंट इज वेरी वेरी क्लियर कि सर्वे होगा और इससे साफ हो जाएगा कि कौन सा इंक्रोचमेंट है और किसके पास टाइटल डीड है। शरद द्विवेदी, आप इस बात की आंसर कीजिए कि जहां पर ऑलरेडी देयर इज एन एविक्शन नोटिस, यू हैवंट बॉदर्ड टू टेक एनी एक्शन टू गिव वक्फ बैक देयर लैंड, नाउ यू आर प्रिटेंडिंग टू बी देयर वेल विशर्स। मिस्टर त्रिवेदी,
You see, the issue what he is talking about कि 900 properties Delhi में जिसमें पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन नहीं मिल रहा है, that is not the problem of the private individual to go and demolish them or ask the police to protect them. It is the court's prerogative to give the order to the police to accompany the demolition team. It is not the private individual who is going to do it. And the other thing is that the survey is only for poll khol. That is there to get the skeletons from the cupboard out. Just yesterday we got the skeletons from Mr. Azam Khan's own university. These are the skeletons what these messiahs of Muslims are trying to protect. We want that out. We want the truth to come out of the Muslim. This is what they are scared of.
Mohammad Masihullah
Khan. And the survey is going to get this thing out. The problem with the Muslim community is that they have got the ठेकेदारी system.
Shall I say you something? Recently, my friend Mr. Deepak has told a good thing.
Yes,
Shall I
Mr.
say
Masihullah
something?
Khan.
Gentleman is not hearing me. या मैम, एक बात मैं अगर आपको सच्चाई बताता हूँ तो ये जितने सर्वे के जो बहाने बता रहे हैं जो भी गवर्नमेंट, यूपी गवर्नमेंट वाले, मैं आपके चैनल से ये गुजारिश करता हूँ कि हिंदुस्तान की जितनी गवर्नमेंट है, सेंट्रल से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि हमारी जितनी हमारे पावर है, जो हमारे को जुडिशरी पावर दे दीजिए। कोई सर्वे की जरूरत नहीं है। इंशाल्लाह ताला पूरे जमीन जितने वक्फ की है वो वक्फ की रह जाएंगी। अभी रिसेंटली जैसा दीपक जी कह रहे थे कि जैसे अभी अंबानी जी, फिर अंबानी किस से लिए? अगर वक्फ की अगर जमीन है तो वक्फ की जमीन है तो ऑन रिकॉर्ड है बोल के तो हमारे से उन्होंने जमीन लिए हैं। आज इतना ही बड़ी उन्होंने इमारत बना के बॉम्बे में उन्होंने रुकी हुई है उनकी इमारत, तो वक्फ की इमारत ही तो है वो। तो मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, आपके जितने भी लोग सुन रहे हैं, खासकर हमारे वकील साहब से जो कम्युनल बोल के जो बात कर रहे हैं, दीपक जी, मैं उनसे भी रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, अगर हमारे को जुडिशरी राइट्स मिल गए तो ये सब हमारे को सर्वे की और ये बातचीत की हमारे को कोई जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। और हर जितने भी आज कब्जे हो चुके हैं हमारे जायदादों पे, वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टीज पे, वो सब हमारे पास आ जाएंगे।
आप कह रहे हैं कि वक्फ की जमीन पे होटल चलाना और उससे पैसा लेना, उसके ऊपर रेस्टोरेंट चलाना, बार चलाना, उससे पैसा लेना, ये सही है?
बिल्कुल गलत है, वो बिल्कुल गलत है। इसी के लिए तो कह रहा हूं मैं, आप हमारे को जुडिशरी जिस दिन पावर मिल जाएगा, आप देख सकते हैं पूरे जितने अगर ऐसे जगहों पे,
मैं आपको बता रही हूँ केसेस कि जहां पर थी जमीन,
बिल्कुल मैडम, हम सर्वे करेंगे। जब तक हमारे को जुडिशरी पावर नहीं
लिया जा रहा था तब तो फिर उसका इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए ना सर्वे करके।
He is asking for judicial power so that the community can undertake the
बिल्कुल, जब तक हमारे दीपक के जैसे दिमाग के लोग, एडवोकेट्स रहेंगे, ये लोग जब तक हमारी चीज को होने नहीं देंगे, तो मैं आपसे यही है, अगर शॉर्ट एंड सिंपल अगर मैं फिनिश करना चाह रहा हूँ आपकी ये बात, ये मुद्दे को, ये सर्वे के मुद्दे को, तो जब तक हमारे को जुडिशरी पावर नहीं मिलेगा कोई चीज हम वापस हमारी हम नहीं ले सकते हैं।
ये तो ये कहना कि पर आप चोर को वारंट दे दो कि जा चोर को पकड़ ले।
बिल्कुल, आपकी बात बिल्कुल गलत है। ये जितने भी होटल्स और बार्स बने हुए आप जिसको बता रहे हैं, ये पूरे कब्जा करके बनाए सो है आप, क्योंकि सबके फोटो में जो केसेस पेंडिंग है, आप ये देख सकते हैं कि हमें
बोर्ड पैसे कमा रही है उससे।
सर आप पहले मुद्दे
देखिए मैम, मंशाए वक्फ जो होता है जमीन लीज पर देकर, मंशाए वक्फ में यतीम बच्चों के लिए, जो ऑर्फन्स रहते हैं उनके लिए, बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए, कई ऐसे चीजों में जो मुस्लिम वेलफेयर के जो चीजें रहते हैं उन सबको देने के लिए हम मंशाए वक्फ होता है, जो हमारे पुरखों ने हमारी ये जायदाद छोड़ दी है।
बच्चों की बात कर रहे हैं, जाते जाते आपको ये बता दूं कि जहां तक कि दिल्ली में अमानतुल्लाह खान ने जो किया है, दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड में, वहां पर बच्चों के लिए ही स्कूल बना हुआ था, तोड़ करके दुकानें बनवाई, दुकानों से पैसे कमा रहे हैं। तो कौन क्या मंशा से क्या कर रहा है, ये अभी अंडर इन्वेस्टिगेशन केसेस में इट्स बिकम क्वाइट क्लियर। बट इफ मोर सच अमानतुल्लाहs हैव टू बी अनअर्थड एंड मोर सच लैंड ग्रैब एंड मिसयूज एंड मिसडिमीनर्स हैव टू बी एड्रेस्ड, देन दे फर्स्ट नीड टू बी identified, and that's why such a survey is needed. That really is the very simple gist of this entire controversy that has been made so complicated. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me. The attacks on Hindu community continue unabated in the United Kingdom, spreading from Leicester to Birmingham. First, the attack on a Hindu temple and establishment over the weekend stirred outrage in UK and in India. Now, Times Now has accessed visuals of how a temple in Birmingham was surrounded yesterday by a mob of 300 plus people chanting Allahu Akbar. They made obscene gestures at the temple goers inside and by some accounts also threw fireworks and bottles at them.
So they've come and they've started chanting slogans, Allahu Akbar and Nare Takbir, I don't know, these kind of, some slogans I don't understand. Basically being very threatening, very intimidating, trying to climb the gates of the temple, trying to get in, throwing bricks, throwing firecrackers, throwing bottles. In the end, we had to tell the women and the children to go inside the temple for their own protection and own security. While us youngsters, along with the police, are trying to control the situation outside.
You can understand how family behaves, and they are really worried about the safety. They were targeting that temple yesterday to send out, or I would use the word terrorize us, really. But police were able to control and disperse them. We were standing our ground without showing any provocation from our side, though a few members were really willing to go out there and talk to them.
Attacking at this case, in this instance, it's Hindus only, so it's Hindu phobia, it seems like. You can see an individual climbing the wall of the temple, holding by the rails and showing two fingers to the devotees. Very offensive. So it's a huge issue. And it's happened, as you know.
You're watching the News Hour at 10. Debate number 2 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
Joining us now is Pandit Satish K. Sharma, who is a Dharmic scholar and former General Secretary of the National Council of Hindu Temples. Suresh Rajpura, eyewitness and spokesperson of the Durga Bhavan Temple. Tausif ur Rahman will be joining us in just a bit. Ahmad Ayaz is there with us, as is Advocate Ehtesham Hashmi, political analyst. Advocate Hashmi? Earlier it was said that people who said Jai Shri Ram provoked an attack on themselves. Now who provoked this attack on a temple where people surrounded it shouting Allahu Akbar and threw bottles at them? Mr. Hashmi, can you hear me? Alright, Mr. Ayaz, if you can take that question.
It's not that those who chanted Allah Akbar or having worn the dress of Muslims to be Muslim. So this needs to be properly inquired as to what has happened. To call it they were Muslims, I think it will be not fair at this stage, because we have seen in the past also at many places in India itself, there were Muslims wearing the dress of Hindus and going to the Hindus areas back in there. Same was the Hindus.
Okay, we'll just try and fix your audio because there's obviously a problem that we are facing right now. Let me actually go across to Suresh Rajpura. So was there any provocation from your side for this attack?
Hello, namaskar, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your question, ma'am?
Was there any provocation from your side? Because over the last few days we've seen in the case of Leicester, it was said that there was an attack on the Muslim establishment.
So far as Birmingham temple is concerned, because I was there, so I can say it authoritatively, there was absolutely no provocation from any devotee from the mandir itself or from those who were standing in the mandir compound.
Then why did this attack happen?
Well, there have been a lot of rumors on WhatsApp and other social media platform. It was something to do with Sadhvi Ritambra Didi coming to Birmingham, and she is branded as a Hindutva or anti-Muslim person. That was absolutely nonsense. because I have been going to the mandir regularly to listen to her as well as other visiting dignitaries and saints, and nobody has ever said anything anti any community, let alone just Muslim.
Then what is the explanation from the police when there was already a call given earlier that 30th of September people will be coming to the temple? Why wasn't the mob stopped much earlier?
Well, I think police couldn't have anticipated such a large number of people suddenly springing up in such a short time. And nobody can really predict. There was no ringleader you can pinpoint or say that what's happening or stop this happening. And everybody was taken by surprise. But police did reasonably a commendable job. They could have done better, like everyone else and everything else. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. And that's why some of the mob people are actually, as you can see, climbed up the railing. And that was a very, very terrorizing experience for the devotees inside. And inside the temple and in the compound, there were some mothers with young children, and many were very elderly. Most of the temples are normally visited by the elderly people, not very young people. So we can safely say that most of the attendees were very elderly.
So Pandit Sharma, how really do you read what has happened in Birmingham, earlier Leicester? Is there a pattern to it?
This is not complicated. There are a lot of noises, a lot of explanations and allegations, but the fact remains is that what we have witnessed are crimes. This is a criminal act under Section 24 of the Public Order Act. What has been done is criminal. It has been done on the basis of religious identity, which makes it a hate crime. And so the police have an obligation to, one, ensure that their citizens in this country can go about their lawful business without fear, without threats, without intimidation. The police, sadly, have failed in that duty. You know, there was a Muhammad Khan who approached Her Majesty's coffin lying there, and immediately the police jumped in and used exactly this particular piece of legislation to arrest him in a public disorder offence. So the police have an obligation to make sure this doesn't happen. They didn't intervene. We saw in Leicester also the flag being burned. We saw the mandir being attacked, and the police didn't intervene. Now, we can be accommodating and say, well, these were surprises. And okay, on the day of the funeral, that's completely understandable, and we acknowledge that. But there was more than enough intelligence to indicate that this was going to happen in Smethwick, that this was going to happen this evening. We're anticipating it happening in Nottingham. There could not be any clearer explanation except these are religiously motivated attacks on the Hindu community. We are being dehumanized, we are being deprived of our freedoms, and the reason, the one consistent factor is religious identity.
But why is this happening all of a sudden? Because even the statement, that all faith statement that was released says that these are largely people who do not belong to Leicester or to Birmingham. They are being brought from the outside. They are mostly gangs hungry for control and for power. It's more about street fights than about religion. How would you respond to that, Pandit Sharma?
I think it's utter nonsense. You know, when the perpetrator of a crime declares their identity and declares their motive and then proceeds to act in criminal action, it's stupidity to say, well, actually, no, it could be something else. What else do we need? This is a self-confessed religious crime, and that we do not need to have anybody doing psychological analyses as to what it could be. I'm simply pointing out that there is criminal activity. The police have an obligation to prevent it, and if they don't prevent it, they have an obligation to arrest the individuals. It's terrible that we have elderly members of our community being held hostage in religious institutions by another religious community. This is an unbelievable development, and I never thought I'd see it here in the United Kingdom. Hindus have been deprived of their freedoms by a very hostile group of aggressive militants.
Mr. Rajpura, what do you make of people commenting that this is a offense from both sides? It's a reaction to an action, and that these are largely people who are of Pakistani origin, so it could be more of an India-Pakistan thing rather than an identity-related crime.
Well, this is a cocktail, isn't it? Combination of everything. This is just not the one thing. It's very difficult to say they were Indian or Pakistanis. What we can say with certainty, they were Muslim because they were chanting Allahu Akbar. And police and other press people were recording the event as well. Now, have you seen one single video where they were recording inside the temple complex where Hindus were abusive or inciting violence or saying anything derogatory? Every single video is focused outside. Although recording was done of inside as well, but not a single video has come out to show what was happening in the mandir was undesirable or provocative.
So you fear that there could be more such attacks, and if yes, then why? Why are you being singled out?
Well, India, Pakistan does play a role, there is absolutely no doubt. Then the religious, so it's a very dangerous cocktail. Now, with regard to, I was on another TV channel literally a few minutes ago, and I was talking to somebody in Leicester. Now, Leicester, they say it was because of India-Pakistan cricket match. There was nothing of that kind in Birmingham at all. So why suddenly it erupted in Birmingham? Now then there is a question of, Hindus are 7.3% in Muslims and so are Hindus as well. So it's equal fight. It's not a fight equal because Hinduism preaches non-violence. Most of the Hindus are vegetarian. So to pick up the arms or even to kill somebody, even a fly, is not in their gene. It's not in their makeup. We are not even supposed to say katu vachan where it might hurt somebody, let alone actually physically hurt someone. So it's very one-sided thing to, it's easy to say that they both are responsible, but I can't see. And all videos clearly indicate exactly, who is the aggressive person in here.
Well, extremely disingenuous attempt at least to try and put a spin on it as an action reaction or a battle for power. In the case of Leicester, there was an example given of a cricket match between India and Pakistan. The same spin doctors still haven't been able to explain this extremely disgusting, vulgar and unprovoked attack that has clearly taken place on a place of Hindu worship in Birmingham. Still waiting for that spin. In the meantime, thank you very much, Pandit Sharma and Mr. Rajpura, for speaking to us, and we hope that you stay safe. Thanks very much.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. You're watching The News Hour at 10. The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. Watching The News Hour at 10.
And Managing Director of Surat-based ABG Shipyard on charges of duping a consortium of 28 banks of rupees 22.8 thousand crores. In a big win for forces, Buddha Pahad area in Jharkhand, which was Naxal dominated, has been freed of red terror. Forces were sent to the Moi stronghold and Naxals were wiped out as part of 3 different operations. CRPF DG said Bihar can now be called Naxal free. Even as 11 state units of Congress has passed resolution calling Rahul Gandhi to take over party's presidency, Rajasthan Cong Mantri confirms Sonia Gandhi's nod is needed to contest polls.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
headlines. A minor girl was gang raped in Moradabad. She was stripped and forced to walk back home nude after the gang rape. Police have filed a case and nabbed one accused. A major fire broke out in paper plates manufacturing unit at Rangachari Street in Chittoor. 3 people who were residing in the building were burned to death. Vasudevan, a 33-year-old man who was trying to move his bike, fell into a storm water drain left open at Chennai's Adambakkam area. He was also pierced in the thigh by an iron rod. India has reported 4,500 fresh COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours. With the induction of latest cases, active case load now stands at 46,216. Headlines: a minor girl was gang raped in Moradabad. She was stripped and forced to walk back home nude after the gang rape. Police have filed a case and nabbed one accused. A major fire broke out in paper plates manufacturing unit at Rangachari Street in Chittoor. 3 people who were residing in the building were burned to death. Vasudevan, a 33-year-old man who was trying to move his bike, fell into a storm water drain left open at Chennai's Adambakkam area. He was also pierced in the thigh by an iron rod. India has reported 4,500 fresh COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours. With the induction of latest cases, active case load now stands at 46,216. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching News Now Overnight with me, Priya Behel. Here is one-stop shop where you get all the news in long and short. First up, top 50. Yogi government in Uttar Pradesh takes note of Times Now expose and orders survey on Waqf properties. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi slams the UP government and says only Waqf board properties are being surveyed, accuses the CM of selectively targeting Muslim properties. AIMIM slams BJP over Waqf survey, calls it big NRC, alleges targeted attack on Muslims. MCD takes cognizance of Times Now investigation into illegal demolition of schools in Delhi by Waqf board under Amanatullah Khan, orders probe into construction of shopping plaza on Waqf school land. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan's custody has been extended by another 5 days. ACP said in court that Khan would be confronted with Imam Kausar, who was recently detained in Telangana. Delhi police have arrested yet another close associate of Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan in alleged irregularities in Delhi Waqf board case, as well as hawala transactions. The arrested person has been identified as Imam Kausar. BJP has slammed Aam Aadmi Party for turning forest land into a Qabristan after AAP Neta Somnath Bharti allegedly turned DDA green belt into a graveyard. Unlawful assembly case has been slapped on Hindu devotees in Tamil Nadu's Chennai for holding a meeting inside Kapaleshwar temple. BJP calls it an attack on Hindus. Even as 11 state units of Congress passed resolutions calling on Rahul Gandhi to take over party's presidency, Rajasthan Congress minister confirms Sonia Gandhi's nod is needed to contest elections. Astonishing scenes as hundreds of brave women join the fight against hijab in Iran as fresh videos show protests after death of Mahsa Amini. Reacting to revolt against hijab in Iran, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi says Indian girls must be prioritized and their fundamental right to wear hijab must be given to them. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, along with party leaders, has resumed his Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kochi as the march entered its 14th day. Gandhi started his day by paying tributes to spiritual leader Sri Narayan Guru. Veer Savarkar's picture spotted on Congress's campaign board along with pictures of freedom struggle leaders. BJP says good realization for Rahul Gandhi. BJP spokesperson Tom Vadakan trains his guns at Bharat Jodo Yatra, says march by Congress should be renamed Corruption Jodo Yatra. Pay CM posters featuring CM Basavaraj Bommai pasted on the walls across Bengaluru by Congress. QR code will take people to 40% commission government website directly. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma met his Mizoram counterpart Zoramthanga at Assam House in Delhi to resolve long-standing border issues. Special PMLA court to start hearing bail plea of Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Rawat from 27th of this month. Court is likely to complete hearing on co-accused Praveen Rawat's bail plea by 23rd September. In one of the biggest drug seizures, a container with 350 kilograms of heroin was seized from Nhava Sheva port in Mumbai. Value of the seized heroin is estimated to be over 1,700 crores. Comedy king Raju Srivastav breathed his last after prolonged hospitalization following a cardiac arrest. Funeral to be held tomorrow. Uttar Pradesh Assembly has observed a 2-minute silence to pay tribute to late comedian Raju Srivastav. Congress leader KK Mishra has been accused of making objectionable remarks against Brahmin society. BJP has demanded immediate removal of KK Mishra from the Congress. Barricades had to be placed on a Sumanahalli flyover in Bengaluru after a patch of elevated road caved in for the second time in the last 3 years. Students of Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar have staged protest on college campus after first-year student allegedly died by suicide. Punjab police have taken cognizance of the suicide. The note that has been recovered mentions the name of a professor. A minor was gang raped in Moradabad, was stripped and forced to walk back home naked after the crime. The cops have filed a case and one accused has been arrested. People from Kurmi tribal community continue their Rail Roko protest in Purulia over their demand for special tribe status. The stir has affected train services in several parts of Jharkhand, Odisha and West Bengal. Several people performed a havan outside District Collectorate office in Jodhpur. Protesters submitted a memorandum to register their protest against the lumpy skin disease and the lack of action to contain it. This disease, remember, has affected cattle in huge numbers in the state. Mumbai's BMC has imposed a fine of 3.66 lakh rupees on Lal Bagh Chauraja Sarvajanik Ganeshotsav Mandal for creating 183 potholes on the road during Ganeshotsav this year. The BMC has charged a fine of rupees 2,000 per pothole. Leader of opposition in West Bengal Assembly Suvendu Adhikari along with other party MLAs protested outside the state assembly against the state government after a 5-year-old boy was found dead in Birbhum. Economic Offences Wing of Delhi Police has interrogated Jacqueline's designer Lipakshi in connection with an investigation related to extortion case linked to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. In a big win for the forces, Buddha Pahad area in Jharkhand, which was Naxal dominated, has been freed of red terror. Forces were sent to Maoist stronghold and Naxals were wiped out as part of 3 different operations. CRPF DG has said Bihar can now be called Naxal free. TRS leaders have thrashed toll plaza staff for asking them to pay the toll after assaulting the staff. TRS leaders vandalized the toll plaza as well. CBI has arrested Rishi Kamlesh Agarwal, chairman and managing director of Surat-based ABG Shipyard, on charges of duping a consortium of 28 banks of 22.8 thousand crore rupees. Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena has moved the Bombay High Court for permission to hold the Shehra rally in Shivaji Park. Bench of Justices R.D. Dhanuka and Kamal Khata will urgently be hearing the petition tomorrow. In a major setback to Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, the governor has withdrawn the orders calling for a special assembly session as demanded by the Maan government to prove his majority yet again. The governor said that September 20 order stands withdrawn as there are no specific rules regarding the summoning of the assembly for considering of the confidence motion called by the Punjab government. A fierce blame game is on. We'll get you all the details in just a few minutes. Aam Aadmi Party President and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has hit back and criticized the governor's decision. He tweeted saying democracy is over in the country. Indian and Australian teams have arrived in Nagpur ahead of second T20 International. The match is scheduled to take place on September 23rd. India's highest-ranked table tennis player Sathiyan Gnanasekaran feels that India is enjoying a golden era in table tennis and believes things will only get better from here. The Manali-Leh highway was closed for normal traffic after fresh snow at Barlacha Pass in Lahore and Spiti. India has reported more than 4,000 fresh COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours. The new cases have pushed the active caseload to 46,216. Chief of Naval Staff Admiral R. Hari Kumar has asserted that the Indian Navy will be completely self-reliant by 2047. He's also added that there was much to learn from Russia-Ukraine conflict that witnessed the use of latest technologies. After communal riots in Leicester, now Hindus have been attacked in Birmingham, rather their structures. The Durga Bhavan was under attack. Islamist mob circled a Hindu temple amidst chants of Allahu Akbar. There was also a man seen making obscene gestures at the temple goers. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who is on a 10-day visit to the United States, interacted with 3 presidents and 4 foreign ministers on the second day of 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. Navy Chief Admiral R. Hari Kumar has said that China is still a formidable challenge at the border and evolving terrorism is a major security threat for India. US President Joe Biden has accused Russian President Putin of insulting the UN Charter with war against Ukraine. Biden said Russia's naked aggression is an affront to UN Charter. As the war between Ukraine and Russia reaches the 7th month, Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a partial mobilization in the country, with Moscow losing ground on the battlefield. At least 8 people were injured after an explosion ripped through a residential building in Chicago. A policeman was killed and 4 others were injured while the pickup truck was struck by a roadside bomb in Thailand's southern province of Patani. Nepalese President Vidya Devi Bhandari has denied authenticating the citizenship bill despite the constitutionally binding provision to ratify it within 15-day deadline after being reapproved by both the houses. After 230 whales hauled up on the beach of Tasmania's west coast, rescue operations are underway. After the mayhem in Leicester, Times Now has accessed visuals of an unprovoked attack on a temple in Birmingham, which was surrounded yesterday by a mob of 200 plus chanting Allahu Akbar. The mob also made obscene gestures at the people assembled inside the temple, and if some accounts are to be believed, including eyewitnesses who have spoken to Times Now, they even threw fireworks and bottles at them. Times Now has got these visuals from Durga Bhavan Hindu Temple in Smethwick, Birmingham, shot by horrified temple goers. The images, as you can see on your screens, show an aggressive crowd gathered at the boundary of the temple, chanting and gesturing. 2 men out of this mob clamber onto the top of the wall, and then one of them, with a red bandana around his neck, makes an obscene gesture at the temple goers assembled inside. Through all of this, the police are seen trying to push back the hate mob. Here is the chaos that ensued. And it's not as if this was some spontaneous protest. The call to surround the temple was given 24 hours earlier. What followed was tense temple goers taking refuge inside the building as a mob outside chanted, gestured and got into a standoff with the police, hurling bottles and firecrackers.
So they've come and they've started chanting slogans, Allahu Akbar and Nare Takbir, I don't know, these kind of, some slogans I don't understand. Basically being very threatening, very intimidating, trying to climb the gates of the temple, trying to get in, throwing bricks, throwing firecrackers, throwing bottles. In the end, we had to tell the women and the children to go inside the temple for their own protection and own security. While us youngsters, along with the police, are trying to control the situation outside.
You can understand how family behaves, and they are really worried about the safety. They were targeting that temple yesterday to send out, or I would use the word terrorize us, really. But police were able to control and disperse them. We were standing our ground without showing any provocation from our side, though a few members were really willing to go out there and talk to them.
Attacking in this instance, it's Hindus only, so it's Hindu phobia, it seems like. You can see an individual climbing the wall of the temple, holding by the rails and showing two fingers to the devotees. Very offensive. So it's a huge issue. And it's happened, as you know, for 3 days in Leicester. West Midlands is very densely populated of our Hindu community, and we have very elderly demographics of our community, and of course they're vulnerable. So even more worried for that reason, because many people